Chapter 3, The New Year. Next to Christmas Day, the most pleasant annual epoch in existence is the advent of the new year. There are a lachrymose set of people who usher in the new year with watching and fasting, as if they were bound to attend as chief mourners at the obsequies of the old one. Now, we cannot but think it a great deal more complimentary, both to the old year that has rolled away, and to the new year that is just beginning to dawn upon us, to see the old fellow out, and the new one in, with gaiety and glee. There must have been some few occurrences in the past year to which we can look back, with a smile of cheerful recollection, if not with a feeling of heartfelt thankfulness. And we are bound by every rule of justice and equity to give the new year credit for being a good one, until he proves himself unworthy the confidence we repose in him. This is our view of the matter, and entertaining it, notwithstanding our respect for the old year, one of the few remaining moments of whose existence passes away with every word we write. Here we are, seated by our fireside on this last night of the old year, 1836, penning this article with as jovial a face as if nothing extraordinary had happened or was about to happen to disturb our good humor. Hackney coaches and carriages keep rattling up the street and down the street in rapid succession, conveying, doubtless, smartly dressed coachfuls to crowded parties. Loud and repeated double knocks at the house with green blinds, opposite, announce to the whole neighborhood that there's one large party in the street at all events. And we saw through the window, and through the fog too, till it grew so thick that we rung for candles, and drew our curtains, pastry cooks, men with green boxes on their heads and route furniture warehouse carts, with cane seats and French lamps, hurrying to the numerous houses where an annual festival is held in honor of the occasion. We can fancy one of these parties, we think, as well as if we were duly dress-coded and pumped, and had just been announced at the drawing-room door. Take the house with the green blinds, for instance. We know it is a quadrille party, because we saw some men taking up the front drawing-room carpet while we sat at breakfast this morning, and if further evidence be required, and we must tell the truth, we just now saw one of the young ladies doing another of the young ladies' hair, near one of the bedroom windows, in an unusual style of splendor, which nothing else but a quadrille party could possibly justify. The master of the house with the green blinds is in a public office. We know the fact by the cut of his coat, the tie of his neckcloth, and the self-satisfaction of his gait. The very green blinds themselves have a Somerset House air about them. Hark, a cab, that's a junior clerk in the same office, a tidy sort of young man, with a tendency to cold and corns, who comes in a pair of boots with black cloth fronts, and brings his shoes in his coat pocket, which shoes he is at this very moment putting on in the hall. Now he is announced by the man in the passage to another man in a blue coat, who is a disguised messenger from the office. The man on the first landing precedes him to the drawing-room door. "Mr. Tupple?" shouts the messenger. "How are you, Tupple?" says the master of the house, advancing from the fire, before which he has been talking politics and airing himself. "My dear, this is Mr. Tupple, a courteous salute from the lady of the house. Tupple, my eldest daughter, Julia, my dear Mr. Tupple, Tupple, my other daughters, my son, sir." Tupple rubs his hands very hard, and smiles as if it were all capital fun, and keeps constantly bowing and turning himself round, till the whole family have been introduced, when he glides into a chair at the corner of the sofa, and opens a miscellaneous conversation with the young ladies upon the weather, and the theatres, and the old year, and the last new murder, and the balloon, and the ladies' sleeves, and the festivities of the season, and a great many other topics of small talk. More double knocks, what an extensive party, what an incessant hum of conversation and general sipping of coffee. We see Tupple now, in our mind's eye, in the height of his glory. He has just handed that stout old lady's cup to the servant, and now he dives among the crowd of young men by the door, to intercept the other servant, and secure the muffin plate for the old lady's daughter, before he leaves the room. And now, as he passes the sofa on his way back, he bestows a glance of recognition and patronage upon the young ladies as condescending and familiar as if he had known them from infancy. Charming person, Mr. Tupple, perfect ladies' man, such a delightful companion, too. Laugh. Nobody ever understood Papa's jokes half so well as Mr. Tupple, who laughs himself into convulsions at every fresh burst of facetiousness. Most delightful partner, talks through the whole set, and although he does seem at first rather gay and frivolous, so romantic and with so much feeling. Quite a love. No great favorite with the young men, certainly, who sneer at and affect to despise him. But everybody knows that's only envy, and they needn't give themselves the trouble to depreciate his merits at any rate. For Ma says he shall be asked to every future dinner party, if it's only to talk to people between the courses and distract their attention when there's any unexpected delay in the kitchen. At supper, Mr. Tupple shows to still greater advantage than he has done throughout the evening, and when Pa requests everyone to fill their glasses for the purpose of drinking happiness throughout the year, Mr. Tupple is so droll, insisting on all the young ladies having their glasses filled, notwithstanding their repeated assurances that they never can, by any possibility, think of emptying them and subsequently begging permission to say a few words on the sentiment which has just been uttered by Pa, when he makes one of the most brilliant and poetical speeches that can possibly be imagined, about the old year and the new one. After the toast has been drunk, and when the ladies have retired, Mr. Tupple requests that every gentleman will do him the favor of filling his glass, for he has a toast to propose, on which all the gentlemen cry, "Here, here," and pass the decanters accordingly. And Mr. Tupple, being informed by the master of the house that they are all charged, and waiting for his toast, rises and begs to remind the gentlemen present how much they have been delighted by the dazzling array of elegance and beauty which the drawing-room has exhibited that night, and how their senses have been charmed, and their hearts captivated, by the bewitching concentration of female loveliness which that very room has so recently displayed. Loud cries of "Here!" Much as he, Tupple, would be disposed to deplore the absence of the ladies on other grounds, he cannot but derive some consolation from the reflection that the very circumstance of their not being present enables him to propose a toast, which he would have otherwise been prevented from giving. That toast, he begs to say, is "The Ladies." Great applause. The ladies, among whom the fascinating daughters of their excellent host are alike conspicuous for their beauty, their accomplishments, and their elegance. He begs them to drain a bumper to the ladies, and a happy new year to them. Prolonged approbation, above which the noise of the ladies dancing the Spanish dance among themselves, overhead, is distinctly audible. The applause consequent on this toast has scarcely subsided, when a young gentleman in a pink under-waistcoat, sitting towards the bottom of the table, is observed to grow very restless and fidgety, and to evince strong indications of some latent desire to give vent to his feelings in a speech, which the wary Tupple, at once perceiving, determines to forestall by speaking himself. He, therefore, rises again with an air of solemn importance, and trusts he may be permitted to propose another toast, unqualified approbation, and Mr. Tupple proceeds. He is sure they must all be deeply impressed with the hospitality, he may say the splendor, with which they have been that night received by their worthy host and hostess. Unbounded applause. Although this is the first occasion on which he has had the pleasure and delight of sitting at that board, he has known his friend Dobble long and intimately. He has been connected with him in business. He wishes everybody present knew Dobble as well as he does. A cough from the host. He, Tupple, can lay his hand upon his Tupple's heart and declare his confident belief that a better man, a better husband, a better father, a better brother, a better son, a better relation in any relation of life than Dobble never existed. Loud cries of "Here!" They have seen him tonight in the peaceful bosom of his family. They should see him in the morning in the trying duties of his office. Calm in the perusal of the morning papers, uncompromising in the signature of his name, dignified in his replies to the inquiries of stranger applicants, deferential in his behavior to his superiors, majestic in his deportment to the messengers. Cheers! When he bears this merited testimony to the excellent qualities of his friend Dobble, what can he say in approaching such a subject as Mrs. Dobble? Is it requisite for him to expatiate on the qualities of that amiable woman? No, he will spare his friend Dobble's feelings. He will spare the feelings of his friend, if he will allow him to have the honor of calling him so, Mr. Dobble, Jr. Here Mr. Dobble, Jr., who has been previously distending his mouth to a considerable width, by thrusting a particularly fine orange into that feature, suspends operations, and assumes a proper appearance of intense melancholy. He will simply say, and he is quite certain it is a sentiment in which all who hear him will readily concur, that his friend Dobble is as superior to any man he ever knew, as Mrs. Dobble is far beyond any woman he ever saw, except her daughters. and he will conclude by proposing their worthy host and hostess, and may they live to enjoy many more New Years. The toast is drunk with acclamation, Dobble returns thanks, and the whole party rejoin the ladies in the drawing-room. Young men who were too bashful to dance before supper find tongues and partners. The musicians exhibit unequivocal symptoms of having drunk the New Year in while the company were out, and dancing is kept up until far in the first morning of the New Year. We have scarcely written the last word of the previous sentence when the first stroke of 12 peals from the neighboring churches. There certainly, we must confess it now, is something awful in the sound. Strictly speaking, it may not be more impressive now than at any other time, for the hours steal as swiftly on at other periods, and their flight is little heeded. But we measure man's life by years, and it is a solemn knell that warns us we have passed another of the landmarks which stands between us and the grave. Disguise it as we may, the reflection will force itself on our minds, that when the next bell announces the arrival of a new year, we may be insensible alike of the timely warning we have so often neglected, and of all the warm feelings that glow within us now. Chapter 4. Miss Evans and the Eagle. Mr. Samuel Wilkins was a carpenter, a journeyman carpenter of small dimensions, decidedly below the middle size, bordering perhaps upon the dwarfish. His face was round and shining, and his hair carefully twisted into the outer corner of each eye, till it formed a variety of that description of semi-curls, usually known as agurawaiters. His earnings were all sufficient for his wants, varying from 18 shillings to £1.5 weekly, his manner undeniable, his Sabbath waistcoats dazzling. No wonder that, with these qualifications, Samuel Wilkins found favor in the eyes of the other sex. Many women have been captivated by far less substantial qualifications. But Samuel was proof against their blandishments, until at length his eyes rested on those of a being for whom, from that time forth, he felt fate had destined him. He came and conquered, proposed and was accepted, loved and was beloved. Mr. Wilkins kept company with Jemima Evans. Miss Evans, or Ivins, to adopt the pronunciation most in vogue with her circle of acquaintance, had adopted in early life the useful pursuit of shoe-binding, to which she had afterwards superadded the occupation of a straw-bonnet maker. Herself, her maternal parent, and 2 sisters formed an harmonious quartet in the most secluded portion of Camden Town, and here it was that Mr. Wilkins presented himself, one Monday afternoon, in his best attire, with his face more shining and his waistcoat more bright than either had ever appeared before. The family were just going to tea, and were so glad to see him. It was quite a little feast. 2 ounces of 7 and 6penny green, and 1/4 of a pound of the best fresh. And Mr. Wilkins had brought a pint of shrimps, neatly folded up in a clean belcher, to give a zest to the meal and propitiate Mrs. Ivins. Jemima was cleaning herself upstairs. So Mr. Samuel Wilkins sat down and talked domestic economy with Mrs. Ivins, whilst the 2 youngest Miss Ivinses poked bits of lighted brown paper between the bars under the kettle, to make the water boil for tea. "I was a-thinking," said Mr. Samuel Wilkins, during a pause in the conversation, "I was a-thinking of taking Jemima to the Eagle tonight." "Oh my!" exclaimed Mrs. Ivins. "Lor, how nice!" said the youngest Miss Ivins. "Well, I declare," added the youngest Miss Ivins but one. "Tell Jemima to put on her white muslin, Tilly," screamed Mrs. Ivins with motherly anxiety, and down came Jemima herself soon afterwards in a white muslin gown carefully hooked and eyed, a little red shawl plentifully pinned, a white straw bonnet trimmed with red ribbons, a small necklace, a large pair of bracelets, Denmark satin shoes, and open-work stockings, white cotton gloves on her fingers, and a cambric pocket handkerchief carefully folded up in her hand, all quite genteel and ladylike. And away went Miss Jemima Ivins and Mr. Samuel Wilkins, and a dress cane, with a gilt knob at the top, to the admiration and envy of the street in general, and to the high gratification of Mrs. Ivins and the 2 youngest Miss Ivinses in particular. They had no sooner turned into the Pancras Road than who should Miss Jemima Ivins stumble upon, by the most fortunate accident in the world, but a young lady as she knew, with her young man. And it is so strange how things do turn out sometimes. They were actually going to the Eagle too. So Mr. Samuel Wilkins was introduced to Miss Jemima Ivins's friend's young man, and they all walked on together, talking and laughing and joking away like anything. And when they got as far as Pentonville, Miss Evans's friend's young man would have the ladies go into the crown, to taste some shrub, which, after a great blushing and giggling and hiding of faces in elaborate pocket handkerchiefs, they consented to do. Having tasted it once, they were easily prevailed upon to taste it again, and they sat out in the garden tasting shrub and looking at the busses alternately, till it was just the proper time to go to the Eagle. And then they resumed their journey and walked very fast, for fear they should lose the beginning of the concert in the rotunda. "How heavenly," said Miss Jemima Evans, and Miss Jemima Evans's friend, both at once, when they had passed the gate and were fairly inside the gardens. There were the walks, beautifully gravelled and planted, and the refreshment boxes, painted and ornamented like so many snuff boxes, and the variegated lamps shedding their rich light upon the company's heads, and the place for dancing ready chalked for the company's feet, and a Moorish band playing at one end of the gardens, and an opposition military band playing away at the other. Then the waiters were rushing to and fro with glasses of negus, and glasses of brandy and water, and bottles of ale, and bottles of stout, and ginger beer was going off in one place, and practical jokes were going on in another, and people were crowding to the door of the rotunda, and in short the whole scene was, as Miss Jemima Evans, inspired by the novelty or the shrub or both, observed, one of dazzling excitement. As to the concert room, never was anything half so splendid. There was an orchestra for the singers, all paint, gilding, and plate glass, and such an organ. Miss Jemima Evans's friend's young man whispered it had cost £400, which Mr. Samuel Wilkins said was not dear neither, an opinion in which the ladies perfectly coincided. The audience were seated on elevated benches round the room and crowded into every part of it, and everybody was eating and drinking as comfortably as possible. Just before the concert commenced, Mr. Samuel Wilkins ordered 2 glasses of rum and water warm with, and 2 slices of lemon, for himself and the other young man, together with a pint o' sherry wine for the ladies, and some sweet caraway seed biscuits. And they would have been quite comfortable and happy, only a strange gentleman with large whiskers would stare at Miss Jemima Evans, and another gentleman in a plaid waistcoat would wink at Miss Jemima Evans's friend. On which Miss Jemima Evans's friend's young man exhibited symptoms of boiling over, and began to mutter about people's imperence, and swells out luck, and to intimate, in oblique terms, a vague intention of knocking somebody's head off, which he was only prevented from announcing more emphatically by both Miss Jemima Evans and her friend threatening to faint away on the spot if he said another word. The concert commenced overture on the organ. "How solemn!" exclaimed Miss Jemima Evans, glancing, perhaps unconsciously, at the gentleman with the whiskers. Mr. Samuel Wilkins, who had been muttering apart for some time past, as if he were holding a confidential conversation with the gilt knob of the dress-cane, breathed hard-breathing vengeance, perhaps, but said nothing. "The soldier tired," Miss Somebody in white satin. "Encore!" cried Miss Jemima Evans's friend. "Encore!" shouted the gentleman in the plaid waistcoat immediately, hammering the table with a stout bottle. Miss Jemima Evans's friend's young man eyed the man behind the waistcoat from head to foot, and cast a look of interrogative contempt towards Mr. Samuel Wilkins. Comic song, accompanied on the organ. Miss Jemima Evans was convulsed with laughter, so was the man with the whiskers. Everything the ladies did, the plaid waistcoat and whiskers did, by way of expressing unity of sentiment and congeniality of soul. And Miss Jemima Evans and Miss Jemima Evans's friend grew lively and talkative, as Mr. Samuel Wilkins and Miss Jemima Evans's friend's young man grew morose and surly in inverse proportion. Now, if the matter had ended here, the little party might soon have recovered their former equanimity. But Mr. Samuel Wilkins and his friend began to throw looks of defiance upon the waistcoat and whiskers. And the waistcoat and whiskers, by way of intimating the slight degree in which they were affected by the looks aforesaid, bestowed glances of increased admiration upon Miss Jemima Evans and friend. The concert and vaudeville concluded, they promenaded the gardens. The waistcoat and whiskers did the same, and made divers remarks complimentary to the ankles of Miss Jemima Evans and friend in an audible tone. At length, not satisfied with these numerous atrocities, they actually came up and asked Miss Jemima Evans and Miss Jemima Evans's friend to dance without taking no more notice of Mr. Samuel Wilkins and Miss Jemima Evans's friend's young man than if they was nobody. "What do you mean by that, scoundrel?" exclaimed Mr. Samuel Wilkins, grasping the gilt-knobbed dress cane firmly in his right hand. "What's the matter with you, you little humbug?" replied the Whiskers. "How dare you insult me and my friend?" inquired the friend's young man. "You and your friend be hanged," responded the waistcoat. "Take that," exclaimed Mr. Samuel Wilkins. The ferrule of the gilt-knobbed dress cane was visible for an instant, and then the light of the variegated lamps shone brightly upon it as it whirled into the air, cane and all. "Give it him," said the waistcoat. "Horficer!" screamed the ladies. Miss Jemima Evans's beau and the friend's young man lay gasping on the gravel, and the waistcoat and whiskers were seen no more. Miss Jemima Evans and friend, being conscious that the affray was in no slight degree attributable to themselves, of course went into hysterics forthwith, declared themselves the most injured of women, exclaimed in incoherent ravings that they had been suspected, wrongfully suspected, that they should ever have lived to see the day, and so forth, suffered a relapse every time they opened their eyes and saw their unfortunate little admirers, and were carried to their respective abodes in a hackney coach and a state of insensibility compounded of shrub, sherry, and excitement. Chapter 5. The Parlour Orator. We had been lounging one evening, down Oxford Street, Holborn, Cheapside, Coleman Street, Finsbury Square, and so on, with the intention of returning westward by Pentonville and the New Road, when we began to feel rather thirsty, and disposed to rest for 5 or 10 minutes. So we turned back towards an old, quiet, decent public house, which we remembered to have passed but a moment before. It was not far from the city road, for the purpose of solacing ourselves with a glass of ale. The house was none of your stuccoed, French-polished, illuminated palaces, but a modest public house of the old school, with a little old bar, and a little old landlord, who, with a wife and daughter of the same pattern, was comfortably seated in the bar aforesaid. A snug little room with a cheerful fire, protected by a large screen, from behind which the young lady emerged on our representing our inclination for a glass of ale. "Won't you walk into the parlour, sir?" said the young lady, in seductive tones. "You had better walk into the parlour, sir," said the little old landlord, throwing his chair back and looking round one side of the screen to survey our appearance. "You had much better step into the parlour, sir," said the little old lady, popping out her head on the other side of the screen. We cast a slight glance around, as if to express our ignorance of the locality so much recommended. The little old landlord observed it, bustled out of the small door of the small bar, and forthwith ushered us into the parlour itself. It was an ancient, dark-looking room, with oaken wainscoting, a sanded floor, and a high mantelpiece. The walls were ornamented with 3 or 4 old coloured prints in black frames, each print representing a naval engagement, with a couple of men-of-war banging away at each other most vigorously, while another vessel or two were blowing up in the distance, and the foreground presented a miscellaneous collection of broken masts and blue legs sticking up out of the water. Depending from the ceiling in the center of the room were a gaslight and bell-pull. On each side were 3 or 4 long, narrow tables, behind which was a thickly planted row of those slippery, shiny-looking wooden chairs, peculiar to hostelries of this description. The monotonous appearance of the sanded boards was relieved by an occasional spittoon, and a triangular pile of those useful articles adorned the 2 upper corners of the apartment. At the furthest table, nearest the fire, with his face towards the door at the bottom of the room, sat a stoutish man of about 40, whose short, stiff, black hair curled closely round a broad, high forehead, and a face to which something besides water and exercise had communicated a rather inflamed appearance. He was smoking a cigar, with his eyes fixed on the ceiling, and had that confident oracular air which marked him as the leading politician, general authority, and universal anecdote relator of the place. He had evidently just delivered himself of something very weighty, for the remainder of the company were puffing at their respective pipes and cigars in a kind of solemn abstraction, as if quite overwhelmed with the magnitude of the subject recently under discussion. On his right hand sat an elderly gentleman with a white head and broad-brimmed brown hat. On his left, a sharp-nosed, light-haired man in a brown surtout reaching nearly to his heels, who took a whiff at his pipe and an admiring glance at the red-faced man, alternately. "Very extraordinary," said the light-haired man after a pause of 5 minutes. A murmur of assent ran through the company. "Not at all extraordinary, not at all," said the red-faced man, awakening suddenly from his reverie, and turning upon the light-haired man the moment he had spoken. "Why should it be extraordinary? Why is it extraordinary? Prove it to be extraordinary." "Oh, if you come to that," said the light-haired man meekly. "Come to that?" ejaculated the man with the red face. "But we must come to that. We stand in these times upon a calm elevation of intellectual attainment and not in the dark recess of mental deprivation. Proof is what I require, proof, and not assertions, in these stirring times. Every genlem that knows me knows what was the nature and effect of my observations when it was in the contemplation of the Old Street Suburban Representative Discovery Society to recommend a candidate for that place in Cornwall there. I forget the name of it. Mr. Snowby, said Mr. Wilson, is a fit and proper person to represent the borough in Parliament. Prove it, says I, he is a friend to reform, says Mr. Wilson. Prove it, says I, the abolitionist of the national debt, the unflinching opponent of pensions, the uncompromising advocate of the Negro, the reducer of sinecures and the duration of parliaments, the extender of nothing but the suffrages of the people, says Mr. Wilson. Prove it, says I, his acts prove it, says he. Prove them, says I. And he could not prove them, said the red-faced man, looking round triumphantly. And the borough didn't have him. And if you carried this principle to the full extent, you'd have no debt, no pensions, no sinecures, no Negroes, no nothing. And then, standing upon an elevation of intellectual attainment, and having reached the summit of popular prosperity, you might bid defiance to the nations of the earth and erect yourselves in the proud confidence of wisdom and superiority. This is my argument, this always has been my argument, and if I was a member of the House of Commons tomorrow, I'd make 'em shake in their shoes with it. And the red-faced man, having struck the table very hard with his clenched fist to add weight to the declaration, smoked away like a brewery. Well, said the sharp-nosed man, in a very slow and soft voice, addressing the company in general, I always do say that of all the gentlemen I have the pleasure of meeting in this room, there is not one whose conversation I like to hear so much as Mr. Rogers's, or who is such improving company. Improving company? Said Mr. Rogers, for that, it seemed, was the name of the red-faced man. You may say I am improving company, for I've improved you all to some purpose, though as to my conversation being as my friend Mr. Ellis here describes it, that is not for me to say anything about. You gentlemen are the best judges on that point, but this I will say, when I came into this parish, and first used this room, 10 years ago, I don't believe there was one man in it who knew he was a slave, and now you all know it and writhe under it. Inscribe that upon my tomb, and I am satisfied. Why, as to inscribing it on your tomb, said a little greengrocer with a chubby face. Of course you can have anything chalked up, as you likes to pay for, so far as it relates to yourself and your affairs. But when you come to talk about slaves, and that their abuse, you'd better keep it in the family, 'cause I for one don't like to be called them names, night after night. You are a slave, said the red-faced man, and the most pitiable of all slaves. Very hard if I am, interrupted the greengrocer, for I got no good out of the 20 million that was paid for emancipation anyhow. A willing slave, ejaculated the red-faced man, getting more red with eloquence and contradiction, resigning the dearest birthright of your children, neglecting the sacred call of liberty, who, standing imploringly before you, appeals to the warmest feelings of your heart, and points to your helpless infants, but in vain. Prove it, said the greengrocer. Prove it, sneered the man with the red face. What? Bending beneath the yoke of an insolent and factious oligarchy, bowed down by the domination of cruel laws, groaning beneath tyranny and oppression on every hand, at every side, and in every corner. Prove it. The red-faced man abruptly broke off, sneered melodramatically, and buried his countenance and his indignation together in a quart pot. Ah, to be sure, Mr. Rogers, said a stout broker in a large waistcoat, who had kept his eyes fixed on this luminary all the time he was speaking. Ah, to be sure, said the broker with a sigh, that's the point. Of course, said divers members of the company, who understood almost as much about the matter as the broker himself. You had better let him alone, Tommy, said the broker, by way of advice to the little greengrocer. He can tell what's o'clock by an 8-day, without looking at the minute hand, he can. Try it on some other suit, it won't do with him, Tommy. What is a man? continued the red-faced specimen of the species, jerking his hat indignantly from its peg on the wall. What is an Englishman? Is he to be trampled upon by every oppressor? Is he to be knocked down at everybody's bidding? What's freedom? Not a standing army. What's a standing army? Not freedom. What's general happiness? Not universal misery. Liberty ain't the window tax, is it? The lords ain't the commons, are they? And the red-faced man, gradually bursting into a radiating sentence, in which such adjectives as dastardly, oppressive, violent, and sanguinary formed the most conspicuous words, knocked his hat indignantly over his eyes, left the room, and slammed the door after him. "Wonderful man," said he of the sharp nose. "Splendid speaker," added the broker. "Great power," said everybody but the greengrocer. And as they said it, the whole party shook their heads mysteriously, and one by one retired, leaving us alone in the old parlor. If we had followed the established precedent in all such instances, we should have fallen into a fit of musing without delay. The ancient appearance of the room, the old paneling of the wall, the chimney blackened with smoke and age, would have carried us back 100 years at least, and we should have gone dreaming on, until the pewter pot on the table, or the little beer chiller on the fire, had started into life, and addressed to us a long story of days gone by. But by some means or other, we were not in a romantic humor, and although we tried very hard to invest the furniture with vitality, it remained perfectly unmoved, obstinate, and sullen. Being thus reduced to the unpleasant necessity of musing about ordinary matters, our thoughts reverted to the red-faced man and his oratorical display. A numerous race are these red-faced men. There is not a parlor, or clubroom, or benefit society, or humble party of any kind without its red-faced man. Weak-pated dolts they are, and a great deal of mischief they do to their cause, however good. So, just to hold a pattern one up, to know the others by, we took his likeness at once and put him in here. And that is the reason why we have written this paper. Chapter 6: The Hospital Patient. In our rambles through the streets of London after evening has set in, we often pause beneath the windows of some public hospital, and picture to ourselves the gloomy and mournful scenes that are passing within. The sudden moving of a taper as its feeble ray shoots from window to window, until its light gradually disappears, as if it were carried farther back into the room to the bedside of some suffering patient, is enough to awaken a whole crowd of reflections. The mere glimmering of the low burning lamps, which, when all other habitations are wrapped in darkness and slumber, denote the chamber where so many forms are writhing with pain or wasting with disease, is sufficient to check the most boisterous merriment. Who can tell the anguish of those weary hours, when the only sound the sick man hears is the disjointed wanderings of some feverish slumberer near him, the low moan of pain, or perhaps the muttered, long-forgotten prayer of a dying man? Who, but they who have felt it, can imagine the sense of loneliness and desolation, which must be the portion of those who, in the hour of dangerous illness, are left to be tended by strangers? For what hands, be they ever so gentle, can wipe the clammy brow or smooth the restless bed, like those of mother, wife, or child? Impressed with these thoughts, we have turned away, through the nearly deserted streets, and the sight of the few miserable creatures still hovering about them has not tended to lessen the pain which such meditations awaken. The hospital is a refuge and resting place for hundreds, who but for such institutions must die in the streets and doorways. But what can be the feelings of some outcasts when they are stretched on the bed of sickness with scarcely a hope of recovery? The wretched woman who lingers about the pavement, hours after midnight, and the miserable shadow of a man, the ghastly remnant that want and drunkenness have left, which crouches beneath a window ledge to sleep where there is some shelter from the rain, have little to bind them to life, but what have they to look back upon in death? What are the unwanted comforts of a roof and a bed, to them, when the recollections of a whole life of debasement stalk before them, when repentance seems a mockery and sorrow comes too late? About a 12-month ago, as we were strolling through Covent Garden, we had been thinking about these things overnight. We were attracted by the very prepossessing appearance of a pickpocket, who, having declined to take the trouble of walking to the police office, on the ground that he hadn't the slightest wish to go there at all, was being conveyed thither in a wheelbarrow, to the huge delight of a crowd. Somehow, we never can resist joining a crowd, so we turned back with the mob and entered the office, in company with our friend the pickpocket, a couple of policemen, and as many dirty-faced spectators as could squeeze their way in. There was a powerful, ill-looking young fellow at the bar, who was undergoing an examination, on the very common charge of having, on the previous night, ill-treated a woman, with whom he lived in some court hard by. Several witnesses bore testimony to acts of the grossest brutality, and a certificate was read from the house surgeon of a neighboring hospital, describing the nature of the injuries the woman had received, and intimating that her recovery was extremely doubtful. Some question appeared to have been raised about the identity of the prisoner, for when it was agreed that the two magistrates should visit the hospital at 8 o'clock that evening to take her deposition, it was settled that the man should be taken there also. He turned pale at this, and we saw him clench the bar very hard when the order was given. He was removed directly afterwards, and he spoke not a word. We felt an irrepressible curiosity to witness this interview, although it is hard to tell why, at this instant, for we knew it must be a painful one. It was no very difficult matter for us to gain permission, and we obtained it. The prisoner and the officer who had him in custody were already at the hospital when we reached it, and waiting the arrival of the magistrates in a small room below stairs. The man was handcuffed, and his hat was pulled forward over his eyes. It was easy to see, though, by the whiteness of his countenance and the constant twitching of the muscles of his face, that he dreaded what was to come. After a short interval, the magistrates and clerk were bowed in by the house surgeon and a couple of young men who smelt very strong of tobacco smoke. They were introduced as dressers, and after one magistrate had complained bitterly of the cold and the other of the absence of any news in the evening paper, it was announced that the patient was prepared, and we were conducted to the casualty ward in which she was lying. The dim light which burnt in the spacious room increased rather than diminished the ghastly appearance of the hapless creatures in the beds, which were ranged in 2 long rows on either side. In one bed lay a child enveloped in bandages, with its body half consumed by fire. In another, a female, rendered hideous by some dreadful accident, was wildly beating her clenched fists on the coverlet, in pain. On a third, there lay stretched a young girl, apparently in the heavy stupor often the immediate precursor of death. Her face was stained with blood, and her breast and arms were bound up in folds of linen. 2 or 3 of the beds were empty, and their recent occupants were sitting beside them, but with faces so wan and eyes so bright and glassy that it was fearful to meet their gaze. On every face was stamped the expression of anguish and suffering. The object of the visit was lying at the upper end of the room. She was a fine young woman of about 2 or 3 and 20. Her long black hair, which had been hastily cut from near the wounds on her head, streamed over the pillow in jagged and matted locks. Her face bore deep marks of the ill usage she had received. Her hand was pressed upon her side, as if her chief pain were there. Her breathing was short and heavy, and it was plain to see that she was dying fast. She murmured a few words in reply to the magistrate's inquiry whether she was in great pain, and, having been raised on the pillow by the nurse, looked vacantly upon the strange countenances that surrounded her bed. The magistrate nodded to the officer to bring the man forward. He did so, and stationed him at the bedside. The girl looked on with a wild and troubled expression of face, but her sight was dim, and she did not know him. "Take off his hat," said the magistrate. The officer did as he was desired, and the man's features were disclosed. The girl started up with an energy quite preternatural. The fire gleamed in her heavy eyes, and the blood rushed to her pale and sunken cheeks. It was a convulsive effort. She fell back upon her pillow, and covering her scarred and bruised face with her hands, burst into tears. The man cast an anxious look towards her, but otherwise appeared wholly unmoved. After a brief pause, the nature of the errand was explained, and the oath tendered. "Oh no, gentlemen," said the girl, raising herself once more and folding her hands together. "No, gentlemen, for God's sake, I did it myself. It was nobody's fault, it was an accident. He didn't hurt me, he wouldn't for all the world. Jack, dear Jack, you know you would." Her sight was fast failing her, and her hand groped over the bedclothes in search of his. Brute as the man was, he was not prepared for this. He turned his face from the bed and sobbed. The girl's color changed, and her breathing grew more difficult. She was evidently dying. "We respect the feelings which prompt you to this," said the gentleman who had spoken first, "but let me warn you not to persist in what you know to be untrue until it is too late. It cannot save him." "Jack," murmured the girl, laying her hand upon his arm, "they shall not persuade me to swear your life away. He didn't do it, gentlemen, he never hurt me." She grasped his arm tightly and added in a broken whisper, "I hope God Almighty will forgive me all the wrong I have done and the life I have led. God bless you, Jack. Some kind gentleman take my love to my poor old father. 5 years ago he said he wished had died a child. Oh, I wish I had, I wish I had." The nurse bent over the girl for a few seconds and then drew the sheet over her face. It covered a corpse. Chapter 7. The Misplaced Attachment of Mr. John Dounce. If we had to make a classification of society, there is a particular kind of men whom we should immediately set down under the head of old boys, and a column of most extensive dimensions the old boys would require. To what precise causes the rapid advance of old boy population is to be traced, we are unable to determine. It would be an interesting and curious speculation, but as we have not sufficient space to devote to it here, we simply state the fact that the numbers of the old boys have been gradually augmenting within the last few years, and that they are at this moment alarmingly on the increase. Upon a general review of the subject, and without considering it minutely in detail, we should be disposed to subdivide the old boys into two distinct classes: the gay old boys and the steady old boys. The gay old boys are paunchy old men in the disguise of young ones, who frequent the Quadrant and Regent Street in the daytime, the theaters, especially theaters under lady management, at night, and who assume all the foppishness and levity of boys without the excuse of youth or inexperience. The steady old boys are certain stout old gentlemen of clean appearance, who are always to be seen in the same taverns, at the same hours every evening, smoking and drinking in the same company. There was once a fine collection of old boys to be seen round the circular table at Offley's every night, between the hours of 8:30 and 11:30. We have lost sight of them for some time. There were, and may be still, for aught we know, 2 splendid specimens in full blossom at the Rainbow Tavern in Fleet Street, who always used to sit in the box nearest the fireplace, and smoked long cherry-stick pipes which went under the table, with the bowls resting on the floor. Grand old boys they were, fat, red-faced, white-headed old fellows, always there, one on one side the table and the other opposite, puffing and drinking away in great state. Everybody knew them, and it was supposed by some people that they were both immortal. Mr. John Dounce was an old boy of the latter class. We don't mean immortal, but steady, a retired glove and braces maker, a widower, resident with 3 daughters, all grown up and all unmarried in Cursitor Street, Chancery Lane. He was a short, round, large-faced, tubbish sort of man, with a broad-brimmed hat and a square coat, and had that grave but confident kind of roll peculiar to old boys in general. Regular as clockwork, breakfast at 9, dress and titivate a little down to the Sir Somebody's head, a glass of ale and the paper, come back again, and take daughters out for a walk, dinner at 3, glass of grog and pipe. Nap, tea, little walk, Sir Somebody's head again, capital house, delightful evenings. There were Mr. Harris, the law stationer, and Mr. Jennings, the robe-maker, 2 jolly young fellows like himself, and Jones, the barrister's clerk, rum fellow that Jones, capital company, full of anecdote. And there they sat every night till just 10 minutes before 12, drinking their brandy and water, and smoking their pipes, and telling stories, and enjoying themselves with a kind of solemn joviality particularly edifying. Sometimes Jones would propose a half-price visit to Drury Lane or Covent Garden, to see 2 acts of a 5-act play, and a new farce, perhaps, or a ballet, on which occasions the whole 4 of them went together. None of your hurrying and nonsense, but having their brandy and water first, comfortably, and ordering a steak and some oysters for their supper against they came back, and then walking coolly into the pit, when the rush had gone in, as all sensible people do, and did when Mr. Dounce was a young man, except when the celebrated Master Betty was at the height of his popularity, and then, sir, then, Mr. Dounce perfectly well remembered getting a holiday from business, and going to the pit doors at 11 o'clock in the forenoon, and waiting there till 6 in the afternoon, with some sandwiches in a pocket handkerchief and some wine in a phial, and fainting after all, with the heat and fatigue, before the play began. In which situation he was lifted out of the pit, into one of the dress boxes, sir, by 5 of the finest women of that day, sir, who compassionated his situation and administered restoratives, and sent a black servant, 6 foot high, in blue and silver livery, next morning with their compliments, and to know how he found himself, sir, by G. Between the acts, Mr. Dounce and Mr. Harris and Mr. Jennings used to stand up and look round the house, and Jones, knowing fellow that Jones, knew everybody, pointed out the fashionable and celebrated Lady So-and-so in the boxes, at the mention of whose name Mr. Dounce, after brushing up his hair and adjusting his neckerchief, would inspect the aforesaid Lady So-and-so through an immense glass, and remark either that she was a fine woman, very fine woman indeed, or that there might be a little more of her, Jones? Just as the case might happen to be. When the dancing began, John Dounce and the other old boys were particularly anxious to see what was going forward on the stage, and Jones, wicked dog that Jones, whispered little critical remarks into the ears of John Dounce, which John Dounce retailed to Mr. Harris and Mr. Harris to Mr. Jennings, and then they all four laughed until the tears ran down out of their eyes. When the curtain fell, they walked back together, two and two, to the steaks and oysters, and when they came to the second glass of brandy and water, Jones, hoaxing scamp, that Jones, used to recount how he had observed a lady in white feathers in one of the pit boxes, gazing intently on Mr. Dounce all the evening, and how he had caught Mr. Dounce, whenever he thought no one was looking at him, bestowing ardent looks of intense devotion on the lady in return. On which Mr. Harris and Mr. Jennings used to laugh very heartily, and John Dounce more heartily than either of them, acknowledging, however, that the time had been when he might have done such things. Upon which Mr. Jones used to poke him in the ribs and tell him he had been a sad dog in his time, which John Dounce with chuckles confessed. And after Mr. Harris and Mr. Jennings had preferred their claims to the character of having been sad dogs too, they separated harmoniously and trotted home. The decrees of fate and the means by which they are brought about are mysterious and inscrutable. John Dounce had led this life for 20 years and upwards, without wish for change or care for variety, when his whole social system was suddenly upset and turned completely topsy-turvy, not by an earthquake or some other dreadful convulsion of nature, as the reader would be inclined to suppose, but by the simple agency of an oyster. And thus it happened. Mr. John Dounce was returning one night from the Sir Somebody's Head to his residence in Cursitor Street, not tipsy, but rather excited, for it was Mr. Jennings's birthday, and they had had a brace of partridges for supper and a brace of extra glasses afterwards, and Jones had been more than ordinarily amusing, when his eyes rested on a newly opened oyster shop on a magnificent scale, with natives laid, one deep, in circular marble basins in the windows, together with little round barrels of oysters directed to lords and baronets, and colonels and captains, in every part of the habitable globe. Behind the natives were the barrels, and behind the barrels was a young lady of about 25, all in blue, and all alone, splendid creature, charming face and lovely figure. It is difficult to say whether Mr. John Dounce's red countenance, illuminated as it was by the flickering gaslight in the window before which he paused, excited the lady's risibility, or whether a natural exuberance of animal spirits proved too much for that staidness of demeanor which the forms of society rather dictatorially prescribe. But certain it is that the lady smiled, then put her finger upon her lip with a striking recollection of what was due to herself, and finally retired in oyster-like bashfulness to the very back of the counter. The sad dog sort of feeling came strongly upon John Dounce. He lingered, the lady in blue made no sign. He coughed, still she came not. He entered the shop. "Can you open me an oyster, my dear?" said Mr. John Dounce. "Dare say I can, sir," replied the lady in blue, with playfulness. And Mr. John Dounce eat one oyster, and then looked at the young lady, and then eat another, and then squeezed the young lady's hand as she was opening the third, and so forth, until he had devoured a dozen of those at 8 in less than no time. "Can you open me half a dozen more, my dear?" inquired Mr. John Dounce. "I'll see what I can do for you, sir," replied the young lady in blue even more bewitchingly than before, and Mr. John Dounce eat half a dozen more of those at 8. "You couldn't manage to get me a glass of brandy and water, my dear, I suppose?" said Mr. John Dounce, when he had finished the oysters, in a tone which clearly implied his supposition that she could. "I'll see, sir," said the young lady, and away she ran out of the shop, and down the street, her long auburn ringlets shaking in the wind in the most enchanting manner. And back she came again, tripping over the coal-cellar lids like a whipping-top, with a tumbler of brandy and water, which Mr. John Dounce insisted on her taking a share of, as it was regular ladies' grog, hot, strong, sweet, and plenty of it. So, the young lady sat down with Mr. John Dounce, in a little red box with a green curtain, and took a small sip of the brandy and water, and a small look at Mr. John Dounce, and then turned her head away, and went through various other serio-pantomimic fascinations, which forcibly reminded Mr. John Dounce of the first time he courted his first wife, and which made him feel more affectionate than ever. In pursuance of which affection, and actuated by which feeling, Mr. John Dounce sounded the young lady on her matrimonial engagements. When the young lady denied having formed any such engagements at all, she couldn't abear the men, they were such deceivers. Thereupon, Mr. John Dounce inquired whether this sweeping condemnation was meant to include other than very young men. On which the young lady blushed deeply. At least she turned away her head and said Mr. John Dounce had made her blush, so of course she did blush, and Mr. John Dounce was a long time drinking the brandy and water. And at last, John Dounce went home to bed and dreamed of his first wife, and his second wife, and the young lady, and partridges, and oysters, and brandy and water, and disinterested attachments. The next morning, John Dounce was rather feverish with the extra brandy and water of the previous night, and, partly in the hope of cooling himself with an oyster, and partly with the view of ascertaining whether he owed the young lady anything or not, went back to the oyster shop. If the young lady had appeared beautiful by night, she was perfectly irresistible by day. And, from this time forward, a change came over the spirit of John Dounce's dream. He bought shirt-pins, wore a ring on his third finger, read poetry, bribed a cheap miniature painter to perpetrate a faint resemblance to a youthful face, with a curtain over his head, 6 large books in the background, and an open country in the distance. This he called his portrait. Went on altogether in such an uproarious manner that the 3 Miss Dounces went off on small pensions, he having made the tenement in Cursitor Street too warm to contain them. And in short, comported and demeaned himself in every respect like an unmitigated old Saracen, as he was. As to his ancient friends, the other old boys at the Sir Somebody's Head, he dropped off from them by gradual degrees, for even when he did go there, Jones, vulgar fellow that Jones, persisted in asking when it was to be, and whether he was to have any gloves, together with other inquiries of an equally offensive nature, at which not only Harris laughed, but Jennings also. So, he cut the two altogether and attached himself solely to the blue young lady at the smart oyster shop. Now comes the moral of the story, for it has a moral after all. The last-mentioned young lady, having derived sufficient profit and emolument from John Dounce's attachment, not only refused, when matters came to a crisis, to take him for better for worse, but expressly declared, to use her own forcible words, that she wouldn't have him at no price. And John Dounce, having lost his old friends, alienated his relations, and rendered himself ridiculous to everybody, made offers successively to a schoolmistress, a landlady, a feminine tobacconist, and a housekeeper, and being directly rejected by each and every of them, was accepted by his cook, with whom he now lives, a henpecked husband, a melancholy monument of antiquated misery, and a living warning to all uxorious old boys. Chapter 8: The Mistaken Milliner. A Tale of Ambition. Miss Amelia Martin was pale, tallish, thin, and 32, what ill-natured people would call plain, and police reports interesting. She was a milliner and dressmaker, living on her business and not above it. If you had been a young lady in service, and had wanted Miss Martin, as a great many young ladies in service did, you would just have stepped up in the evening to number 47, Drummond Street, George Street, Euston Square, and after casting your eye on a brass door-plate, 1'10" by 1½, ornamented with a great brass knob at each of the 4 corners, and bearing the inscription, Miss Martin, Millinery and Dressmaking in all its branches. You'd just have knocked 2 loud knocks at the street door, and down would have come Miss Martin herself, in a merino gown of the newest fashion, black velvet bracelets on the genteelest principle, and other little elegancies of the most approved description. If Miss Martin knew the young lady who called, or if the young lady who called had been recommended by any other young lady whom Miss Martin knew, Miss Martin would forthwith show her upstairs into the 2-pair front, and chat she would, so kind and so comfortable. It really wasn't like a matter of business, she was so friendly. And then Miss Martin, after contemplating the figure and general appearance of the young lady in service with great apparent admiration, would say how well she would look, to be sure, in a low dress with short sleeves, made very full in the skirts, with 4 tucks in the bottom. to which the young lady in service would reply in terms expressive of her entire concurrence in the notion, and of the virtuous indignation with which she reflected on the tyranny of Mrs., who wouldn't allow a young girl to wear a short sleeve of an afternoon, no, nor nothing smart, not even a pair of earrings, let alone hiding people's heads of hair under them frightful caps. At the termination of this complaint, Miss Amelia Martin would distantly suggest certain dark suspicions that some people were jealous on account of their own daughters, and were obliged to keep their servants' charms under, for fear they should get married first, which was no uncommon circumstance. Leastways, she had known 2 or 3 young ladies in service, who had married a great deal better than their mistresses, and they were not very good-looking either. And then the young lady would inform Miss Martin, in confidence, that how one of their young ladies was engaged to a young man and was a-going to be married, and Mrs. was so proud about it there was no bearing of her. But how she needn't hold her head quite so high neither, for, after all, he was only a clerk. And after expressing due contempt for clerks in general, and the engaged clerk in particular, and the highest opinion possible of themselves and each other, Miss Martin and the young lady in service would bid each other good night, in a friendly but perfectly genteel manner. And the one went back to her place, and the other to her room on the second floor front. There is no saying how long Miss Amelia Martin might have continued this course of life, how extensive a connection she might have established among young ladies in service, or what amount her demands upon their quarterly receipts might have ultimately attained, had not an unforeseen train of circumstances directed her thoughts to a sphere of action very different from dressmaking or millinery. A friend of Miss Martin, S., who had long been keeping company with an ornamental painter and decorator's journeyman, at last consented, on being at last asked to do so, to name the day which would make the aforesaid journeyman a happy husband. It was a Monday that was appointed for the celebration of the nuptials, and Miss Amelia Martin was invited, among others, to honor the wedding dinner with her presence. It was a charming party, Somerstown the locality, and a front parlor the apartment. The ornamental painter and decorator's journeyman had taken a house, no lodgings nor vulgarity of that kind, but a house, 4 beautiful rooms, and a delightful little wash-house at the end of the passage, which was the most convenient thing in the world, for the bridesmaids could sit in the front parlor and receive the company, and then run into the little wash-house and see how the pudding and boiled pork were getting on in the copper, and then pop back into the parlor again, as snug and comfortable as possible. And such a parlor as it was. Beautiful Kidderminster carpet, 6 brand-new cane-bottomed stained chairs, 3 wine glasses and a tumbler on each sideboard, farmer's girl and farmer's boy on the mantelpiece, girl tumbling over a stile and boy spitting himself on the handle of a pitchfork, long white dimity curtains in the window, and, in short, everything on the most genteel scale imaginable. Then the dinner. There was baked leg of mutton at the top, boiled leg of mutton at the bottom, pair of fowls and leg of pork in the middle, porter pots at the corners, pepper, mustard, and vinegar in the center, vegetables on the floor, and plum pudding and apple pie and tartlets without number, to say nothing of cheese and celery and watercresses and all that sort of thing. As to the company, Miss Amelia Martin herself declared, on a subsequent occasion, that much as she had heard of the ornamental painter's journeyman's connection, she never could have supposed it was half so genteel. There was his father, such a funny old gentleman, and his mother, such a dear old lady, and his sister, such a charming girl, and his brother, such a manly-looking young man, with such a eye. But even all these were as nothing when compared with his musical friends, Mr. and Mrs. Jennings Rodolph, from White Conduit, with whom the ornamental painter's journeyman had been fortunate enough to contract an intimacy while engaged in decorating the concert room of that noble institution. To hear them sing separately was divine, but when they went through the tragic duet of Red Ruffian Retire, it was, as Miss Martin afterwards remarked, thrilling. And why, as Mr. Jennings Rodolph observed, why were they not engaged at one of the patent theaters? If he was to be told that their voices were not powerful enough to fill the house, his only reply was that he would back himself for any amount to fill Russell Square, a statement in which the company, after hearing the duet, expressed their full belief, so they all said it was shameful treatment, and both Mr. and Mrs. Jennings Rodolph said it was shameful too. And Mr. Jennings Rodolph looked very serious, and said he knew who his malignant opponents were, but they had better take care how far they went, for if they irritated him too much, he had not quite made up his mind whether he wouldn't bring the subject before Parliament, and they all agreed that it 'ud serve 'em quite right, and it was very proper that such people should be made an example of. So Mr. Jennings Rodolph said he'd think of it. When the conversation resumed its former tone, Mr. Jennings Rodolph claimed his right to call upon a lady, and the right being conceded, trusted Miss Martin would favor the company, a proposal which met with unanimous approbation, whereupon Miss Martin, after sundry hesitings and coughings, with a preparatory choke or two, and an introductory declaration that she was frightened to death to attempt it before such great judges of the art, commenced a species of treble chirruping containing frequent allusions to some young gentleman of the name of Henry Rye, with an occasional reference to madness and broken hearts. Mr. Jennings Rodolph frequently interrupted the progress of the song by ejaculating beautiful, charming, brilliant, oh, splendid, and see, and at its close the admiration of himself and his lady knew no bounds. "Did you ever hear so sweet a voice, my dear?" inquired Mr. Jennings Rodolph of Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. "Never, indeed I never did, love," replied Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. "Don't you think Miss Martin, with a little cultivation, would be very like Signora Maraboni, my dear?" asked Mr. Jennings Rodolph. "Just exactly the very thing that struck me, my love," answered Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. And thus the time passed away. Mr. Jennings Rodolph played tunes on a walking stick, and then went behind the parlor door and gave his celebrated imitations of actors, edge-tools, and animals. Miss Martin sang several other songs with increased admiration every time, and even the funny old gentleman began singing. His song had properly 7 verses, but as he couldn't recollect more than the first one, he sang that over 7 times, apparently very much to his own personal gratification. And then all the company sang the national anthem with national independence, each for himself, without reference to the other, and finally separated, all declaring that they never had spent so pleasant an evening, and Miss Martin inwardly resolving to adopt the advice of Mr. Jennings Rodolph and to come out without delay. Now, coming out, either in acting, or singing, or society, or facetiousness, or anything else, is all very well and remarkably pleasant to the individual principally concerned, if he or she can but manage to come out with a burst, and being out to keep out and not go in again. But it does unfortunately happen that both consummations are extremely difficult to accomplish, and that the difficulties of getting out at all in the first instance, and if you surmount them, of keeping out in the second, are pretty much on a par, and no slight ones either, and so Miss Amelia Martin shortly discovered. It is a singular fact, there being ladies in the case, that Miss Amelia Martin's principal foible was vanity, and the leading characteristic of Mrs. Jennings Rodolph an attachment to dress. Dismal wailings were heard to issue from the second-floor front of number 47, Drummond Street, George Street, Euston Square. It was Miss Martin practicing. Half-suppressed murmurs disturbed the calm dignity of the White Conduit Orchestra at the commencement of the season. It was the appearance of Mrs. Jennings Rodolph in full dress that occasioned them. Miss Martin studied incessantly, the practicing was the consequence. Mrs. Jennings Rodolph taught gratuitously now and then, the dresses were the result. Weeks passed away, the White Conduit season had begun and progressed, and was more than half over. The dressmaking business had fallen off from neglect, and its profits had dwindled away almost imperceptibly. A benefit night approached. Mr. Jennings Rodolph yielded to the earnest solicitations of Miss Amelia Martin and introduced her personally to the comic gentleman whose benefit it was. The comic gentleman was all smiles and blandness. He had composed a duet expressly for the occasion, and Miss Martin should sing it with him. The night arrived, there was an immense room, 97 sixpennorths of gin and water, 32 small glasses of brandy and water, 25 bottled ales, and 41 negusses, and the ornamental painter's journeyman, with his wife and a select circle of acquaintance, were seated at one of the side tables near the orchestra. The concert began. Song Sentimental, by a light-haired young gentleman in a blue coat and bright basket buttons. Another song Doubtful, by another gentleman in another blue coat and more bright basket buttons. Duet, Mr. Jennings Rodolph and Mrs. Jennings Rodolph, Red Ruffian, Retire. Solo, Miss Julia Montague, positively on this occasion only, I Am a Friar. Original duet, comic, Mr. H. Taplin, the comic gentleman, and Miss Martin, The Time of Day. Bravo, bravo. cried the ornamental painter's journeyman's party, as Miss Martin was gracefully led in by the comic gentleman. "Go to work, Harry," cried the comic gentleman's personal friends. Tap, 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 went the leader's bow on the music desk. The symphony began, and was soon afterwards followed by a faint kind of ventriloquial chirping, proceeding apparently from the deepest recesses of the interior of Miss Amelia Martin. "Sing out," shouted one gentleman in a white greatcoat. "Don't be afraid to put the steam on, old gal," exclaimed another. "SSSSSSS went the 5 and 20 bottled ales." "Shame, shame," remonstrated the ornamental painter's journeyman's party. "SSSS went the bottled ales again, accompanied by all the gins and a majority of the brandies." "Turn them geese out," cried the ornamental painter's journeyman's party, with great indignation. "Sing out," whispered Mr. Jennings Rodolph. "So I do," responded Miss Amelia Martin. "Sing louder," said Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. "I can't," replied Miss Amelia Martin. "Off, off, off," cried the rest of the audience. "Bravo!" shouted the painter's party. It wouldn't do. Miss Amelia Martin left the orchestra, with much less ceremony than she had entered it, and, as she couldn't sing out, never came out. The general good humor was not restored until Mr. Jennings Rodolph had become purple in the face, by imitating divers quadrupeds for half an hour, without being able to render himself audible. And, to this day, neither has Miss Amelia Martin's good humor been restored, nor the dresses made for and presented to Mrs. Jennings Rodolph, nor the local abilities which Mr. Jennings Rodolph once staked his professional reputation that Miss Martin possessed. Chapter 9. The Dancing Academy. Of all the dancing academies that ever were established, there never was one more popular in its immediate vicinity than Signor Billsmethi, S., of the King's Theatre. It was not in Spring Gardens, or Newman Street, or Berners Street, or Gower Street, or Charlotte Street, or Percy Street, or any other of the numerous streets which have been devoted time out of mind to professional people, dispensaries, and boarding houses. It was not in the West End at all. It rather approximated to the eastern portion of London, being situated in the populous and improving neighborhood of Gray's Inn Lane. It was not a dear dancing academy. 4 and 6 a quarter is decidedly cheap upon the whole. It was very select, the number of pupils being strictly limited to 75, and a quarter's payment in advance being rigidly exacted. There was public tuition and private tuition, an assembly room and a parlor. Signor Billsmethi's family were always thrown in with the parlor, and included in parlor price. That is to say, a private pupil had Signor Billsmethi's parlor to dance in, and Signor Billsmethi's family to dance with. And when he had been sufficiently broken in the parlor, he began to run in couples in the assembly room. Such was the dancing academy of Signor Billsmethi, when Mr. Augustus Cooper, of Fetter Lane, first saw an unstamped advertisement walking leisurely down Holborn Hill, announcing to the world that Signor Billsmethi, of the King's Theatre, intended opening for the season with a grand ball. Now, Mr. Augustus Cooper was in the oil and color line, just of age, with a little money, a little business, and a little mother, who, having managed her husband and his business in his lifetime, took to managing her son and his business after his decease. And so, somehow or other, he had been cooped up in the little back parlor behind the shop on weekdays, and in a little deal box without a lid, called by courtesy a pew, at Bethel Chapel, on Sundays, and had seen no more of the world than if he had been an infant all his days. Whereas young White, at the gas fitter S over the way, 3 years younger than him, had been flaring away like Winkin, going to the theatre, supping at harmonic meetings, eating oysters by the barrel, drinking stout by the gallon, even out all night, and coming home as cool in the morning as if nothing had happened. So Mr. Augustus Cooper made up his mind that he would not stand it any longer, and had that very morning expressed to his mother a firm determination to be blowed, in the event of his not being instantly provided with a street door key. And he was walking down Holborn Hill, thinking about all these things, and wondering how he could manage to get introduced into genteel society for the first time, when his eyes rested on Signor Billsmethi's announcement, which it immediately struck him was just the very thing he wanted. For he should not only be able to select a genteel circle of acquaintance at once, out of the 5 and 70 pupils at 4 and 6 a quarter, but should qualify himself at the same time to go through a hornpipe in private society, with perfect ease to himself and great delight to his friends. So he stopped the unstamped advertisement, an animated sandwich composed of a boy between two boards, and having procured a very small card with the signor's address indented thereon, walked straight at once to the signor's house. And very fast he walked too, for fear the list should be filled up and the 75 completed before he got there. The signor was at home, and, what was still more gratifying, he was an Englishman. Such a nice man, and so polite. The list was not full, but it was a most extraordinary circumstance that there was only just one vacancy, and even that one would have been filled up that very morning, only Signor Billsmethi was dissatisfied with the reference, and being very much afraid that the lady wasn't select, wouldn't take her. "And very much delighted I am, Mr. Cooper," said Signor Billsmethi, "that I did not take her. I assure you, Mr. Cooper, I don't say it to flatter you, for I know you're above it, that I consider myself extremely fortunate in having a gentleman of your manners and appearance, sir." "I am very glad of it too, sir," said Augustus Cooper. "And I hope we shall be better acquainted, sir," said Signor Billsmethi. "And I'm sure I hope we shall too, sir," responded Augustus Cooper. Just then the door opened, and in came a young lady with her hair curled in a crop all over her head and her shoes tied in sandals all over her ankles. "Don't run away, my dear," said Signor Billsmethi, for the young lady didn't know Mr. Cooper was there when she ran in and was going to run out again in her modesty, all in confusion like. "Don't run away, my dear," said Signor Billsmethi. "This is Mr. Cooper, of Fetter Lane." "Mr. Cooper, my daughter, sir, Miss Billsmethi, sir, who I hope will have the pleasure of dancing many a quadrille, minuet, gavotte, country dance, fandango, double hornpipe, and farinaghulkajingo with you, sir. She dances them all, sir, and so shall you, sir, before you're a quarter older, sir." And Signor Billsmethi slapped Mr. Augustus Cooper on the back, as if he had known him a dozen years, so friendly. And Mr. Cooper bowed to the young lady, and the young lady curtsied to him, and Signor Billsmethi said they were as handsome a pair as ever he'd wish to see. Upon which the young lady exclaimed, "Lor, pa," and blushed as red as Mr. Cooper himself. You might have thought they were both standing under a red lamp at a chemist's shop. And before Mr. Cooper went away, it was settled that he should join the family circle that very night, taking them just as they were, no ceremony nor nonsense of that kind, and learn his positions in order that he might lose no time and be able to come out at the forthcoming ball. Well, Mr. Augustus Cooper went away to one of the cheap shoemakers' shops in Holborn, where gentlemen's dress pumps are 7 and 6 and men's strong walking just nothing at all, and bought a pair of the regular 7 and 6 long-quartered, town-maids, in which he astonished himself quite as much as his mother, and sallied forth to Signor Billsmethi. There were 4 other private pupils in the parlor, 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. Such nice people, not a bit of pride about them. One of the ladies in particular, who was in training for a Columbine, was remarkably affable. And she and Miss Billsmethi took such an interest in Mr. Augustus Cooper, and joked and smiled, and looked so bewitching that he got quite at home and learnt his steps in no time. After the practicing was over, Signor Billsmethi and Miss Billsmethi and Master Billsmethi and a young lady and the 2 ladies and the 2 gentlemen danced a quadrille. None of your slipping and sliding about, but regular warm work, flying into corners and diving among chairs and shooting out at the door, something like dancing. Signor Billsmethi in particular, notwithstanding his having a little fiddle to play all the time, was out on the landing every figure. And Master Billsmethi, when everybody else was breathless, danced a hornpipe, with a cane in his hand and a cheese plate on his head, to the unqualified admiration of the whole company. Then Signor Billsmethi insisted, as they were so happy, that they should all stay to supper, and proposed sending Master Billsmethi for the beer and spirits, whereupon the 2 gentlemen swore, "Strike 'em wulgar if they'd stand that," and were just going to quarrel who should pay for it, when Mr. Augustus Cooper said he would, if they'd have the kindness to allow him, and they had the kindness to allow him, and Master Billsmethi brought the beer in a can and the rum in a quart pot. They had a regular night of it, and Miss Billsmethi squeezed Mr. Augustus Cooper's hand under the table, and Mr. Augustus Cooper returned the squeeze, and returned home too, at something to 6 o'clock in the morning, when he was put to bed by main force by the apprentice. after repeatedly expressing an uncontrollable desire to pitch his revered parent out of the second-floor window and to throttle the apprentice with his own neck-handkerchief. Weeks had worn on, and the 7 and 6-penny town-maids had nearly worn out, when the night arrived for the grand dress ball at which the whole of the 5 and 70 pupils were to meet together, for the first time that season, and to take out some portion of their respective 4 and 6pences in lamp oil and fiddlers. Mr. Augustus Cooper had ordered a new coat for the occasion, a 2-pound tenner from Turnstile. It was his first appearance in public, and after a grand Sicilian shawl dance by 14 young ladies in character, he was to open the quadrille department with Miss Billsmethi herself, with whom he had become quite intimate since his first introduction. It was a night. Everything was admirably arranged. The sandwich boy took the hats and bonnets at the street door. There was a turn-up bedstead in the back parlor, on which Miss Billsmethi made tea and coffee for such of the gentlemen as chose to pay for it, and such of the ladies as the gentlemen treated. Red port wine, negus, and lemonade were handed round at 18 pence a head, and in pursuance of a previous engagement with the public-house at the corner of the street, an extra potboy was laid on for the occasion. In short, nothing could exceed the arrangements except the company. Such ladies, such pink silk stockings, such artificial flowers, such a number of cabs. No sooner had one cab set down a couple of ladies than another cab drove up and set down another couple of ladies, and they all knew, not only one another, but the majority of the gentlemen into the bargain, which made it all as pleasant and lively as could be. Signor Billsmethi, in black tights, with a large blue bow in his buttonhole, introduced the ladies to such of the gentlemen as were strangers. And the ladies talked away, and laughed they did. It was delightful to see them. As to the shawl dance, it was the most exciting thing that ever was beheld. There was such a whisking, and rustling, and fanning, and getting ladies into a tangle with artificial flowers, and then disentangling them again. And as to Mr. Augustus Cooper's share in the quadrille, he got through it admirably. He was missing from his partner, now and then, certainly, and discovered on such occasions to be either dancing with laudable perseverance in another set, or sliding about in perspective without any definite object. But generally speaking, they managed to shove him through the figure until he turned up in the right place. Be this as it may, when he had finished, a great many ladies and gentlemen came up and complimented him very much, and said they had never seen a beginner do anything like it before. And Mr. Augustus Cooper was perfectly satisfied with himself, and everybody else into the bargain. And stood considerable quantities of spirits and water, negus, and compounds, for the use and behoof of 2 or 3 dozen very particular friends, selected from the select circle of 5 and 70 pupils. Now, whether it was the strength of the compounds, or the beauty of the ladies, or what not, it did so happen that Mr. Augustus Cooper encouraged, rather than repelled, the very flattering attentions of a young lady in brown, gauze over white calico who had appeared particularly struck with him from the first. And when the encouragements had been prolonged for some time, Miss Billsmethi betrayed her spite and jealousy thereat by calling the young lady in brown gauze a creetur, which induced the young lady in brown gauze to retort, in certain sentences containing a taunt founded on the payment of 4 and 6pence a quarter, which reference Mr. Augustus Cooper, being then and there in a state of considerable bewilderment, expressed his entire concurrence in. Miss Billsmethi, thus renounced, forthwith began screaming in the loudest key of her voice, at the rate of 14 screams a minute, and being unsuccessful in an onslaught on the eyes and face, first of the lady in gauze and then of Mr. Augustus Cooper, called distractedly on the other 3 and 70 pupils to furnish her with oxalic acid for her own private drinking, and, the call not being honored, made another rush at Mr. Cooper, and then had her staylace cut and was carried off to bed. Mr. Augustus Cooper, not being remarkable for quickness of apprehension, was at a loss to understand what all this meant, until Signor Billsmethi explained it in a most satisfactory manner, by stating to the pupils that Mr. Augustus Cooper had made and confirmed divers promises of marriage to his daughter on divers occasions, and had now basely deserted her. On which, the indignation of the pupils became universal. And as several chivalrous gentlemen inquired rather pressingly of Mr. Augustus Cooper, whether he required anything for his own use, or, in other words, whether he wanted anything for himself, he deemed it prudent to make a precipitate retreat. And the upshot of the matter was that a lawyer's letter came next day, and an action was commenced next week, and that Mr. Augustus Cooper, after walking twice to the Serpentine for the purpose of drowning himself, and coming twice back without doing it, made a confidant of his mother, who compromised the matter with £20 from the till, which made £20 4s. and 6d. paid to Signor Billsmethi, exclusive of treats and pumps. And Mr. Augustus Cooper went back and lived with his mother, and there he lives to this day. And as he has lost his ambition for society and never goes into the world, he will never see this account of himself, and will never be any the wiser. Chapter 10. Shabby Genteel People. There are certain descriptions of people who, oddly enough, appear to appertain exclusively to the metropolis. You meet them every day in the streets of London, but no one ever encounters them elsewhere. They seem indigenous to the soil, and to belong as exclusively to London as its own smoke, or the dingy bricks and mortar. We could illustrate the remark by a variety of examples, but, in our present sketch, we will only advert to one class as a specimen. That class which is so aptly and expressively designated as shabby genteel. Now, shabby people, God knows, may be found anywhere, and genteel people are not articles of greater scarcity out of London than in it. But this compound of the two, this shabby gentility, is as purely local as the statue at Charing Cross or the pump at Aldgate. It is worthy of remark, too, that only men are shabby genteel. A woman is always either dirty and slovenly in the extreme, or neat and respectable, however poverty-stricken in appearance. A very poor man, who has seen better days, as the phrase goes, is a strange compound of dirty slovenliness and wretched attempts at faded smartness. We will endeavor to explain our conception of the term, which forms the title of this paper. If you meet a man, lounging up Drury Lane or leaning with his back against a post in Long Acre, with his hands in the pockets of a pair of drab trousers plentifully besprinkled with grease spots, the trousers made very full over the boots and ornamented with 2 cords down the outside of each leg, wearing, also, what has been a brown coat with bright buttons, and a hat very much pinched up at the side, cocked over his right eye, don't pity him. He is not shabby genteel. The harmonic meetings at some fourth-rate public house or the purlieus of a private theatre are his chosen haunts. He entertains a rooted antipathy to any kind of work, and is on familiar terms with several pantomime men at the large houses. But if you see hurrying along a by-street, keeping as close as he can to the area railings, a man of about 40 or 50, clad in an old rusty suit of threadbare black cloth which shines with constant wear as if it had been beeswaxed, the trousers tightly strapped down, partly for the look of the thing, and partly to keep his old shoes from slipping off at the heels. If you observe, too, that his yellowish-white neckerchief is carefully pinned up, to conceal the tattered garment underneath, and that his hands are encased in the remains of an old pair of beaver gloves, you may set him down as a shabby genteel man. A glance at that depressed face, and timorous air of conscious poverty, will make your heart ache, always supposing that you are neither a philosopher nor a political economist. We were once haunted by a shabby genteel man. He was bodily present to our senses all day, and he was in our mind's eye all night. The man of whom Sir Walter Scott speaks in his Demonology did not suffer half the persecution from his imaginary gentleman usher in black velvet that we sustained from our friend in quondam black cloth. He first attracted our notice by sitting opposite to us in the reading room at the British Museum, and what made the man more remarkable was that he always had before him a couple of shabby genteel books, 2 old dog's-eared folios in mouldy worm-eaten covers which had once been smart. He was in his chair every morning just as the clock struck 10. He was always the last to leave the room in the afternoon, and when he did, he quitted it with the air of a man who knew not where else to go, for warmth and quiet. There he used to sit all day, as close to the table as possible, in order to conceal the lack of buttons on his coat, with his old hat carefully deposited at his feet, where he evidently flattered himself it escaped observation. About 2 o'clock, you would see him munching a French roll or a penny loaf, not taking it boldly out of his pocket at once, like a man who knew he was only making a lunch, but breaking off little bits in his pocket and eating them by stealth. He knew too well it was his dinner. When we first saw this poor object, we thought it quite impossible that his attire could ever become worse. We even went so far as to speculate on the possibility of his shortly appearing in a decent second-hand suit. We knew nothing about the matter. He grew more and more shabby genteel every day. The buttons dropped off his waistcoat, one by one. Then he buttoned his coat, and when one side of the coat was reduced to the same condition as the waistcoat, he buttoned it over on the other side. He looked somewhat better at the beginning of the week than at the conclusion, because the neckerchief, though yellow, was not quite so dingy, and in the midst of all this wretchedness, he never appeared without gloves and straps. He remained in this state for a week or two. At length, one of the buttons on the back of the coat fell off, and then the man himself disappeared, and we thought he was dead. We were sitting at the same table about a week after his disappearance, and as our eyes rested on his vacant chair, we insensibly fell into a train of meditation on the subject of his retirement from public life. We were wondering whether he had hung himself or thrown himself off a bridge, whether he really was dead or had only been arrested, when our conjectures were suddenly set at rest by the entry of the man himself. He had undergone some strange metamorphosis and walked up the center of the room with an air which showed he was fully conscious of the improvement in his appearance. It was very odd. His clothes were a fine, deep, glossy black, and yet they looked like the same suit. Nay, there were the very darns with which old acquaintance had made us familiar. The hat, too, nobody could mistake the shape of that hat, with its high crown gradually increasing in circumference towards the top. Long service had imparted to it a reddish-brown tint, but now it was as black as the coat. The truth flashed suddenly upon us: they had been revived. It is a deceitful liquid, that black and blue reviver. We have watched its effects on many a shabby genteel man. It betrays its victims into a temporary assumption of importance, possibly into the purchase of a new pair of gloves, or a cheap stock, or some other trifling article of dress. It elevates their spirits for a week, only to depress them, if possible, below their original level. It was so in this case. The transient dignity of the unhappy man decreased, in exact proportion as the reviver wore off. The knees of the unmentionables, and the elbows of the coat, and the seams generally, soon began to get alarmingly white. The hat was once more deposited under the table, and its owner crept into his seat as quietly as ever. There was a week of incessant small rain and mist. At its expiration, the reviver had entirely vanished, and the shabby genteel man never afterwards attempted to effect any improvement in his outward appearance. It would be difficult to name any particular part of town as the principal resort of shabby genteel men. We have met a great many persons of this description in the neighborhood of the Inns of Court. They may be met with, in Holborn, between 8 and 10 any morning, and whoever has the curiosity to enter the insolvent debtors' court will observe, both among spectators and practitioners, a great variety of them. We never went on 'Change by any chance without seeing some shabby genteel men, and we have often wondered what earthly business they can have there. They will sit there, for hours, leaning on great, dropsical, mildewed umbrellas or eating Abernethy biscuits. Nobody speaks to them, nor they to anyone. On consideration, we remember to have occasionally seen 2 shabby genteel men conversing together on 'Change, but our experience assures us that this is an uncommon circumstance, occasioned by the offer of a pinch of snuff, or some such civility. It would be a task of equal difficulty, either to assign any particular spot for the residence of these beings, or to endeavor to enumerate their general occupations. We were never engaged in business with more than one shabby genteel man, and he was a drunken engraver, and lived in a damp back parlor in a new row of houses at Camden Town, half street, half brick field, somewhere near the canal. A shabby genteel man may have no occupation, or he may be a corn agent, or a coal agent, or a wine merchant, or a collector of debts, or a broker's assistant, or a broken-down attorney. He may be a clerk of the lowest description, or a contributor to the press of the same grade. Whether our readers have noticed these men, in their walks as often as we have, we know not. This we know, that the miserably poor man, no matter whether he owes his distresses to his own conduct, or that of others, who feels his poverty and vainly strives to conceal it, is one of the most pitiable objects in human nature. Such objects, with few exceptions, are shabby genteel people. Chapter 11. Making a Night of It. Damon and Pythias were undoubtedly very good fellows in their way. The former for his extreme readiness to put in special bail for a friend, and the latter for a certain trump-like punctuality in turning up just in the very nick of time, scarcely less remarkable. Many points in their character have, however, grown obsolete. Daemons are rather hard to find, in these days of imprisonment for debt, except the sham ones, and they cost half a crown. And, as to the Pythiases, the few that have existed in these degenerate times have had an unfortunate knack of making themselves scarce, at the very moment when their appearance would have been strictly classical. If the actions of these heroes, however, can find no parallel in modern times, their friendship can. We have Damon and Pythias on the one hand. We have Potter and Smithers on the other. And, lest the two last-mentioned names should never have reached the ears of our unenlightened readers, we can do no better than make them acquainted with the owners thereof. Mr. Thomas Potter, then, was a clerk in the city, and Mr. Robert Smithers was a ditto in the same. Their incomes were limited, but their friendship was unbounded. They lived in the same street, walked into town every morning at the same hour, dined at the same slap-bang every day, and reveled in each other's company very night. They were knit together by the closest ties of intimacy and friendship, or, as Mr. Thomas Potter touchingly observed, they were thick and thin pals, and nothing but it. There was a spice of romance in Mr. Smithers's disposition, a ray of poetry, a gleam of misery, a sort of consciousness of he didn't exactly know what, coming across him he didn't precisely know why, which stood out in fine relief against the off-hand, dashing, amateur pickpocket sort of manner which distinguished Mr. Potter in an eminent degree. The peculiarity of their respective dispositions extended itself to their individual costume. Mr. Smithers generally appeared in public in a surtout and shoes, with a narrow black neckerchief and a brown hat, very much turned up at the sides. Peculiarities which Mr. Potter wholly eschewed, for it was his ambition to do something in the celebrated kitty or stagecoach way, and he had even gone so far as to invest capital in the purchase of a rough blue coat with wooden buttons, made upon the fireman's principle, in which, with the addition of a low-crowned, flower-pot saucer-shaped hat, he had created no inconsiderable sensation at the Albion in Little Russell Street, and divers other places of public and fashionable resort. Mr. Potter and Mr. Smithers had mutually agreed that, on the receipt of their quarter's salary, they would jointly and in company spend the evening, an evident misnomer, the spending applying, as everybody knows, not to the evening itself, but to all the money the individual may chance to be possessed of, on the occasion to which reference is made. And they had likewise agreed that, on the evening aforesaid, they would make a night of it, an expressive term, implying the borrowing of several hours from tomorrow morning, adding them to the night before, and manufacturing a compound night of the whole. The quarter-day arrived at last. We say at last, because quarter-days are as eccentric as comets, moving wonderfully quick when you have a good deal to pay, and marvelously slow when you have a little to receive. Mr. Thomas Potter and Mr. Robert Smithers met by appointment to begin the evening with a dinner. And a nice, snug, comfortable dinner they had, consisting of a little procession of 4 chops and 4 kidneys, following each other, supported on either side by a pot of the real draft stout, and attended by divers cushions of bread and wedges of cheese. When the cloth was removed, Mr. Thomas Potter ordered the waiter to bring in 2 goes of his best Scotch whiskey, with warm water and sugar, and a couple of his very mildest Havanas, which the waiter did. Mr. Thomas Potter mixed his grog and lighted his cigar. Mr. Robert Smithers did the same. And then Mr. Thomas Potter jocularly proposed as the first toast, the abolition of all offices whatever, not sinecures, but counting-houses, which was immediately drunk by Mr. Robert Smithers with enthusiastic applause. So they went on talking politics, puffing cigars, and sipping whiskey and water, until the goes, most appropriately so called, were both gone, which Mr. Robert Smithers perceiving, immediately ordered in 2 more goes of the best Scotch whiskey, and 2 more of the very mildest Havanas. And the goes kept coming in, and the mild Havanas kept going out until, what with the drinking and lighting and puffing, and the stale ashes on the table, and the tallow grease on the cigars, Mr. Robert Smithers began to doubt the mildness of the Havanas, and to feel very much as if he had been sitting in a hackney coach with his back to the horses. As to Mr. Thomas Potter, he would keep laughing out loud, and volunteering inarticulate declarations that he was all right. In proof of which, he feebly bespoke the evening paper after the next gentleman, but finding it a matter of some difficulty to discover any news in its columns, or to ascertain distinctly whether it had any columns at all, walked slowly out to look for the moon, and, after coming back quite pale with looking up at the sky so long, and attempting to express mirth at Mr. Robert Smithers having fallen asleep, by various galvanic chuckles, laid his head on his arm, and went to sleep also. When he awoke again, Mr. Robert Smithers awoke too, and they both very gravely agreed that it was extremely unwise to eat so many pickled walnuts with the chops, as it was a notorious fact that they always made people queer and sleepy. Indeed, if it had not been for the whiskey and cigars, there was no knowing what harm they mightn't have done 'em. So they took some coffee, and after paying the bill, 12 and twopence the dinner, and the odd 10pence for the waiter, 13 shillings in all, started out on their expedition to manufacture a night. It was just 8:30, so they thought they couldn't do better than go at half price to the slips at the City Theatre, which they did accordingly. Mr. Robert Smithers, who had become extremely poetical after the settlement of the bill, enlivening the walk by informing Mr. Thomas Potter, in confidence that he felt an inward presentiment of approaching dissolution, and subsequently embellishing the theatre, by falling asleep with his head and both arms gracefully drooping over the front of the boxes. Such was the quiet demeanor of the unassuming Smithers, and such were the happy effects of Scotch whiskey and Havanas on that interesting person. But Mr. Thomas Potter, whose great aim it was to be considered as a knowing card, a fast goer, and so forth, conducted himself in a very different manner, and commenced going very fast indeed, rather too fast at last, for the patience of the audience to keep pace with him. On his first entry, he contented himself by earnestly calling upon the gentlemen in the gallery to flare up, accompanying the demand with another request, expressive of his wish that they would instantaneously form a union, both which requisitions were responded to in the manner most in vogue on such occasions. "Give that dog a bone," cried one gentleman in his shirt sleeves. "Where have you been having half a pint of intermediate beer?" cried a second. "Tailor," screamed a third. "Barber's clerk," shouted a fourth. "Throw him over," roared a fifth, while numerous voices concurred in desiring Mr. Thomas Potter to go home to his mother. All these taunts Mr. Thomas Potter received with supreme contempt, cocking the low-crowned hat a little more on one side, whenever any reference was made to his personal appearance, and standing up with his arms akimbo, expressing defiance melodramatically. The overture, to which these various sounds had been an ad libitum accompaniment, concluded, the second piece began, and Mr. Thomas Potter, emboldened by impunity, proceeded to behave in a most unprecedented and outrageous manner. First of all, he imitated the shake of the principal female singer, then groaned at the blue fire, then affected to be frightened into convulsions of terror at the appearance of the ghost, and lastly not only made a running commentary in an audible voice upon the dialogue on the stage, but actually awoke Mr. Robert Smithers, who, hearing his companion making a noise and having a very indistinct notion where he was, or what was required of him, immediately, by way of imitating a good example, set up the most unearthly, unremitting, and appalling howling that ever audience heard. It was too much. "Turn them out," was the general cry. A noise as of shuffling of feet and men being knocked up with violence against wainscoting was heard. A hurried dialogue of "Come out," "You shall," "I shan't," "Give me your card, sir," "You're a scoundrel, sir," and so forth succeeded. A round of applause betokened the approbation of the audience, and Mr. Robert Smithers and Mr. Thomas Potter found themselves shot with astonishing swiftness into the road, without having had the trouble of once putting foot to ground during the whole progress of their rapid descent. Mr. Robert Smithers, being constitutionally one of the slow goers, and having had quite enough of fast going, in the course of his recent expulsion, to last until the quarter-day then next ensuing at the very least, had no sooner emerged with his companion from the precincts of Milton Street, than he proceeded to indulge in circuitous references to the beauties of sleep, mingled with distant allusions to the propriety of returning to Islington, and testing the influence of their patent Brahmas over the street door locks to which they respectively belonged. Mr. Thomas Potter, however, was valorous and peremptory. They had come out to make a night of it, and a night must be made. So Mr. Robert Smithers, who was 3 parts dull, and the other dismal, despairingly assented, and they went into a wine vaults to get materials for assisting them in making a night, where they found a good many young ladies and various old gentlemen, and a plentiful sprinkling of hackney coachmen and cab drivers, all drinking and talking together. And Mr. Thomas Potter and Mr. Robert Smithers drank small glasses of brandy and large glasses of soda, until they began to have a very confused idea, either of things in general or of anything in particular. And when they had done treating themselves, they began to treat everybody else. And the rest of the entertainment was a confused mixture of heads and heels, black eyes and blue uniforms, mud and gaslights, thick doors and stone paving. Then, as standard novelists expressively inform us, all was a blank. And in the morning the blank was filled up with the words, "Station House." And the station house was filled up with Mr. Thomas Potter, Mr. Robert Smithers, and the major part of their wine vault companions of the preceding night, with a comparatively small portion of clothing of any kind. And it was disclosed at the police office, to the indignation of the bench, and the astonishment of the spectators, how one Robert Smithers, aided and abetted by one Thomas Potter, had knocked down and beaten, in divers streets at different times, 5 men, 4 boys, and 3 women. How the said Thomas Potter had feloniously obtained possession of 5 door-knockers, 2 bell-handles, and a bonnet. How Robert Smithers, his friend, had sworn at least 40 pounds worth of oaths at the rate of 5 shillings apiece, terrified whole streets full of Her Majesty's subjects with awful shrieks and alarms of fire, destroyed the uniforms of 5 policemen, and committed various other atrocities, too numerous to recapitulate. And the magistrate, after an appropriate reprimand, fined Mr. Thomas Potter and Mr. Thomas Smithers 5 shillings each, for being, what the law vulgarly terms, drunk, and 34 pounds for 17 assaults at 40 shillings a head, with liberty to speak to the prosecutors. The prosecutors were spoken to, and Messrs. Potter and Smithers lived on credit, for a quarter, as best they might, and although the prosecutors expressed their readiness to be assaulted twice a week, on the same terms, they have never since been detected in making a night of it. Chapter 12. The Prisoner's Van. We were passing the corner of Bow Street, on our return from a lounging excursion the other afternoon, when a crowd, assembled round the door of the police office, attracted our attention. We turned up the street accordingly. There were 30 or 40 people, standing on the pavement and half across the road, and a few stragglers were patiently stationed on the opposite side of the way, all evidently waiting in expectation of some arrival. We waited too, a few minutes, but nothing occurred. So we turned round to an unshorn, sallow-looking cobbler, who was standing next us with his hands under the bib of his apron, and put the usual question of "What's the matter?" The cobbler eyed us from head to foot, with superlative contempt, and laconically replied, "Nuffin." Now, we were perfectly aware that if 2 men stop in the street to look at any given object, or even to gaze in the air, 200 men will be assembled in no time. But, as we knew very well that no crowd of people could by possibility remain in a street for 5 minutes without getting up a little amusement among themselves, unless they had some absorbing object in view, the natural inquiry next in order was, "What are all these people waiting here for?" "Her Majesty's carriage," replied the cobbler. This was still more extraordinary. We could not imagine what earthly business Her Majesty's carriage could have at the public office, Bow Street. We were beginning to ruminate on the possible causes of such an uncommon appearance, when a general exclamation from all the boys in the crowd of "Here est the one" caused us to raise our heads and look up the street. The covered vehicle, in which prisoners are conveyed from the police offices to the different prisons, was coming along at full speed. It then occurred to us, for the first time, that Her Majesty's carriage was merely another name for the prisoner's van, conferred upon it, not only by reason of the superior gentility of the term, but because the aforesaid van is maintained at Her Majesty's expense, having been originally started for the exclusive accommodation of ladies and gentlemen under the necessity of visiting the various houses of call known by the general denomination of Her Majesty's jails. The van drew up at the office door, and the people thronged round the steps, just leaving a little alley for the prisoners to pass through. Our friend the cobbler and the other stragglers crossed over, and we followed their example. The driver and another man who had been seated by his side in front of the vehicle dismounted and were admitted into the office. The office door was closed after them, and the crowd were on the tiptoe of expectation. After a few minutes' delay, the door again opened, and the two first prisoners appeared. They were a couple of girls, of whom the elder could not be more than 16, and the younger of whom had certainly not attained her 14th year. That they were sisters was evident from the resemblance which still subsisted between them, though 2 additional years of depravity had fixed their brand upon the elder girl's features, as legibly as if a red-hot iron had seared them. They were both gaudily dressed, the younger one especially, and although there was a strong similarity between them in both respects, which was rendered the more obvious by their being handcuffed together, it is impossible to conceive a greater contrast than the demeanor of the two presented. The younger girl was weeping bitterly, not for display, or in the hope of producing effect, but for very shame. Her face was buried in her handkerchief, and her whole manner was but too expressive of bitter and unavailing sorrow. "How long are you for Emily?" screamed a red-faced woman in the crowd. 6 weeks in labor," replied the elder girl with a flaunting laugh. "And that's better than the stone jug anyhow. The mill's a deal better than the sessions, and here's Bella A going too for the first time. Hold up your head, you chicken," she continued, boisterously tearing the other girl's handkerchief away. "Hold up your head and show Em your face." "I ain't jealous, but I'm blessed if I ain't game." "That's right, old gal," exclaimed a man in a paper cap who, in common with the greater part of the crowd, had been inexpressibly delighted with this little incident. "Right," replied the girl. "Ah, to be sure, what's the odds, eh?" "Come, in with you," interrupted the driver. "Don't you be in a hurry, coachman," replied the girl, "and recollect I want to be set down in Cold Bath Fields, large house with a high garden wall in front, you can't mistake it. Hallo. Bella, where are you going to? You'll pull my precious arm off." This was addressed to the younger girl, who, in her anxiety to hide herself in the caravan, had ascended the steps first, and forgotten the strain upon the handcuff. "Come down, and let's show you the way." And after jerking the miserable girl down with a force which made her stagger on the pavement, she got into the vehicle and was followed by her wretched companion. These 2 girls had been thrown upon London streets, their vices and debauchery, by a sordid and rapacious mother. What the younger girl was then, the elder had been once, and what the elder then was, the younger must soon become. A melancholy prospect, but how surely to be realized, a tragic drama, but how often acted. Turn to the prisons and police offices of London, nay, look into the very streets themselves. These things pass before our eyes, day after day, and hour after hour. They have become such matters of course, that they are utterly disregarded. The progress of these girls in crime will be as rapid as the flight of a pestilence, resembling it too in its baneful influence and wide-spreading infection. Step by step, how many wretched females within the sphere of every man's observation have become involved in a career of vice, frightful to contemplate, hopeless at its commencement, loathsome and repulsive in its course, friendless, forlorn, and unpitied at its miserable conclusion. There were other prisoners, boys of 10, as hardened in vice as men of 50, a houseless vagrant, going joyfully to prison as a place of food and shelter, handcuffed to a man whose prospects were ruined, character lost, and family rendered destitute by his first offense. Our curiosity, however, was satisfied. The first group had left an impression on our mind we would gladly have avoided and would willingly have effaced. The crowd dispersed. The vehicle rolled away with its load of guilt and misfortune, and we saw no more of the prisoner's van. Tales. Chapter 1. The Boarding House. Chapter 1. Mrs. Tibbs was, beyond all dispute, the most tidy, fidgety, thrifty little personage that ever inhaled the smoke of London. And the house of Mrs. Tibbs was, decidedly, the neatest in all Great Coram Street. The area and the area steps, and the street door and the street door steps, and the brass handle and the door plate and the knocker and the fanlight were all as clean and bright as indefatigable whitewashing and hearthstoning and scrubbing and rubbing could make them. The wonder was that the brass door plate, with the interesting inscription Mrs. Tibbs, had never caught fire from constant friction, so perseveringly was it polished. There were meat-safe-looking blinds in the parlor windows, blue and gold curtains in the drawing-room, and spring-roller blinds, as Mrs. Tibbs was wont in the pride of her heart to boast, all the way up. The bell lamp in the passage looked as clear as a soap bubble. You could see yourself in all the tables and French polish yourself on any one of the chairs. The banisters were beeswaxed, and the very stair wires made your eyes wink, they were so glittering. Mrs. Tibbs was somewhat short of stature, and Mr. Tibbs was by no means a large man. He had, moreover, very short legs, but by way of indemnification, his face was peculiarly long. He was to his wife what the 0 is in 90, he was of some importance with her, he was nothing without her. Mrs. Tibbs was always talking. Mr. Tibbs rarely spoke, but if it were at any time possible to put in a word, when he should have said nothing at all, he had that talent. Mrs. Tibbs detested long stories, and Mr. Tibbs had one, the conclusion of which had never been heard by his most intimate friends. It always began, "I recollect when I was in the volunteer corps in 1806, but as he spoke very slowly and softly, and his better half very quickly and loudly, he rarely got beyond the introductory sentence. He was a melancholy specimen of the storyteller. He was the wandering Jew of Joe Millerism. Mr. Tibbs enjoyed a small independence from the pension list, about 43L, 15S, 10D, a year. His father, mother, and 5 interesting scions from the same stock drew a like sum from the revenue of a grateful country, though for what particular service was never known. But as this said independence was not quite sufficient to furnish 2 people with all the luxuries of this life, it had occurred to the busy little spouse of Tibbs that the best thing she could do with a legacy of 700L would be to take and furnish a tolerable house, somewhere in that partially explored tract of country which lies between the British Museum and a remote village called Somerstown, for the reception of boarders. Great Coram Street was the spot pitched upon. The house had been furnished accordingly, 2 female servants and a boy engaged, and an advertisement inserted in the morning papers informing the public that 6 individuals would meet with all the comforts of a cheerful musical home in a select private family, residing within 10 minutes' walk of everywhere. Answers out of number were received, with all sorts of initials. All the letters of the alphabet seemed to be seized with a sudden wish to go out boarding and lodging. Voluminous was the correspondence between Mrs. Tibbs and the applicants, and most profound was the secrecy observed. E didn't like this. I couldn't think of putting up with that. IOU didn't think the terms would suit him, and GR had never slept in a French bed. The result, however, was that 3 gentlemen became inmates of Mrs. Tibbs's house, on terms which were agreeable to all parties. In went the advertisement again, and a lady with her 2 daughters proposed to increase, not their families, but Mrs. Tibbs' "Charming woman, that Mrs. Maplesone," said Mrs. Tibbs, as she and her spouse were sitting by the fire after breakfast, the gentlemen having gone out on their several avocations. "Charming woman, indeed," repeated little Mrs. Tibbs, more by way of soliloquy than anything else, for she never thought of consulting her husband. "And the 2 daughters are delightful. We must have some fish today, they'll join us at dinner for the first time." Mr. Tibbs placed the poker at right angles with the fire shovel, and essayed to speak, but recollected he had nothing to say. "The young ladies," continued Mrs. T., "have kindly volunteered to bring their own piano." Tibbs thought of the volunteer story, but did not venture it. A bright thought struck him. "It's very likely," said he. "Pray don't lean your head against the paper," interrupted Mrs. Tibbs, "and don't put your feet on the steel fender, that's worse." Tibbs took his head from the paper, and his feet from the fender, and proceeded. "It's very likely one of the young ladies may set her cap at young Mr. Simpson, and you know a marriage." "Eh, what?" shrieked Mrs. Tibbs. Tibbs modestly repeated his former suggestion. "I beg you won't mention such a thing," said Mrs. T. "A marriage, indeed, to rob me of my boarders, no, not for the world." Tibbs thought in his own mind that the event was by no means unlikely, but as he never argued with his wife, he put a stop to the dialogue, by observing it was time to go to business. He always went out at 10 o'clock in the morning and returned at 5 in the afternoon, with an exceedingly dirty face and smelling moldy. Nobody knew what he was or where he went, but Mrs. Tibbs used to say with an air of great importance that he was engaged in the city. The Miss Maplesones and their accomplished parent arrived in the course of the afternoon in a hackney coach, and accompanied by a most astonishing number of packages. Trunks, bonnet boxes, muff boxes and parasols, guitar cases and parcels of all imaginable shapes, done up in brown paper and fastened with pins, filled the passage. Then there was such a running up and down with the luggage, such scampering for warm water for the ladies to wash in, and such a bustle and confusion, and heating of servants and curling irons, as had never been known in Great Coram Street before. Little Mrs. Tibbs was quite in her element, bustling about, talking incessantly, and distributing towels and soap like a head nurse in a hospital. The house was not restored to its usual state of quiet repose until the ladies were safely shut up in their respective bedrooms, engaged in the important occupation of dressing for dinner. "Are these gals 'andsome?" inquired Mr. Simpson of Mr. Septimus Hicks, another of the boarders, as they were amusing themselves in the drawing-room before dinner by lolling on sofas and contemplating their pumps. "Don't know," replied Mr. Septimus Hicks, who was a tallish, white-faced young man, with spectacles and a black ribbon round his neck instead of a neckerchief, a most interesting person, a poetical walker of the hospitals, and a very talented young man. He was fond of lugging into conversation all sorts of quotations from Don Juan without fettering himself by the propriety of their application, in which particular he was remarkably independent. The other, Mr. Simpson, was one of those young men who are in society what walking gentlemen are on the stage, only infinitely worse skilled in his vocation than the most indifferent artist. He was as empty-headed as the great bell of St. Paul, always dressed according to the caricatures published in the monthly fashion, and spelt character with a K. "I saw a devilish number of parcels in the passage when I came home," simpered Mr. Simpson. "Materials for the toilet, no doubt," rejoined the Don Juan reader. "Much linen, lace, and several pair of stockings, slippers, brushes, combs, complete with other articles of ladies' fare to keep them beautiful or leave them neat." "Is that from Milton?" inquired Mr. Simpson. "No, from Byron," returned Mr. Hicks with a look of contempt. He was quite sure of his author because he had never read any other. "Hush, here come the gals," and they both commenced talking in a very loud key. "Mrs. Maplesohn and the Miss Maplesohns, Mr. Hicks. Mr. Hicks, Mrs. Maplesohn and the Miss Maplesohns," said Mrs. Tibbs, with a very red face, for she had been superintending the cooking operations below stairs and looked like a wax doll on a sunny day. "Mr. Simpson, I beg your pardon, Mr. Simpson, Mrs. Maplesohn and the Miss Maplesohns, and vice versa." The gentlemen immediately began to slide about with much politeness, and to look as if they wished their arms had been legs, so little did they know what to do with them. The ladies smiled, curtsied, and glided into chairs, and dived for dropped pocket handkerchiefs. The gentlemen leant against two of the curtain pegs. Mrs. Tibbs went through an admirable bit of serious pantomime with a servant who had come up to ask some question about the fish sauce. And then the two young ladies looked at each other, and everybody else appeared to discover something very attractive in the pattern of the fender. "Julia, my love," said Mrs. Maplesohn to her youngest daughter, in a tone loud enough for the remainder of the company to hear. "Julia." "Yes, ma." "Don't stoop." This was said for the purpose of directing general attention to Miss Julia's figure, which was undeniable. Everybody looked at her, accordingly, and there was another pause. "We had the most uncivil hackney coachman today, you can imagine," said Mrs. Maplesohn to Mrs. Tibbs in a confidential tone. "Dear me," replied the hostess, with an air of great commiseration. She couldn't say more, for the servant again appeared at the door, and commenced telegraphing most earnestly to her missus. "I think hackney coachmen generally are uncivil," said Mr. Hicks in his most insinuating tone. "Positively I think they are," replied Mrs. Maplesohn, as if the idea had never struck her before. "And cabmen, too," said Mr. Simpson. This remark was a failure, for no one intimated, by word or sign, the slightest knowledge of the manners and customs of cabmen. "Robinson, what do you want?" said Mrs. Tibbs to the servant, who, by way of making her presence known to her mistress, had been giving sundry hems and sniffs outside the door during the preceding 5 minutes. "Please, ma'am, master wants his clean things," replied the servant, taken off her guard. The two young men turned their faces to the window and went off like a couple of bottles of ginger beer. The ladies put their handkerchiefs to their mouths, and little Mrs. Tibbs bustled out of the room to give Tibbs his clean linen, and the servant warning. Mr. Calton, the remaining boarder, shortly afterwards made his appearance and proved a surprising promoter of the conversation. Mr. Calton was a superannuated beau, an old boy. He used to say of himself that although his features were not regularly handsome, they were striking. They certainly were. It was impossible to look at his face without being reminded of a chubby street-door knocker, half lion, half monkey, and the comparison might be extended to his whole character and conversation. He had stood still while everything else had been moving. He never originated a conversation or started an idea, but if any commonplace topic were broached, or, to pursue the comparison, if anybody lifted him up, he would hammer away with surprising rapidity. He had the tic-doularoo occasionally, and then he might be said to be muffled, because he did not make quite as much noise as at other times, when he would go on prosing, rat-tat-tat the same thing over and over again. He had never been married, but he was still on the lookout for a wife with money. He had a life interest worth about 300L. A year, he was exceedingly vain and inordinately selfish. He had acquired the reputation of being the very pink of politeness, and he walked round the park and up Regent Street every day. This respectable personage had made up his mind to render himself exceedingly agreeable to Mrs. Maplesone. Indeed, the desire of being as amiable as possible extended itself to the whole party. Mrs. Tibbs having considered it an admirable little bit of management to represent to the gentlemen that she had some reason to believe the ladies were fortunes, and to hint to the ladies that all the gentlemen were eligible. A little flirtation, she thought, might keep her house full without leading to any other result. Mrs. Maplesone was an enterprising widow of about 50, shrewd, scheming, and good-looking. She was amiably anxious on behalf of her daughters, in proof whereof she used to remark that she would have no objection to marry again if it would benefit her dear girls. She could have no other motive. The dear girls themselves were not at all insensible to the merits of a good establishment. One of them was 25, the other 3 years younger. They had been at different watering places for 4 seasons. They had gambled at libraries, read books in balconies, sold at fancy fairs, danced at assemblies, talked sentiment. In short, they had done all that industrious girls could do, but as yet to no purpose. "What a magnificent dresser Mr. Simpson is," whispered Matilda Maplesone to her sister Julia. "Splendid," returned the youngest. The magnificent individual alluded to wore a maroon-colored dress coat, with a velvet collar and cuffs of the same tint, very like that which usually invests the form of the distinguished unknown who condescends to play the swell in the pantomime at Richardson's show. "What whiskers?" said Miss Julia. "Charming," responded her sister. "And what hair?" His hair was like a wig, and distinguished by that insinuating wave which graces the shining locks of those chef d'oeuvres of art surmounting the waxen images in Bartolot's window in Regent Street. His whiskers meeting beneath his chin seemed strings wherewith to tie it on, ere science had rendered them unnecessary by her patent invisible springs. "Dinner S on the table, ma'am, if you please," said the boy, who now appeared for the first time in a revived black coat of his master, S. "Oh, Mr. Carlton, will you lead Mrs. Maplesone? Thank you." Mr. Simpson offered his arm to Miss Julia, Mr. Septimus Hicks escorted the lovely Matilda, and the procession proceeded to the dining-room. Mr. Tibbs was introduced, and Mr. Tibbs bobbed up and down to the 3 ladies like a figure in a Dutch clock, with a powerful spring in the middle of his body, and then dived rapidly into his seat at the bottom of the table, delighted to screen himself behind a soup tureen, which he could just see over, and that was all. The boarders were seated, a lady and gentleman alternately, like the layers of bread and meat in a plate of sandwiches, and then Mrs. Tibbs directed James to take off the covers. Salmon, lobster sauce, giblet soup, and the usual accompaniments were discovered. Potatoes like petrifactions, and bits of toasted bread, the shape and size of blank dice. "Soup for Mrs. Maplesone, my dear," said the bustling Mrs. Tibbs. She always called her husband my dear before company. Tibbs, who had been eating his bread and calculating how long it would be before he should get any fish, helped the soup in a hurry, made a small island on the tablecloth, and put his glass upon it to hide it from his wife. "Miss Julia, shall I assist you to some fish?" "If you please, very little, plenty, thank you. A bit about the size of a walnut put upon the plate." "Julia is a very little eater," said Mrs. Maplesone to Mr. Carlton. The knocker gave a single rap. He was busy eating the fish with his eyes, so he only ejaculated, "Ah." "My dear," said Mrs. Tibbs to her spouse after everyone else had been helped, "what do you take?" The inquiry was accompanied with a look intimating that he mustn't say fish, because there was not much left. Tibbs thought the frown referred to the island on the tablecloth. He therefore coolly replied, "Why, I'll take a little fish, I think." "Did you say fish, my dear?" Another frown. "Yes, dear," replied the villain, with an expression of acute hunger depicted in his countenance. The tears almost started to Mrs. Tibbs's eyes as she helped her wretch of a husband, as she inwardly called him, to the last eatable bit of salmon on the dish. "James, take this to your master, and take away your master's knife." This was deliberate revenge, as Tibbs never could eat fish without one. He was, however, constrained to chase small particles of salmon round and round his plate with a piece of bread and a fork, the number of successful attempts being about 1 in 17. "Take away, James," said Mrs. Tibbs, as Tibbs swallowed the fourth mouthful, and away went the plates like lightning. "I'll take a bit of bread, James," said the poor master of the house, more hungry than ever. "Never mind your master now, James," said Mrs. Tibbs. "See about the meat." This was conveyed in the tone in which ladies usually give admonitions to servants in company, that is to say, a low one, but which, like a stage whisper, from its peculiar emphasis, is most distinctly heard by everybody present. A pause ensued before the table was replenished, a sort of parenthesis in which Mr. Simpson, Mr. Calton, and Mr. Hicks produced respectively a bottle of Sauterne, Bucellas, and sherry, and took wine with everybody except Tibbs. No one ever thought of him. Between the fish and an intimated sirloin, there was a prolonged interval. Here was an opportunity for Mr. Hicks. He could not resist the singularly appropriate quotation. "But beef is rare within these oxless isles. Goats, flesh there is, no doubt, and kid and mutton, and when a holiday upon them smiles, a joint upon their barbarous spits they put on." Very ungentlemanly behavior, thought little Mrs. Tibbs, to talk in that way. "Ah," said Mr. Calton, filling his glass, "Tom Moore is my poet." "And mine," said Mrs. Mapleson. "And mine," said Miss Julia. "And mine," added Mr. Simpson. "Look at his compositions," resumed the knocker. "To be sure," said Simpson with confidence. "Look at Don Juan," replied Mr. Septimus Hicks. "Julia's letter," suggested Miss Matilda. "Can anything be grander than the fire worshippers?" inquired Miss Julia. "To be sure," said Simpson. "Or Paradise and the Perie," said the old beau. "Yes, or Paradise and the Pier," repeated Simpson, who thought he was getting through it capitally. "It's all very well," replied Mr. Septimus Hicks, who, as we have before hinted, never had read anything but Don Juan. "Where will you find anything finer than the description of the siege at the commencement of the 7th canto?" "Talking of a siege," said Tibbs, with a mouthful of bread, "when I was in the volunteer corps in 1806, our commanding officer was Sir Charles Rampart. And one day, when we were exercising on the ground on which the London University now stands, he says he, Tibbs, calling me from the ranks, Tibbs." "Tell your master, James," interrupted Mrs. Tibbs in an awfully distinct tone, "tell your master if he won't carve those fowls, to send them to me." The discomfited volunteer instantly set to work and carved the fowls almost as expeditiously as his wife operated on the haunch of mutton. Whether he ever finished the story is not known, but if he did, nobody heard it. As the ice was now broken, and the new inmates more at home, every member of the company felt more at ease. Tibbs himself most certainly did, because he went to sleep immediately after dinner. Mr. Hicks and the ladies discoursed most eloquently about poetry, and the theatres, and Lord Chesterfield's letters, and Mr. Calton followed up what everybody said, with continuous double knocks. Mrs. Tibbs highly approved of every observation that fell from Mrs. Mapleson, and as Mr. Simpson sat with a smile upon his face and said, "Yes," or "Certainly," at intervals of about 4 minutes each, he received full credit for understanding what was going forward. The gentlemen rejoined the ladies in the drawing-room very shortly after they had left the dining parlor. Mrs. Mapleson and Mr. Calton played cribbage, and the young people amused themselves with music and conversation. The Miss Maplesons sang the most fascinating duets and accompanied themselves on guitars, ornamented with bits of ethereal blue ribbon. Mr. Simpson put on a pink waistcoat and said he was in raptures, and Mr. Hicks felt in the 7th heaven of poetry or the 7th canto of Don Juan, it was the same thing to him. Mrs. Tibbs was quite charmed with the newcomers, and Mr. Tibbs spent the evening in his usual way. He went to sleep and woke up and went asleep again and woke at supper time. We are not about to adopt the license of novel writers and to let years roll on. but we will take the liberty of requesting the reader to suppose that 6 months have elapsed since the dinner we have described, and that Mrs. Tibbs's boarders have, during that period, sang and danced, and gone to theatres and exhibitions, together, as ladies and gentlemen, wherever they board, often do. And we will beg them, the period we have mentioned having elapsed, to imagine farther, that Mr. Septimus Hicks received, in his own bedroom, a front attic, at an early hour one morning, a note from Mr. Calton, requesting the favor of seeing him, as soon as convenient to himself, in his, Calton's, dressing room on the second floor back. "Tell Mr. Calton I'll come down directly," said Mr. Septimus to the boy. "Stop, is Mr. Calton unwell?" inquired this excited walker of hospitals, as he put on a bed-furniture-looking dressing-gown. "Not as I knows on, sir," replied the boy. "Please, sir, he looked rather rum, as it might be." "Ah, that's no proof of his being ill," returned Hicks unconsciously. "Very well, I'll be down directly." Downstairs ran the boy with the message, and down went the excited Hicks himself, almost as soon as the message was delivered. Tap, tap. "Come in." Door opens and discovers Mr. Calton sitting in an easy chair. Mutual shakes of the hand exchanged, and Mr. Septimus Hicks motioned to a seat. A short pause, Mr. Hicks coughed, and Mr. Calton took a pinch of snuff. It was one of those interviews where neither party knows what to say. Mr. Septimus Hicks broke silence. "I received a note," he said very tremulously, in a voice like a punch with a cold. "Yes," returned the other, "you did." "Exactly." "Yes." Now, although this dialogue must have been satisfactory, both gentlemen felt there was something more important to be said. Therefore they did as most men in such a situation would have done. They looked at the table with a determined aspect. The conversation had been opened, however, and Mr. Calton had made up his mind to continue it with a regular double knock. He always spoke very pompously. "Hicks," said he, "I have sent for you, in consequence of certain arrangements which are pending in this house, connected with a marriage." "With a marriage?" gasped Hicks, compared with whose expression of countenance Hamlet, when he sees his father's ghost, is pleasing and composed. "With a marriage," returned the knocker, "I have sent for you to prove the great confidence I can repose in you." "And will you betray me?" eagerly inquired Hicks, who in his alarm had even forgotten to quote. "I betray you, won't you betray me?" "Never, no one shall know, to my dying day, that you had a hand in the business," responded the agitated Hicks, with an inflamed countenance, and his hair standing on end as if he were on the stool of an electrifying machine in full operation. "People must know that, some time or other, within a year, I imagine," said Mr. Calton, with an air of great self-complacency, "we may have a family." That won't affect you surely." "The devil it woe." "No, how can it?" said the bewildered Hicks. Calton was too much enwrapped in the contemplation of his happiness to see the equivoque between Hicks and himself, and threw himself back in his chair. "Oh, Matilda," sighed the antique beau in a lackadaisical voice, and applying his right hand a little to the left of the fourth button of his waistcoat, counting from the bottom. "Oh, Matilda." "What Matilda?" inquired Hicks, starting up. "Matilda Mapleson," responded the other, doing the same. "I marry her tomorrow morning," said Hicks. "It's false," rejoined his companion. "I marry her." "You marry her." "I marry her." "You marry Matilda Mapleson." "Matilda Mapleson." "Miss Mapleson marry you." "Miss Mapleson, no, Mrs. Mapleson." "Good heaven," said Hicks, falling into his chair. "You marry the mother and I the daughter." "Most extraordinary circumstance," replied Mr. Calton, "and rather inconvenient too, for the fact is, that owing to Matilda's wishing to keep her intentions secret from her daughters until the ceremony had taken place, she doesn't like applying to any of her friends to give her away. I entertain an objection to making the affair known to my acquaintance just now, and the consequence is that I sent to you to know whether you oblige me by acting as father." "I should have been most happy, I assure you," said Hicks, in a tone of condolence, "but you see, I shall be acting as bridegroom. One character is frequently a consequence of the other, but it is not usual to act in both at the same time. There's Simpson, I have no doubt he'll do it for you." "I don't like to ask him," replied Calton, "he's such a donkey." Mr. Septimus Hicks looked up at the ceiling and down at the floor. At last an idea struck him. Let the man of the house, Tibbs, be the father, he suggested, and then he quoted, as peculiarly applicable to Tibbs and the pair. O powers of heaven, what dark eyes meets she there? 'Tis her father's, fixed upon the pair. The idea has struck me already, said Mr. Carlton. But, you see, Matilda, for what reason I know not, is very anxious that Mrs. Tibbs should know nothing about it, till it's all over. It's a natural delicacy, after all, you know. He's the best-natured little man in existence, if you manage him properly, said Mr. Septimus Hicks. Tell him not to mention it to his wife, and assure him she won't mind it, and he'll do it directly. My marriage is to be a secret one, on account of the mother and my father, therefore he must be enjoined to secrecy. A small double knock, like a presumptuous single one, was that instant heard at the street door. It was Tibbs, it could be no one else, for no one else occupied 5 minutes in rubbing his shoes. He had been out to pay the baker's bill. Mr. Tibbs, called Mr. Carlton in a very bland tone, looking over the banisters. Sir, replied he of the dirty face. Will you have the kindness to step upstairs for a moment? Certainly, sir, said Tibbs, delighted to be taken notice of. The bedroom door was carefully closed, and Tibbs, having put his hat on the floor, as most timid men do, and been accommodated with a seat, looked as astounded as if he were suddenly summoned before the familiars of the Inquisition. A rather unpleasant occurrence, Mr. Tibbs, said Carlton, in a very portentous manner, obliges me to consult you, and to beg you will not communicate what I am about to say to your wife. Tibbs acquiesced, wondering in his own mind what the deuce the other could have done, and imagining that at least he must have broken the best decanters. Mr. Carlton resumed, I am placed, Mr. Tibbs, in rather an unpleasant situation. Tibbs looked at Mr. Septimus Hicks, as if he thought Mr. H.'s being in the immediate vicinity of his fellow boarder might constitute the unpleasantness of his situation. But as he did not exactly know what to say, he merely ejaculated the monosyllable lore. Now, continued the knocker, let me beg you will exhibit no manifestations of surprise, which may be overheard by the domestics, when I tell you, command your feelings of astonishment, that 2 inmates of this house intend to be married tomorrow morning. And he drew back his chair several feet to perceive the effect of the unlooked-for announcement. If Tibbs had rushed from the room, staggered downstairs, and fainted in the passage, if he had instantaneously jumped out of the window into the mews behind the house, in an agony of surprise, his behavior would have been much less inexplicable to Mr. Carlton than it was, when he put his hands into his inexpressible pockets and said with a half-chuckle, just so. You are not surprised, Mr. Tibbs? Inquired Mr. Carlton. Bless you, no, sir, returned Tibbs. After all, it's very natural, when 2 young people get together, you know. Certainly, certainly, said Carlton, with an indescribable air of self-satisfaction. You don't think it's at all an out-of-the-way affair, then? Asked Mr. Septimus Hicks, who had watched the countenance of Tibbs in mute astonishment. No, sir, replied Tibbs, I was just the same at his age. He actually smiled when he said this. How devilish well I must carry my years, thought the delighted old beau, knowing he was at least 10 years older than Tibbs at that moment. Well then, to come to the point at once, he continued, I have to ask you whether you will object to act as father on the occasion. Certainly not, replied Tibbs, still without evincing an atom of surprise. You will not. Decidedly not, reiterated Tibbs, still as calm as a pot of porter with the head off. Mr. Carlton seized the hand of the petticoat-governed little man and vowed eternal friendship from that hour. Hicks, who was all admiration and surprise, did the same. Now confess, asked Mr. Carlton of Tibbs as he picked up his hat, were you not a little surprised? I believe you, replied that illustrious person, holding up one hand, I believe you, when I first heard of it. So sudden, said Septimus Hicks. So strange to ask me, you know, said Tibbs. So odd altogether, said the superannuated love-maker, and then all 3 laughed. I say, said Tibbs, shutting the door which he had previously opened, and giving full vent to a hitherto corked-up giggle, what bothers me is, what will his father say? Mr. Septimus Hicks looked at Mr. Carlton. Yes, but the best of it is, said the latter, giggling in his turn, I haven't got a father, he. You haven't got a father. No, but he has, said Tibbs. "Who has?" inquired Septimus Hicks. "Why, him." "Him who? Do you know my secret? Do you mean me?" You know who I mean," returned Tibbs with a knowing wink. "For heaven's sake, whom do you mean?" inquired Mr. Carlton, who, like Septimus Hicks, was all but out of his senses at the strange confusion. "Why, Mr. Simpson, of course," replied Tibbs. "Who else could I mean?" "I see it all," said the Byron quoter. "Simpson marries Julia Maplesone tomorrow morning." "Undoubtedly," replied Tibbs, thoroughly satisfied. "Of course he does. It would require the pencil of Hogarth to illustrate. Our feeble pen is inadequate to describe the expression which the countenances of Mr. Carlton and Mr. Septimus Hicks respectively assumed at this unexpected announcement. Equally impossible is it to describe, although perhaps it is easier for our lady readers to imagine, what arts the three ladies could have used so completely to entangle their separate partners. Whatever they were, however, they were successful. The mother was perfectly aware of the intended marriage of both daughters, and the young ladies were equally acquainted with the intention of their estimable parent. They agreed, however, that it would have a much better appearance if each feigned ignorance of the other's engagement, and it was equally desirable that all the marriages should take place on the same day to prevent the discovery of one clandestine alliance operating prejudicially on the others. Hence, the mystification of Mr. Carlton and Mr. Septimus Hicks, and the pre-engagement of the unwary Tibbs. On the following morning, Mr. Septimus Hicks was united to Miss Matilda Maplesone. Mr. Simpson also entered into a holy alliance with Miss Julia, Tibbs acting as father, his first appearance in that character. Mr. Carlton, not being quite so eager as the two young men, was rather struck by the double discovery, and as he had found some difficulty in getting anyone to give the lady away, it occurred to him that the best mode of obviating the inconvenience would be not to take her at all. The lady, however, appealed, as her counsel said on the trial of the cause, Maplesone v. Carlton, for a breach of promise, with a broken heart, to the outraged laws of her country. She recovered damages to the amount of 1,000 L, which the unfortunate knocker was compelled to pay. Mr. Septimus Hicks, having walked the hospitals, took it into his head to walk off altogether. His injured wife is at present residing with her mother at Boulogne. Mr. Simpson, having the misfortune to lose his wife 6 weeks after marriage, by her eloping with an officer during his temporary sojourn in the Fleet prison, in consequence of his inability to discharge her little mantua-maker's bill, and being disinherited by his father, who died soon afterwards, was fortunate enough to obtain a permanent engagement at a fashionable hair-cutter, hairdressing being a science to which he had frequently directed his attention. In this situation, he had necessarily many opportunities of making himself acquainted with the habits and style of thinking of the exclusive portion of the nobility of this kingdom. To this fortunate circumstance are we indebted for the production of those brilliant efforts of genius, his fashionable novels, which so long as good taste, unsullied by exaggeration, cant, and quackery, continues to exist, cannot fail to instruct and amuse the thinking portion of the community. It only remains to add that this complication of disorders completely deprived poor Mrs. Tibbs of all her inmates, except the one whom she could have best spared, her husband. That wretched little man returned home, on the day of the wedding, in a state of partial intoxication, and, under the influence of wine, excitement, and despair, actually dared to brave the anger of his wife. Since that ill-fated hour, he has constantly taken his meals in the kitchen, to which apartment, it is understood, his witticisms will be in future confined. A turn-up bedstead having been conveyed there by Mrs. Tibbs's order for his exclusive accommodation. It is possible that he will be enabled to finish, in that seclusion, his story of the volunteers. The advertisement has again appeared in the morning papers. Results must be reserved for another chapter. Chapter the 2nd. "Well," said little Mrs. Tibbs to herself, as she sat in the front parlor of the Coram Street mansion one morning, mending a piece of stair carpet off the first landings. "Things have not turned out so badly, either, and if I only get a favorable answer to the advertisement, we shall be full again." Mrs. Tibbs resumed her occupation of making worsted latticework in the carpet, anxiously listening to the twopenny postman, who was hammering his way down the street, at the rate of a penny a knock. The house was as quiet as possible. There was only one low sound to be heard, It was the unhappy Tibbs cleaning the gentleman's boots in the back kitchen and accompanying himself with a buzzing noise in wretched mockery of humming a tune. The postman drew near the house. He paused, so did Mrs. Tibbs. A knock, a bustle, a letter post-paid. T.I. presents compt. To I.T. and T.I. begs to say that I see the advertisement, and she will do herself the pleasure of calling on you at 12 o'clock tomorrow morning. T.I. as to apologize to I.T. for the shortness of the notice, but I hope it will not inconvenience you. I remain yours truly, Wednesday evening. Little Mrs. Tibbs perused the document over and over again, and the more she read it, the more was she confused by the mixture of the first and third person, the substitution of the I for the TI, and the transition from the IT to the U. The writing looked like a skein of thread in a tangle, and the note was ingeniously folded into a perfect square, with the directions squeezed up into the right-hand corner, as if it were ashamed of itself. The back of the epistle was pleasingly ornamented with a large red wafer, which, with the addition of divers ink stains, bore a marvelous resemblance to a black beetle trodden upon. One thing, however, was perfectly clear to the perplexed Mrs. Tibbs. Somebody was to call at 12. The drawing-room was forthwith dusted for the third time that morning. 3 or 4 chairs were pulled out of their places, and a corresponding number of books carefully upset, in order that there might be a due absence of formality. Down went the piece of stair carpet before noticed, and up ran Mrs. Tibbs to make herself tidy. The clock of New St. Pancras Church struck 12, and the foundling, with laudable politeness, did the same 10 minutes afterwards. Saint something else struck the quarter, and then there arrived a single lady with a double knock, in a pelisse the color of the interior of a damson pie, a bonnet of the same, with a regular conservatory of artificial flowers, a white veil, and a green parasol with a cobweb border. The visitor, who was very fat and red-faced, was shown into the drawing-room. Mrs. Tibbs presented herself, and the negotiation commenced. "I called in consequence of an advertisement," said the stranger, in a voice as if she had been playing a set of Pan's pipes for a fortnight without leaving off. "Yes," said Mrs. Tibbs, rubbing her hands very slowly, and looking the applicant full in the face. 2 things she always did on such occasions. "Money isn't no object whatever to me," said the lady, "so much as living in a state of retirement and obtrusion." Mrs. Tibbs, as a matter of course, acquiesced in such an exceedingly natural desire. "I am constantly attended by a medical man," resumed the pelisse wearer. "I have been a shocking Unitarian for some time. I, indeed, have had very little peace since the death of Mr. Bloss." Mrs. Tibbs looked at the relict of the departed Bloss and thought he must have had very little peace in his time. Of course she could not say so she looked very sympathizing. "I shall be a good deal of trouble to you," said Mrs. Bloss, "but for that trouble I am willing to pay. I am going through a course of treatment which renders attention necessary. I have 1 mutton chop in bed at 8:30 and another at 10 every morning." Mrs. Tibbs, as in duty bound, expressed the pity she felt for anybody placed in such a distressing situation, and the carnivorous Mrs. Bloss proceeded to arrange the various preliminaries with wonderful dispatch. "Now mind," said that lady, after terms were arranged, "I am to have the 2nd floor front for my bedroom." "Yes, ma'am." "And you'll find room for my little servant Agnes." "Oh, certainly." "And I can have one of the cellars in the area for my bottled porter." "With the greatest pleasure. James shall get it ready for you by Saturday." "And I'll join the company at the breakfast table on Sunday morning," said Mrs. Bloss. "I shall get up on purpose." "Very well," returned Mrs. Tibbs in her most amiable tone, for satisfactory references had been given and required, and it was quite certain that the newcomer had plenty of money. "It's rather singular," continued Mrs. Tibbs, with what was meant for a most bewitching smile, "that we have a gentleman now with us, who is in a very delicate state of health, a Mr. Gobbler. His apartment is the back drawing-room." "The next room?" inquired Mrs. Bloss. "The next room," repeated the hostess. "How very promiscuous," ejaculated the widow. "He hardly ever gets up," said Mrs. Tibbs in a whisper. "Lor!" cried Mrs. Bloss in an equally low tone. "And when he is up," said Mrs. Tibbs, "we never can persuade him to go to bed again." "Dear me," said the astonished Mrs. Bloss, drawing her chair nearer Mrs. Tibbs, "what is his complaint?" "Why, the fact is," replied Mrs. Tibbs with a most communicative air. "He has no stomach whatever." "No what?" inquired Mrs. Bloss, with a look of the most indescribable alarm. "No stomach," repeated Mrs. Tibbs with a shake of the head. "Lord bless us, what an extraordinary case," gasped Mrs. Bloss, as if she understood the communication in its literal sense, and was astonished at a gentleman without a stomach finding it necessary to board anywhere. "When I say he has no stomach," explained the chatty little Mrs. Tibbs, "I mean that his digestion is so much impaired and his interior so deranged that his stomach is not of the least use to him. In fact, it's an inconvenience." "Never heard such a case in my life," exclaimed Mrs. Bloss. "Why, he's worse than I am." "Oh, yes," replied Mrs. Tibbs, "certainly." She said this with great confidence, for the damson police suggested that Mrs. Bloss, at all events, was not suffering under Mr. Gobbler's complaint. "You have quite incited my curiosity," said Mrs. Bloss, as she rose to depart. "How I long to see him." "He generally comes down once a week," replied Mrs. Tibbs. "I dare say you'll see him on Sunday." With this consolatory promise, Mrs. Bloss was obliged to be contented. She accordingly walked slowly down the stairs, detailing her complaints all the way, and Mrs. Tibbs followed her, uttering an exclamation of compassion at every step. James, who looked very gritty, for he was cleaning the knives, fell up the kitchen stairs and opened the street door. And, after mutual farewells, Mrs. Bloss slowly departed down the shady side of the street. It is almost superfluous to say that the lady whom we have just shown out at the street door, and whom the two female servants are now inspecting from the second-floor windows, was exceedingly vulgar, ignorant, and selfish. Her deceased better half had been an eminent cork-cutter, in which capacity he had amassed a decent fortune. He had no relative but his nephew, and no friend but his cook. The former had the insolence one morning to ask for the loan of £15, and by way of retaliation, he married the latter next day. He made a will immediately afterwards, containing a burst of honest indignation against his nephew, who supported himself and two sisters on 100L a year, and a bequest of his whole property to his wife. He felt ill after breakfast, and died after dinner. There is a mantelpiece-looking tablet in a civic parish church, setting forth his virtues and deploring his loss. He never dishonored a bill or gave away a halfpenny. The relict and sole executrix of this noble-minded man was an odd mixture of shrewdness and simplicity, liberality and meanness. Bred up as she had been, she knew no mode of living so agreeable as a boarding-house, and having nothing to do and nothing to wish for, she naturally imagined she must be ill, an impression which was most assiduously promoted by her medical attendant, Dr. Waskey, and her handmaid Agnes, both of whom, doubtless for good reasons, encouraged all her extravagant notions. Since the catastrophe recorded in the last chapter, Mrs. Tibbs had been very shy of young lady boarders. Her present inmates were all lords of the creation, and she availed herself of the opportunity of their assemblage at the dinner table to announce the expected arrival of Mrs. Bloss. The gentlemen received the communication with stoical indifference, and Mrs. Tibbs devoted all her energies to prepare for the reception of the valetudinarian. The second-floor front was scrubbed and washed and flannelled till the wet went through to the drawing-room ceiling. Clean white counterpanes and curtains and napkins, water bottles as clear as crystal, blue jugs and mahogany furniture added to the splendor and increased the comfort of the apartment. The warming pan was in constant requisition, and a fire lighted in the room every day. The chattels of Mrs. Bloss were forwarded by installments. First there came a large hamper of Guinness's stout and an umbrella, then a train of trunks, then a pair of clogs and a bandbox, then an easy chair with an air cushion, then a variety of suspicious-looking packages, and though last not least, Mrs. Bloss and Agnes, the latter in a cherry-colored merino dress, open-work stockings, and shoes with sandals, like a disguised columbine. The installation of the Duke of Wellington, as Chancellor of the University of Oxford, was nothing, in point of bustle and turmoil, to the installation of Mrs. Bloss in her new quarters. True, there was no bright doctor of civil law to deliver a classical address on the occasion, but there were several other old women present who spoke quite as much to the purpose and understood themselves equally well. The chop-eater was so fatigued with the process of removal that she declined leaving her room until the following morning. So a mutton chop, pickle, a pill, a pint bottle of stout, and other medicines were carried upstairs for her consumption. "Why, what do you think, ma'am?" inquired the inquisitive Agnes of her mistress, after they had been in the house some 3 hours. "What do you think, ma'am? The lady of the house is married." "Married?" said Mrs. Bloss, taking the pill and a draught of Guinness. "Married? Unpossible." "She is indeed, ma'am," returned the Columbine. "And her husband, ma'am, lives— he lives in the kitchen, ma'am." "In the kitchen?" "Yes, ma'am, and he, the housemaid says, he never goes into the parlor except on Sundays, and that Miss Tibbs makes him clean the gentlemen's boots, and that he cleans the windows, too, sometimes, and that one morning early, when he was in the front balcony cleaning the drawing-room windows, he called out to a gentleman on the opposite side of the way, who used to live here. 'Ah, Mr. Calton, sir, how are you?' Here the attendant laughed, till Mrs. Bloss was in serious apprehension of her chuckling herself into a fit. "Well, I never," said Mrs. Bloss. "Yes, and please, ma'am, the servants gives him gin and water sometimes, and then he cries and says he hates his wife and the boarders and wants to tickle them." "Tickle the boarders?" exclaimed Mrs. Bloss, seriously alarmed. "No, ma'am, not the boarders, the servants." "Oh, is that all?" said Mrs. Bloss, quite satisfied. "He wanted to kiss me as I came up the kitchen stairs just now," said Agnes, indignantly, "but I gave it him, a little wretch." This intelligence was but too true. A long course of snubbing and neglect, his days spent in the kitchen and his nights in the turn-up bedstead, had completely broken the little spirit that the unfortunate volunteer had ever possessed. He had no one to whom he could detail his injuries but the servants, and they were almost of necessity his chosen confidants. It is no less strange than true, however, that the little weaknesses which he had incurred, most probably during his military career, seemed to increase as his comforts diminished. He was actually a sort of journeyman Giovanni of the basement story. The next morning, being Sunday, breakfast was laid in the front parlor at 10 o'clock. 9 was the usual time, but the family always breakfasted an hour later on Sabbath. Tibbs enrobed himself in his Sunday costume, a black coat, and exceedingly short, thin trousers, with a very large white waistcoat, white stockings and cravat and blucher boots, and mounted to the parlor aforesaid. Nobody had come down, and he amused himself by drinking the contents of the milk-pot with a teaspoon. A pair of slippers were heard descending the stairs. Tibbs flew to a chair, and a stern-looking man of about 50, with very little hair on his head and a Sunday paper in his hand, entered the room. "Good morning, Mr. Evenson," said Tibbs, very humbly, with something between a nod and a bow. "How do you do, Mr. Tibbs?" replied he of the slippers, as he sat himself down and began to read his paper without saying another word. "Is Mr. Wisbottle in town today, do you know, sir?" inquired Tibbs, just for the sake of saying something. "I should think he was," replied the stern gentleman. "He was whistling the light guitar in the next room to mine at 5 o'clock this morning." "He's very fond of whistling," said Tibbs with a slight smirk. "Yes, I ain't," was the laconic reply. Mr. John Evenson was in the receipt of an independent income, arising chiefly from various houses he owned in the different suburbs. He was very morose and discontented. He was a thorough radical, and used to attend a great variety of public meetings, for the express purpose of finding fault with everything that was proposed. Mr. Wisbottle, on the other hand, was a high Tory. He was a clerk in the Woods and Forests Office, which he considered rather an aristocratic employment. He knew the peerage by heart, and could tell you, offhand, where any illustrious personage lived. He had a good set of teeth and a capital tailor. Mr. Evenson looked on all these qualifications with profound contempt, and the consequence was that the two were always disputing, much to the edification of the rest of the house. It should be added that, in addition to his partiality for whistling, Mr. Wisbottle had a great idea of his singing powers. There were 2 other boarders, besides the gentleman in the back drawing-room, Mr. Alfred Tompkins and Mr. Frederick O'Bleary. Mr. Tompkins was a clerk in a wine-house. He was a connoisseur in paintings, and had a wonderful eye for the picturesque. Mr. O'Bleary was an Irishman, recently imported. He was in a perfectly wild state, and had come over to England to be an apothecary, a clerk in a government office, an actor, a reporter, or anything else that turned up. He was not particular. He was on familiar terms with 2 small Irish members, and got franks for everybody in the house. He felt convinced that his intrinsic merits must procure him a high destiny. He wore shepherd's plaid inexpressibles and used to look under all the ladies' bonnets as he walked along the streets. His manners and appearance reminded one of Orson. "Here comes Mr. Wisbottle," said Tibbs, and Mr. Wisbottle forthwith appeared in blue slippers and a shawl dressing-gown, whistling De Piacer. "Good morning, sir," said Tibbs again. It was almost the only thing he ever said to anybody. "How are you, Tibbs?" condescendingly replied the amateur, and he walked to the window and whistled louder than ever. "Pretty air, that," said Evenson, with a snarl, and without taking his eyes off the paper. "Glad you like it," replied Wisbottle, highly gratified. "Don't you think it would sound better if you whistled it a little louder?" inquired the mastiff. "No, I don't think it would," rejoined the unconscious Wisbottle. "I'll tell you what, Wisbottle," said Evenson, who had been bottling up his anger for some hours. "The next time you feel disposed to whistle the light guitar at 5 o'clock in the morning, I'll trouble you to whistle it with your head out o' window. If you don't, I'll learn the triangle. I will buy." The entrance of Mrs. Tibbs, with the keys in a little basket, interrupted the threat and prevented its conclusion. Mrs. Tibbs apologized for being down rather late. The bell was rung. James brought up the urn and received an unlimited order for dry toast and bacon. Tibbs sat down at the bottom of the table and began eating watercresses like a Nebuchadnezzar. Mr. O'Bleary appeared, and Mr. Alfred Tompkins. The compliments of the morning were exchanged, and the tea was made. "God bless me," exclaimed Tompkins, who had been looking out at the window. "Here, Wisbottle, pray come here, make haste." Mr. Wisbottle started from the table, and everyone looked up. "Do you see," said the connoisseur, placing Wisbottle in the right position, "a little more this way. There. Do you see how splendidly the light falls upon the left side of that broken chimney-pot at number 48? "Dear me, I see," replied Wisbottle in a tone of admiration. "I never saw an object stand out so beautifully against the clear sky in my life," ejaculated Alfred. Everybody, except John Evenson, echoed the sentiment, for Mr. Tompkins had a great character for finding out beauties which no one else could discover. He certainly deserved it. "I have frequently observed a chimney-pot in College Green, Dublin, which has a much better effect," said the patriotic O'Bleary, who never allowed Ireland to be outdone on any point. The assertion was received with obvious incredulity, for Mr. Tompkins declared that no other chimney-pot in the United Kingdom, broken or unbroken, could be so beautiful as the one at number 48. The room door was suddenly thrown open, and Agnes appeared, leading in Mrs. Bloss, who was dressed in a geranium-colored muslin gown and displayed a gold watch of huge dimensions, a chain to match, and a splendid assortment of rings with enormous stones. A general rush was made for a chair, and a regular introduction took place. Mr. John Evenson made a slight inclination of the head. Mr. Frederick O'Bleary, Mr. Alfred Tompkins, and Mr. Wisbottle bowed like the mandarins in a grocer's shop. Tibbs rubbed hands and went round in circles. He was observed to close one eye and to assume a clockwork sort of expression with the other. This has been considered as a wink, and it has been reported that Agnes was its object. We repel the calumny and challenge contradiction. Mrs. Tibbs inquired after Mrs. Bloss's health in a low tone. Mrs. Bloss, with a supreme contempt for the memory of Lindley Murray, answered the various questions in a most satisfactory manner, and a pause ensued, during which the eatables disappeared with awful rapidity. "You must have been very much pleased with the appearance of the ladies going to the drawing-room the other day, Mr. O'Bleary," said Mrs. Tibbs, hoping to start a topic. "Yes," replied Orson, with a mouthful of toast. "Never saw anything like it before, I suppose," suggested Wisbottle. "No, except the Lord Lieutenant's levees," replied O'Bleary. "Are they at all equal to our drawing-rooms?" "Oh, infinitely superior." "Gad, I don't know," said the aristocratic Wisbottle. "The Dowager Marchioness of Publicash was most magnificently dressed, and so was the Baron Slappenbashenhausen." "What was he presented on?" inquired Evenson. "On his arrival in England." "I thought so," growled the radical. "You never hear of these fellows being presented on their going away again. They know better than that." "Unless somebody pervades them with an appointment," said Mrs. Bloss, joining in the conversation in a faint voice. Well, said Wisbottle, evading the point, it's a splendid sight. And did it never occur to you, inquired the radical, who never would be quiet, did it never occur to you that you pay for these precious ornaments of society? It certainly has occurred to me, said Wisbottle, who thought this answer was a poser. It has occurred to me, and I am willing to pay for them. Well, and it has occurred to me too, replied John Evenson, and I ain't willing to pay for 'em. Then why should I say, why should I, continued the politician, laying down the paper and knocking his knuckles on the table. There are two great principles, demand. A cup of tea, if you please, dear, interrupted Tibbs. And supply. May I trouble you to hand this tea to Mr. Tibbs, said Mrs. Tibbs, interrupting the argument and unconsciously illustrating it. The thread of the orator's discourse was broken. He drank his tea and resumed the paper. If it's very fine, said Mr. Alfred Tompkins, addressing the company in general, I shall ride down to Richmond today and come back by the steamer. There are some splendid effects of light and shade on the Thames. The contrast between the blueness of the sky and the yellow water is frequently exceedingly beautiful. Mr. Wisbottle hummed, Flow on, thou shining river. We have some splendid steam vessels in Ireland, said O'Bleary. Certainly, said Mrs. Bloss, delighted to find a subject broached in which she could take part. The accommodations are extraordinary, said O'Bleary. Extraordinary indeed, returned Mrs. Bloss. When Mr. Bloss was alive, he was promiscuously obligated to go to Ireland on business. I went with him, and Raleigh the manner in which the ladies and gentlemen were accommodated with berths is not creditable. Tibbs, who had been listening to the dialogue, looked aghast and evinced a strong inclination to ask a question, but was checked by a look from his wife. Mr. Wisbottle laughed and said Tompkins had made a pun, and Tompkins laughed too and said he had not. The remainder of the meal passed off as breakfasts usually do, conversation flagged, and people played with their teaspoons. The gentlemen looked out at the window, walked about the room, and, when they got near the door, dropped off one by one. Tibbs retired to the back parlor by his wife's orders to check the greengrocer's weekly account, and ultimately Mrs. Tibbs and Mrs. Bloss were left alone together. Oh dear, said the latter, I feel alarmingly faint, it's very singular. It certainly was, for she had eaten 4 pounds of solids that morning. By the by, said Mrs. Bloss, I have not seen Mr. What's-his-name yet. Mr. Gobbler, suggested Mrs. Tibbs. Yes. Oh, said Mrs. Tibbs, he is a most mysterious person. He has his meals regularly sent upstairs, and sometimes don't leave his room for weeks together. I haven't seen or heard nothing of him, repeated Mrs. Bloss. I dare say you'll hear him tonight, replied Mrs. Tibbs. He generally groans a good deal on Sunday evenings. I never felt such an interest in anyone in my life, ejaculated Mrs. Bloss. A little double knock interrupted the conversation. Dr. Woski was announced and duly shown in. He was a little man with a red face, dressed of course in black, with a stiff white neckerchief. He had a very good practice, and plenty of money, which he had amassed by invariably humoring the worst fancies of all the females of all the families he had ever been introduced into. Mrs. Tibbs offered to retire, but was entreated to stay. Well, my dear ma'am, and how are we? Inquired Woski in a soothing tone. Very ill, doctor, very ill, said Mrs. Bloss in a whisper. Ah, we must take care of ourselves. We must, indeed, said the obsequious Woski, as he felt the pulse of his interesting patient. How is our appetite? Mrs. Bloss shook her head. Our friend requires great care, said Woski, appealing to Mrs. Tibbs, who of course assented. I hope, however, with the blessing of Providence, that we shall be enabled to make her quite stout again. Mrs. Tibbs wondered in her own mind what the patient would be when she was made quite stout. We must take stimulants, said the cunning Woski, plenty of nourishment, and above all, we must keep our nerves quiet. We positively must not give way to our sensibilities. We must take all we can get, concluded the doctor as he pocketed his fee, and we must keep quiet. Dear man, exclaimed Mrs. Bloss as the doctor stepped into the carriage. Charming creature indeed, quite a lady's man, said Mrs. Tibbs, and Dr. Woski rattled away to make fresh gulls of delicate females and pocket fresh fees. As we had occasion, in a former paper, to describe a dinner at Mrs. Tibbs' and as one meal went off very like another on all ordinary occasions, we will not fatigue our readers by entering into any other detailed account of the domestic economy of the establishment. We will therefore proceed to events, merely premising that the mysterious tenant of the back drawing-room was a lazy, selfish hypochondriac, always complaining and never ill. As his character in many respects closely assimilated to that of Mrs. Bloss, a very warm friendship soon sprung up between them. He was tall, thin, and pale. He always fancied he had a severe pain somewhere or other, and his face invariably wore a pinched, screwed-up expression. He looked, indeed, like a man who had got his feet in a tub of exceedingly hot water, against his will. For 2 or 3 months after Mrs. Bloss's first appearance in Coram Street, John Evenson was observed to become, every day, more sarcastic and more ill-natured. And there was a degree of additional importance in his manner, which clearly showed that he fancied he had discovered something, which he only wanted a proper opportunity of divulging. He found it at last. One evening, the different inmates of the house were assembled in the drawing-room, engaged in their ordinary occupations. Mr. Gobbler and Mrs. Bloss were sitting at a small card table near the center window, playing cribbage. Mr. Wisbottle was describing semicircles on the music stool, turning over the leaves of a book on the piano, and humming most melodiously. Alfred Tompkins was sitting at the round table, with his elbows duly squared, making a pencil sketch of a head considerably larger than his own. O'Bleary was reading Horace and trying to look as if he understood it. And John Evenson had drawn his chair close to Mrs. Tibbs's work table, and was talking to her very earnestly in a low tone. "I can assure you, Mrs. Tibbs," said the radical, laying his forefinger on the muslin she was at work on, "I can assure you, Mrs. Tibbs, that nothing but the interest I take in your welfare would induce me to make this communication. I repeat, I fear Wisbottle is endeavoring to gain the affections of that young woman, Agnes, and that he is in the habit of meeting her in the storeroom on the first floor, over the leads. From my bedroom I distinctly heard voices there last night. I opened my door immediately and crept very softly on to the landing. There I saw Mr. Tibbs, who, it seems, had been disturbed also. Bless me, Mrs. Tibbs, you change color." "No, no, it's nothing," returned Mrs. T in a hurried manner. "It's only the heat of the room." "A flush," ejaculated Mrs. Bloss from the card table. "That's good for 4. "If I thought it was Mr. Wisbottle," said Mrs. Tibbs after a pause, "he should leave this house instantly." "Go," said Mrs. Bloss again. "And if I thought," continued the hostess with a most threatening air, "if I thought he was assisted by Mr. Tibbs." "One for his knob," said Gobbler. "Oh," said Evenson, in a most soothing tone, "he liked to make mischief. I should hope Mr. Tibbs was not in any way implicated. He always appeared to me very harmless." "I have generally found him so," sobbed poor little Mrs. Tibbs, crying like a watering pot. "Hush, hush, pray, Mrs. Tibbs, consider we shall be observed, pray do," said John Evenson, fearing his whole plan would be interrupted. "We will set the matter at rest with the utmost care, and I shall be most happy to assist you in doing so." Mrs. Tibbs murmured her thanks. "When you think everyone has retired to rest tonight," said Evenson very pompously, "if you'll meet me without a light, just outside my bedroom door, by the staircase window, I think we can ascertain who the parties really are, and you will afterwards be enabled to proceed as you think proper." Mrs. Tibbs was easily persuaded. Her curiosity was excited, her jealousy was roused, and the arrangement was forthwith made. She resumed her work, and John Evenson walked up and down the room with his hands in his pockets, looking as if nothing had happened. The game of cribbage was over, and conversation began again. "Well, Mr. O'Bleary," said the humming top, turning round on his pivot, and facing the company, "what did you think of Vauxhall the other night?" "Oh, it's very fair," replied Orson, who had been enthusiastically delighted with the whole exhibition. "Never saw anything like that Captain Ross's set out, eh?" "No," returned the patriot, with his usual reservation, except in Dublin. "I saw the Count de Canky and Captain Fitzthompson in the gardens," said Wisbottle. "They appeared much delighted." "Then it must be beautiful," snarled Evenson. "I think the White Bears is particularly well done," suggested Mrs. Bloss. "In their shaggy white coats they look just like polar bears. Don't you think they do, Mr. Evenson?" "I think they look a great deal more like omnibus cads on all fours," replied the discontented one. Upon the whole, I should have liked our evening very well, gasped Gobbler. Only I caught a desperate cold which increased my pain dreadfully. I was obliged to have several shower baths before I could leave my room. Capital things those shower baths, ejaculated Wisbottle. Excellent, said Tompkins. Delightful, chimed in O'Bleary. He had once seen one outside a tinman's. Disgusting machines, rejoined Evenson, who extended his dislike to almost every created object, masculine, feminine, or neuter. Disgusting, Mr. Evenson, said Gobbler, in a tone of strong indignation. Disgusting? Look at their utility, consider how many lives they have saved by promoting perspiration. Promoting perspiration, indeed, growled John Evenson, stopping short in his walk across the large squares in the pattern of the carpet. I was ass enough to be persuaded some time ago to have one in my bedroom. Gad, I was in it once, and it effectually cured me, for the mere sight of it threw me into a profuse perspiration for 6 months afterwards. A titter followed this announcement, and before it had subsided James brought up the tray, containing the remains of a leg of lamb which had made its debut at dinner, bread, cheese, an atom of butter in a forest of parsley, one pickled walnut and the third of another, and so forth. The boy disappeared and returned again with another tray containing glasses and jugs of hot and cold water. The gentlemen brought in their spirit bottles. The housemaid placed divers plated bedroom candlesticks under the card table, and the servants retired for the night. Chairs were drawn round the table, and the conversation proceeded in the customary manner. John Evenson, who never ate supper, lolled on the sofa and amused himself by contradicting everybody. Leary ate as much as he could conveniently carry, and Mrs. Tibbs felt a due degree of indignation thereat. Mr. Gobbler and Mrs. Bloss conversed most affectionately on the subject of pill-taking and other innocent amusements, and Tompkins and Wisbottle got into an argument. That is to say, they both talked very loudly and vehemently, each flattering himself that he had got some advantage about something, and neither of them having more than a very indistinct idea of what they were talking about. An hour or two passed away, and the boarders and the plated candlesticks retired in pairs to their respective bedrooms. John Evenson pulled off his boots, locked his door, and determined to sit up until Mr. Gobbler had retired. He always sat in the drawing-room an hour after everybody else had left it, taking medicine and groaning. Great Coram Street was hushed into a state of profound repose. It was nearly 2 o'clock. A hackney coach now and then rumbled slowly by, and occasionally some stray lawyer's clerk, on his way home to Somerstown, struck his iron heel on the top of the coal cellar with a noise resembling the click of a smoke-jack. A low, monotonous, gushing sound was heard, which added considerably to the romantic dreariness of the scene. It was the water coming in at number 11. He must be asleep by this time, said John Evenson to himself, after waiting with exemplary patience for nearly an hour after Mr. Gobbler had left the drawing-room. He listened for a few moments. The house was perfectly quiet. He extinguished his rushlight and opened his bedroom door. The staircase was so dark that it was impossible to see anything. "Cess," whispered the mischief-maker, making a noise like the first indication a Catherine wheel gives of the probability of its going off. "Hush," whispered somebody else. "Is that you, Mrs. Tibbs?" "Yes, sir." "Where?" "Here," and the misty outline of Mrs. Tibbs appeared at the staircase window, like the ghost of Queen Anne in the tent scene in Richard. "This way, Mrs. Tibbs," whispered the delighted busybody. "Give me your hand, there. Whoever these people are, they are in the storeroom now, for I have been looking down from my window, and I could see that they accidentally upset their candlestick, and are now in darkness. You have no shoes on, have you?" "No," said little Mrs. Tibbs, who could hardly speak for trembling. "Well, I have taken my boots off, so we can go down, close to the storeroom door, and listen over the banisters." And downstairs they both crept accordingly, every board creaking like a patent mangle on a Saturday afternoon. "It's Wisbottle and somebody, I'll swear," exclaimed the radical in an energetic whisper, when they had listened for a few moments. "Hush, pray let's hear what they say," exclaimed Mrs. Tibbs, the gratification of whose curiosity was now paramount to every other consideration. "Ah, if I could but believe you," said a female voice coquettishly, "I'd be bound to settle my missus for life." "What does she say?" inquired Mr. Evenson, who was not quite so well situated as his companion. She says she'll settle her missus's life, replied Mrs. Tibbs. The wretch, they're plotting murder. I know you want money, continued the voice, which belonged to Agnes, and if you'd secure me the £500, I warrant she should take fire soon enough. What's that? Inquired Evenson again. He could just hear enough to want to hear more. I think she says she'll set the house on fire, replied the affrighted Mrs. Tibbs, but thank God I'm insured in the Phoenix. The moment I have secured your mistress, my dear, said a man's voice in a strong Irish brogue, you may depend on having the money. Bless my soul, it's Mr. O'Bleary, exclaimed Mrs. Tibbs in a parenthesis. The villain, said the indignant Mr. Evenson. The first thing to be done, continued the Hibernian, is to poison Mr. Gobbler's mind. Oh, certainly, returned Agnes. What's that? Inquired Evenson again, in an agony of curiosity and a whisper. He says she's to mind and poison Mr. Gobbler, replied Mrs. Tibbs, aghast at this sacrifice of human life. And in regard of Mrs. Tibbs, continued O'Bleary, Mrs. Tibbs shuddered. Hush, exclaimed Agnes, in a tone of the greatest alarm, just as Mrs. Tibbs was on the extreme verge of a fainting fit. Hush. Hush, exclaimed Evenson, at the same moment to Mrs. Tibbs. There's somebody coming upstairs, said Agnes to O'Bleary. There's somebody coming downstairs, whispered Evenson to Mrs. Tibbs. Go into the parlor, sir, said Agnes to her companion. You will get there before whoever it is gets to the top of the kitchen stairs. The drawing-room, Mrs. Tibbs, whispered the astonished Evenson to his equally astonished companion, and for the drawing-room they both made, plainly hearing the rustling of two persons, one coming downstairs and one coming up. What can it be? Exclaimed Mrs. Tibbs. It's like a dream. I wouldn't be found in this situation for the world. Nor I, returned Evenson, who could never bear a joke at his own expense. Hush, here they are at the door. What fun, whispered one of the newcomers. It was Wisbottle. Glorious, replied his companion in an equally low tone. This was Alfred Tomkins. Who would have thought it? I told you so, said Wisbottle, in a most knowing whisper. Lord bless you, he has paid her most extraordinary attention for the last 2 months. I saw him when I was sitting at the piano tonight. Well, do you know I didn't notice it, interrupted Tomkins. Not notice it, continued Wisbottle. Bless you, I saw him whispering to her, and she crying, and then I'll swear I heard him say something about tonight when we were all in bed. They're talking of us, exclaimed the agonized Mrs. Tibbs, as the painful suspicion and a sense of their situation flashed upon her mind. I know it, replied Evenson, with a melancholy consciousness that there was no mode of escape. What's to be done? We cannot both stop here, ejaculated Mrs. Tibbs in a state of partial derangement. I'll get up the chimney, replied Evenson, who really meant what he said. You can't, said Mrs. Tibbs in despair. You can't, it's a register stove. Hush, repeated John Evenson. Hush, hush, cried somebody downstairs. What a deedy hushing, said Alfred Tomkins, who began to get rather bewildered. There they are, exclaimed the sapient Wisbottle, as a rustling noise was heard in the storeroom. Hark, whispered both the young men. Hark, repeated Mrs. Tibbs and Evenson. Let me alone, sir, said a female voice in the storeroom. Oh, Agnes, cried another voice which clearly belonged to Tibbs, for nobody else ever owned one like it. Oh, Agnes, lovely creature. Be quiet, sir, a bounce. Hag. Be quiet, sir, I am ashamed of you. Think of your wife, Mr. Tibbs, be quiet, sir. My wife, exclaimed the valorous Tibbs, who was clearly under the influence of gin and water and a misplaced attachment. I ate her. Oh, Agnes, when I was in the volunteer corps in 1800 and... I declare I'll scream, be quiet, sir, will you? Another bounce and a scuffle. What's that? Exclaimed Tibbs with a start. What's what? Said Agnes, stopping short. Why that. Ah, you have done it nicely now, sir, sobbed the frightened Agnes, as a tapping was heard at Mrs. Tibbs's bedroom door, which would have beaten any dozen woodpeckers hollow. Mrs. Tibbs, called out Mrs. Bloss. Mrs. Tibbs, pray get up. Here the imitation of a woodpecker was resumed with tenfold violence. Oh, dear, dear, exclaimed the wretched partner of the depraved Tibbs. She's knocking at my door. We must be discovered. What will they think? Mrs. Tibbs," screamed the woodpecker again. "What's the matter?" shouted Gobbler, bursting out of the back drawing-room like the dragon at Astley's. "Oh, Mr. Gobbler," cried Mrs. Bloss, with a proper approximation to hysterics, "I think the house is on fire, or else there's thieves in it. I have heard the most dreadful noises." "The devil you have," shouted Gobbler again, bouncing back into his den in happy imitation of the aforesaid dragon, and returning immediately with a lighted candle. "Why, what's this? Wisbottle, Tompkins, O'Bleary, Agnes, what the deuce, all up and dressed." "Astonishing," said Mrs. Bloss, who had run downstairs and taken Mr. Gobbler's arm. "Call Mrs. Tibbs directly, somebody," said Gobbler, turning into the front drawing-room. "What, Mrs. Tibbs and Mr. Evenson?" "Mrs. Tibbs and Mr. Evenson?" repeated everybody, as that unhappy pair were discovered. Mrs. Tibbs seated in an armchair by the fireplace, and Mr. Evenson standing by her side. We must leave the scene that ensued to the reader's imagination. We could tell how Mrs. Tibbs forthwith fainted away, and how it required the united strength of Mr. Wisbottle and Mr. Alfred Tompkins to hold her in her chair. How Mr. Evenson explained, and how his explanation was evidently disbelieved. How Agnes repelled the accusations of Mrs. Tibbs by proving that she was negotiating with Mr. O'Bleary to influence her mistress's affections in his behalf. And how Mr. Gobbler threw a damp counterpane on the hopes of Mr. O'Bleary by avowing that he, Gobbler, had already proposed to, and been accepted by, Mrs. Bloss. How Agnes was discharged from that lady's service. How Mr. O'Bleary discharged himself from Mrs. Tibbs's house without going through the form of previously discharging his bill, and how that disappointed young gentleman rails against England and the English, and vows there is no virtue or fine feeling extant, except in Ireland. We repeat that we could tell all this, but we love to exercise our self-denial, and we therefore prefer leaving it to be imagined. The lady whom we have hitherto described as Mrs. Bloss is no more Mrs. Gobbler exists. Mrs. Bloss has left us forever. In a secluded retreat in Newington Butts, far, far removed from the noisy strife of that great boarding-house, the world, the enviable Gobbler and his pleasing wife revel in retirement, happy in their complaints, their table, and their medicine, wafted through life by the grateful prayers of all the purveyors of animal food within 3 miles round. We would willingly stop here, but we have a painful duty imposed upon us, which we must discharge. Mr. and Mrs. Tibbs have separated by mutual consent, Mrs. Tibbs receiving one moiety of 43L, 15s 10d, which we before stated to be the amount of her husband's annual income, and Mr. Tibbs the other. He is spending the evening of his days in retirement, and he is spending also, annually, that small but honorable independence. He resides among the original settlers at Walworth, and it has been stated, on unquestionable authority, that the conclusion of the volunteer story has been heard in a small tavern in that respectable neighborhood. The unfortunate Mrs. Tibbs has determined to dispose of the whole of her furniture by public auction, and to retire from a residence in which she has suffered so much. Mr. Robbins has been applied to conduct the sale, and the transcendent abilities of the literary gentleman connected with his establishment are now devoted to the task of drawing up the preliminary advertisement. It is to contain, among a variety of brilliant matter, 78 words in large capitals and 6 original quotations in inverted commas. Chapter 2, Mr. Minns and his cousin. Mr. Augustus Minns was a bachelor, of about 40 as he said, of about 1840 as his friends said. He was always exceedingly clean, precise, and tidy, perhaps somewhat priggish, and the most retiring man in the world. He usually wore a brown frock coat without a wrinkle, light inexplicables without a spot, a neat neckerchief with a remarkably neat tie, and boots without a fault. Moreover, he always carried a brown silk umbrella with an ivory handle. He was a clerk in Somerset House, or, as he said himself, he held a responsible situation under government. He had a good and increasing salary, in addition to some 10,000L of his own invested in the funds, and he occupied a first floor in Tavistock Street, Covent Garden, where he had resided for 20 years, having been in the habit of quarreling with his landlord the whole time, regularly giving notice of his intention to quit on the first day of every quarter, and as regularly countermanding it on the second. There were 2 classes of created objects which he held in the deepest and most unmingled horror. These were dogs and children. He was not unamiable, but he could at any time have viewed the execution of a dog or the assassination of an infant with the liveliest satisfaction. Their habits were at variance with his love of order, and his love of order was as powerful as his love of life. Mr. Augustus Minns had no relations in or near London, with the exception of his cousin, Mr. Octavius Budden, to whose son, whom he had never seen for he disliked the father, he had consented to become godfather by proxy. Mr. Budden, having realized a moderate fortune by exercising the trade or calling of a corn chandler, and having a great predilection for the country, had purchased a cottage in the vicinity of Stamford Hill, whither he retired with the wife of his bosom, and his only son, Master Alexander Augustus Budden. One evening, as Mr. and Mrs. B were admiring their son, discussing his various merits, talking over his education, and disputing whether the classics should be made an essential part thereof, the lady pressed so strongly upon her husband the propriety of cultivating the friendship of Mr. Minns in behalf of their son, that Mr. Budden at last made up his mind that it should not be his fault if he and his cousin were not in future more intimate. "I'll break the ice, my love," said Mr. Budden, stirring up the sugar at the bottom of his glass of brandy and water, and casting a sidelong look at his spouse to see the effect of the announcement of his determination, "by asking Minns down to dine with us on Sunday." "Then pray, Budden, write to your cousin at once," replied Mrs. Budden. "Who knows, if we could only get him down here, but he might take a fancy to our Alexander and leave him his property. Alec, my dear, take your legs off the rail of the chair." "Very true," said Mr. Budden, musing, "very true indeed, my love." On the following morning, as Mr. Minns was sitting at his breakfast table, alternately biting his dry toast and casting a look upon the columns of his morning paper, which he always read from the title to the printer's name, he heard a loud knock at the street door, which was shortly afterwards followed by the entrance of his servant, who put into his hands a particularly small card, on which was engraven in immense letters, "Mr. Octavius Budden, Amelia Cottage." Mrs. B.'s name was Amelia, Poplar Walk, Stamford Hill. "Budden," ejaculated Minns, "what can bring that vulgar man here? Say I'm asleep, say I'm out, and shall never be home again, anything to keep him downstairs." "But please, sir, the gentleman 's coming up," replied the servant, and the fact was made evident by an appalling creaking of boots on the staircase accompanied by a pattering noise, the cause of which Minns could not, for the life of him, divine. "Hem, show the gentleman in," said the unfortunate bachelor. Exit servant, and enter Octavius preceded by a large white dog, dressed in a suit of fleecy hosiery, with pink eyes, large ears, and no perceptible tail. The cause of the pattering on the stairs was but too plain. Mr. Augustus Minns staggered beneath the shock of the dog's appearance. "My dear fellow, how are you?" said Budden as he entered. He always spoke at the top of his voice, and always said the same thing half a dozen times. "How are you, my hearties?" "How do you do, Mr. Budden? Pray take a chair," politely stammered the discomfited Minns. Thank you, well, how are you, eh?" "Uncommonly well, thank you," said Minns, casting a diabolical look at the dog, who, with his hind legs on the floor and his fore paws resting on the table, was dragging a bit of bread and butter out of a plate, preparatory to devouring it, with the buttered side next the carpet. "Ah, you rogue," said Budden to his dog. "You see, Minns, he's like me, always at home, eh, my boy? Egad, I'm precious hot and hungry. I've walked all the way from Stamford Hill this morning." "Have you breakfasted?" inquired Minns. "Oh, no. Came to breakfast with you, so ring the bell, my dear fellow, will you, and let's have another cup and saucer and the cold ham. Make myself at home, you see," continued Budden, dusting his boots with a table napkin. "Ha, ha, ha, 'pon my life, I'm hungry." Minns rang the bell and tried to smile. "I decidedly never was so hot in my life," continued Octavius, wiping his forehead. "Well, but how are you, Minns? 'Pon my soul, you wear capitally." "D'ye think so?" said Minns, and he tried another smile. "'Pon my life, I do. Mrs. B, and what's his name, quite well. Alec, my son, you mean? Never better, never better. But at such a place as we've got at Poplar Walk, you know, he couldn't be ill if he tried, when I first saw it, by Jove. It looked so knowing, with the front garden and the green railings and the brass knocker, and all that, I really thought it was a cut above me." "Don't you think you'd like the ham better?" interrupted Minns, If you cut it the other way. He saw, with feelings which it is impossible to describe, that his visitor was cutting, or rather maiming the ham, in utter violation of all established rules. "No, thank ye," returned Button with the most barbarous indifference to crime. "I prefer it this way, it eats short. But I say, Mins, when will you come down and see us? You will be delighted with the place, I know you will. Amelia and I were talking about you the other night, and Amelia said, 'Another lump of sugar, please, thank ye,' she said. Don't you think you could contrive, my dear, to say to Mr. Mins in a friendly way, 'Come down, sir, damn the dog, he's spoiling your curtains, Mins?' Ha, ha, ha." Mins leaped from his seat, as though he had received the discharge from a galvanic battery. "Come out, sir. Go out who?" cried poor Augustus, keeping, nevertheless, at a very respectful distance from the dog, having read of a case of hydrophobia in the paper of that morning. By dint of great exertion, much shouting, and a marvelous deal of poking under the tables with a stick and umbrella, the dog was at last dislodged, and placed on the landing outside the door, where he immediately commenced a most appalling howling, at the same time vehemently scratching the paint off the two nicely varnished bottom panels, until they resembled the interior of a backgammon board. "A good dog for the country, that," coolly observed Button to the distracted Mins, "but he's not much used to confinement. But now, Mins, when will you come down? I'll take no denial positively. Let's see, today's Thursday. Will you come on Sunday? We dine at 5, don't say no, do." After a great deal of pressing, Mr. Augustus Mins, driven to despair, accepted the invitation, and promised to be at Poplar Walk on the ensuing Sunday at 5:15 to the minute. "Now mind the direction," said Button. "The coach goes from the Flower Pot in Bishopsgate Street every half hour. When the coach stops at the Swan, you'll see, immediately opposite you, a white house." "Which is your house, I understand," said Mins, wishing to cut short the visit and the story at the same time. No, that's not mine. That's Grogus's, the great ironmonger S. I was going to say, you turn down by the side of the White House till you can't go another step further, mind that. And then you turn to your right by some stables. Well, close to you, you'll see a wall with 'Beware of the Dog' written on it in large letters." Mins shuddered. "Go along by the side of that wall for about 1/4 mile, and anybody will show you which is my place." "Very well, thank ye, goodbye." "Be punctual." "Certainly, good morning." "I say, Mins, you've got a card." "Yes, I have, thank ye." And Mr. Octavius Button departed, leaving his cousin looking forward to his visit on the following Sunday, with the feelings of a penniless poet to the weekly visit of his Scotch landlady. Sunday arrived, the sky was bright and clear. Crowds of people were hurrying along the streets, intent on their different schemes of pleasure for the day. Everything and everybody looked cheerful and happy except Mr. Augustus Mins. The day was fine, but the heat was considerable. When Mr. Mins had fagged up the shady side of Fleet Street, Cheapside, and Threadneedle Street, he had become pretty warm, tolerably dusty, and it was getting late into the bargain. By the most extraordinary good fortune, however, a coach was waiting at the Flower Pot, into which Mr. Augustus Mins got, on the solemn assurance of the cad that the vehicle would start in 3 minutes, that being the very utmost extremity of time it was allowed to wait by Act of Parliament. 1/4 hour elapsed, and there were no signs of moving. Mins looked at his watch for the 6th time. "Coachman, are you going or not?" bawled Mr. Mins, with his head and half his body out of the coach window. "Directly, sir," said the coachman, with his hands in his pockets, looking as much unlike a man in a hurry as possible. "Bill, take them cloths off." 5 minutes more elapsed, at the end of which time the coachman mounted the box, from whence he looked down the street and up the street and hailed all the pedestrians for another 5 minutes. "Coachman, if you don't go this moment, I shall get out," said Mr. Mins, rendered desperate by the lateness of the hour and the impossibility of being in Poplar Walk at the appointed time. "Going this minute, sir," was the reply. And accordingly the machine trundled on for a couple of 100 yards and then stopped again. Mins doubled himself up in a corner of the coach and abandoned himself to his fate, as a child, a mother, a bandbox, and a parasol became his fellow passengers. The child was an affectionate and an amiable infant. The little dear mistook Mins for his other parent and screamed to embrace him. "Be quiet, dear," said the mamma, restraining the impetuosity of the darling, whose little fat legs were kicking and stamping and twining themselves into the most complicated forms in an ecstasy of impatience. "Be quiet, dear, that's not your papa." "Thank heaven I am not," thought Minns, as the first gleam of pleasure he had experienced that morning shone like a meteor through his wretchedness. Playfulness was agreeably mingled with affection in the disposition of the boy. When satisfied that Mr. Minns was not his parent, he endeavored to attract his notice by scraping his drab trousers with his dirty shoes, poking his chest with his mamma's parasol, and other nameless endearments peculiar to infancy, with which he beguiled the tediousness of the ride, apparently very much to his own satisfaction. When the unfortunate gentleman arrived at the Swan, he found, to his great dismay, that it was 5:15. The White House, the stables, the Beware of the Dog, every landmark was passed, with a rapidity not unusual to a gentleman of a certain age when too late for dinner. After the lapse of a few minutes, Mr. Minns found himself opposite a yellow brick house with a green door, brass knocker, and doorplate, green window frames, and ditto railings, with a garden in front, that is to say, a small loose bit of gravelled ground, with one round and two scalene triangular beds, containing a fir tree, 20 or 30 bulbs, and an unlimited number of marigolds. The taste of Mr. and Mrs. Button was further displayed by the appearance of a cupid on each side of the door, perched upon a heap of large chalk flints, variegated with pink conch shells. His knock at the door was answered by a stumpy boy, in drab livery, cotton stockings and highlows, who, after hanging his hat on one of the dozen brass pegs which ornamented the passage, denominated by courtesy the hall, ushered him into a front drawing-room commanding a very extensive view of the backs of the neighboring houses. The usual ceremony of introduction and so forth over, Mr. Minns took his seat, not a little agitated at finding that he was the last comer and, somehow or other, the lion of about a dozen people, sitting together in a small drawing-room, getting rid of that most tedious of all time, the time preceding dinner. "Well, Brogson," said Button, addressing an elderly gentleman in a black coat, drab knee-breeches, and long gaiters, who, under pretense of inspecting the prints in an annual, had been engaged in satisfying himself on the subject of Mr. Minns's general appearance, by looking at him over the tops of the leaves. "Well, Brogson, what do ministers mean to do? Will they go out, or what?" "Oh, why, really, I'm the last person in the world to ask for news. Your cousin, from his situation, is the most likely person to answer the question." Mr. Minns assured the last speaker that although he was in Somerset House, he possessed no official communication relative to the projects of His Majesty's ministers. But his remark was evidently received incredulously, and no further conjectures being hazarded on the subject, a long pause ensued, during which the company occupied themselves in coughing and blowing their noses, until the entrance of Mrs. Button caused a general rise. The ceremony of introduction being over, dinner was announced, and downstairs the party proceeded accordingly, Mr. Minns escorting Mrs. Button as far as the drawing-room door, but being prevented, by the narrowness of the staircase, from extending his gallantry any farther. The dinner passed off as such dinners usually do. Ever and anon, amidst the clatter of knives and forks and the hum of conversation, Mr. B.'s voice might be heard, asking a friend to take wine, and assuring him he was glad to see him, and a great deal of by-play took place between Mrs. B. and the servants respecting the removal of the dishes, during which her countenance assumed all the variations of a weather-glass from stormy to set fair. Upon the dessert and wine being placed on the table, the servant, in compliance with a significant look from Mrs. B., brought down Master Alexander, habited in a sky-blue suit with silver buttons, and possessing hair of nearly the same color as the metal. After sundry praises from his mother, and various admonitions as to his behavior from his father, he was introduced to his godfather. "Well, my little fellow, you are a fine boy, ain't you?" said Mr. Minns, as happy as a tomtit on birdlime. "Yes." "How old are you?" "8 next Wednesday. How old are you?" "Alexander," interrupted his mother, "how dare you ask Mr. Minns how old he is?" "He asked me how old I was," said the precocious child, to whom Minns had from that moment internally resolved that he never would bequeath 1 shilling. As soon as the titter occasioned by the observation had subsided, a little smirking man with red whiskers, sitting at the bottom of the table, who during the whole of dinner had been endeavoring to obtain a listener to some stories about Sheridan, called out with a very patronizing air, "Alec, what part of speech is be?" "A verb." "That's a good boy," said Mrs. Budden with all a mother's pride. "Now you know what a verb is. A verb is a word which signifies to be, to do, or to suffer, as I am, I rule, I am ruled. Give me an apple, Ma." "I'll give you an apple," replied the man with the red whiskers, who was an established friend of the family, or in other words was always invited by Mrs. Budden, whether Mr. Budden liked it or not, "if you'll tell me what is the meaning of bee." "Bee," said the prodigy after a little hesitation, "an insect that gathers honey." "No, dear," frowned Mrs. Budden, "B-double-E is the substantive." "I don't think he knows much yet about common substantives," said the smirking gentleman, who thought this an admirable opportunity for letting off a joke. "It's clear he's not very well acquainted with proper names. He. "Gentlemen," called out Mr. Budden, from the end of the table in a stentorian voice and with a very important air, "will you have the goodness to charge your glasses? I have a toast to propose." "Hear, hear," cried the gentleman, passing the decanters. After they had made the round of the table, Mr. Budden proceeded, "Gentlemen, there is an individual present." "Hear, hear," said the little man with red whiskers. "Pray be quiet, Jones," remonstrated Budden. "I say, gentlemen, there is an individual present," resumed the host, "in whose society I am sure we must take great delight, and the conversation of that individual must have afforded to every one present the utmost pleasure." "Thank heaven, he does not mean me," thought Minns, conscious that his diffidence and exclusiveness had prevented his saying above a dozen words since he entered the house. "Gentlemen, I am but a humble individual myself, and I perhaps ought to apologize for allowing any individual feeling of friendship and affection for the person I allude to induce me to venture to rise to propose the health of that person. A person that I am sure, that is to say, a person whose virtues must endear him to those who know him, and those who have not the pleasure of knowing him cannot dislike him." "Hear, hear," said the company in a tone of encouragement and approval. "Gentlemen," continued Budden, "my cousin is a man who is a relation of my own." "Hear, hear," Minns groaned audibly, "who I am most happy to see here, and who, if he were not here, would certainly have deprived us of the great pleasure we all feel in seeing him." Loud cries of "hear." "Gentlemen, I feel that I have already trespassed on your attention for too long a time, with every feeling of, with every sentiment of." "Gratification," suggested the friend of the family. "Of gratification, I beg to propose the health of Mr. Minns." "Standing gentlemen," shouted the indefatigable little man with the whiskers and with the honors, "take your time from me, if you please. Hip, 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 za, hip, 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 za, hip, hip, za, aa." All eyes were now fixed on the subject of the toast, who by gulping down port wine at the imminent hazard of suffocation, endeavored to conceal his confusion. After as long a pause as decency would admit, he rose, but, as the newspapers sometimes say in their reports, "We regret that we are quite unable to give even the substance of the honorable gentleman's observations." The words "present company, honor, present occasion," and "great happiness," heard occasionally, and repeated at intervals with a countenance expressive of the utmost confusion and misery, convinced the company that he was making an excellent speech, and accordingly, on his resuming his seat, they cried "Bravo!" and manifested tumultuous applause. Jones, who had been long watching his opportunity, then darted up. "Budden," said he, "will you allow me to propose a toast?" "Certainly," replied Budden, adding in an undertone to Minns right across the table, "devilish sharp fellow that, you'll be very much pleased with his speech. He talks equally well on any subject." Minns bowed, and Mr. Jones proceeded. "It has on several occasions, in various instances, under many circumstances, and in different companies, fallen to my lot to propose a toast to those by whom, at the time, I have had the honor to be surrounded. I have sometimes, I will cheerfully own, for why should I deny it, felt the overwhelming nature of the task I have undertaken, and my own utter incapability to do justice to the subject. If such have been my feelings, however, on former occasions, what must they be now under the extraordinary circumstances in which I am placed? Here. To describe my feelings accurately would be impossible, but I cannot give you a better idea of them, gentlemen, than by referring to a circumstance which happens, oddly enough, to occur to my mind at the moment. On one occasion, when that truly great and illustrious man, Sheridan, was. Now, there is no knowing what new villainy in the form of a joke would have been heaped on the grave of that very ill-used man, Mr. Sheridan, if the boy in drab had not at that moment entered the room in a breathless state, to report that, as it was a very wet night, the 9 o'clock stage had come round, to know whether there was anybody going to town, as in that case, he, the 9 o'clock, had room for one inside. Mr. Minns started up, and despite countless exclamations of surprise and entreaties to stay, persisted in his determination to accept the vacant place. But the brown silk umbrella was nowhere to be found, and as the coachman couldn't wait, he drove back to the Swan, leaving word for Mr. Minns to run round and catch him. However, as it did not occur to Mr. Minns for some 10 minutes or so that he had left the brown silk umbrella with the ivory handle in the other coach, coming down, and moreover, as he was by no means remarkable for speed, it is no matter of surprise that when he accomplished the feat of running round to the Swan, the coach, the last coach, had gone without him. It was somewhere about 3 o'clock in the morning, when Mr. Augustus Minns knocked feebly at the street door of his lodgings in Tavistock Street, cold, wet, cross, and miserable. He made his will next morning, and his professional man informs us, in that strict confidence in which we inform the public, that neither the name of Mr. Octavius Budden, nor of Mrs. Amelia Budden, nor of Master Alexander Augustus Budden, appears therein. Chapter 3, Sentiment. The Miss Crumptons, or to quote the authority of the inscription on the garden gate of Minerva House, Hammersmith, the Misses Crumpton, were two unusually tall, particularly thin and exceedingly skinny personages, very upright and very yellow. Miss Amelia Crumpton owned to 38, and Miss Maria Crumpton admitted she was 40, an admission which was rendered perfectly unnecessary by the self-evident fact of her being at least 50. They dressed in the most interesting manner, like twins, and looked as happy and comfortable as a couple of marigolds run to seed. They were very precise, had the strictest possible ideas of propriety, wore false hair, and always smelt very strongly of lavender. Minerva House, conducted under the auspices of the two sisters, was a finishing establishment for young ladies, where some 20 girls of the ages of from 13 to 19 inclusive acquired a smattering of everything and a knowledge of nothing, instruction in French and Italian, dancing lessons twice a week, and other necessaries of life. The house was a white one, a little removed from the roadside, with close palings in front. The bedroom windows were always left partly open, to afford a bird's-eye view of numerous little bedsteads with very white dimity furniture, and thereby impress the passer-by with a due sense of the luxuries of the establishment. And there was a front parlor hung round with highly varnished maps which nobody ever looked at, and filled with books which no one ever read, appropriated exclusively to the reception of parents, who, whenever they called, could not fail to be struck with the very deep appearance of the place. "Amelia, my dear," said Miss Maria Crumpton, entering the schoolroom one morning with her false hair and papers, as she occasionally did, in order to impress the young ladies with a conviction of its reality. "Amelia, my dear, here is a most gratifying note I have just received. You needn't mind reading it aloud." Miss Amelia, thus advised, proceeded to read the following note with an air of great triumph. "Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, presents his compliments to Miss Crumpton, and will feel much obliged by Miss Crumpton's calling on him, if she conveniently can, tomorrow morning at 1 o'clock, as Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, is anxious to see Miss Crumpton on the subject of placing Miss Brooke Dingwall under her charge." Adelphi. Monday morning. "A member of Parliament's daughter," ejaculated Amelia in an ecstatic tone. "A member of Parliament's daughter," repeated Miss Maria with a smile of delight, which of course elicited a concurrent titter of pleasure from all the young ladies. "It's exceedingly delightful," said Miss Amelia, whereupon all the young ladies murmured their admiration again. Courtiers are but schoolboys and court ladies schoolgirls. So important an announcement at once superseded the business of the day. A holiday was declared, in commemoration of the great event. The Miss Crumptons retired to their private apartment to talk it over. the smaller girls discussed the probable manners and customs of the daughter of a member of Parliament, and the young ladies verging on 18 wondered whether she was engaged, whether she was pretty, whether she wore much bustle, and many other whethers of equal importance. The two Miss Crumptons proceeded to the Adelphi at the appointed time next day, dressed, of course, in their best style, and looking as amiable as they possibly could, which, by the by, is not saying much for them. Having sent in their cards, through the medium of a red-hot-looking footman in bright livery, they were ushered into the august presence of the profound Dingwall. Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, was very haughty, solemn, and portentous. He had naturally a somewhat spasmodic expression of countenance, which was not rendered the less remarkable by his wearing an extremely stiff cravat. He was wonderfully proud of the M.P. attached to his name, and never lost an opportunity of reminding people of his dignity. He had a great idea of his own abilities, which must have been a great comfort to him, as no one else had, and in diplomacy, on a small scale, in his own family arrangements, he considered himself unrivaled. He was a county magistrate, and discharged the duties of his station with all due justice and impartiality, frequently committing poachers and occasionally committing himself. Miss Brooke Dingwall was one of that numerous class of young ladies, who, like adverbs, may be known by their answering to a commonplace question and doing nothing else. On the present occasion, this talented individual was seated in a small library at a table covered with papers, doing nothing, but trying to look busy, playing at shop. Acts of Parliament and letters directed to Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, were ostentatiously scattered over the table, at a little distance from which Mrs. Brooke Dingwall was seated at work. One of those public nuisances, a spoiled child, was playing about the room, dressed after the most approved fashion, in a blue tunic with a black belt, a quarter of a yard wide, fastened with an immense buckle, looking like a robber in a melodrama, seen through a diminishing glass. After a little pleasantry from the sweet child, who amused himself by running away with Miss Maria Crumpton's chair as fast as it was placed for her, the visitors were seated, and Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, opened the conversation. He had sent for Miss Crumpton, he said, in consequence of the high character he had received of her establishment from his friend, Sir Alfred Muggs. Miss Crumpton murmured her acknowledgments to him, Muggs, and Cornelius proceeded. One of my principal reasons, Miss Crumpton, for parting with my daughter is that she has lately acquired some sentimental ideas, which it is most desirable to eradicate from her young mind. Here the little innocent before noticed fell out of an armchair with an awful crash. Naughty boy, said his mamma, who appeared more surprised at his taking the liberty of falling down than at anything else. I'll ring the bell for James to take him away. Pray don't check him, my love, said the diplomatist, as soon as he could make himself heard amidst the unearthly howling consequent upon the threat and the tumble. It all arises from his great flow of spirits. This last explanation was addressed to Miss Crumpton. Certainly, sir, replied the antique Maria, not exactly seeing, however, the connection between a flow of animal spirits and a fall from an armchair. Silence was restored, and the MP resumed. Now, I know nothing so likely to affect this object, Miss Crumpton, as her mixing constantly in the society of girls of her own age. And, as I know that in your establishment she will meet such as are not likely to contaminate her young mind, I propose to send her to you. The youngest Miss Crumpton expressed the acknowledgments of the establishment generally. Maria was rendered speechless by bodily pain. The dear little fellow, having recovered his animal spirits, was standing upon her most tender foot, by way of getting his face, which looked like a capital O in a red-lettered playbill, on a level with the writing table. Of course, Lavinia will be a parlor boarder, continued the enviable father. And on one point I wish my directions to be strictly observed. The fact is that some ridiculous love affair with a person much her inferior in life has been the cause of her present state of mind. Knowing that, of course, under your care, she can have no opportunity of meeting this person, I do not object to, indeed, I should rather prefer, her mixing with such society as you see yourself. This important statement was again interrupted by the high-spirited little creature, in the excess of his joyousness breaking a pane of glass and nearly precipitating himself into an adjacent area. James was rung for. Considerable confusion and screaming succeeded. 2 little blue legs were seen to kick violently in the air as the man left the room, and the child was gone. "Mr. Brooke Dingwall would like Miss Brooke Dingwall to learn everything," said Mrs. Brooke Dingwall, who hardly ever said anything at all. "Certainly," said both the Miss Crumptons together. "And as I trust the plan I have devised will be effectual in weaning my daughter from this absurd idea, Miss Crumpton," continued the legislator, "I hope you will have the goodness to comply, in all respects, with any request I may forward to you." The promise was of course made, and after a lengthened discussion, conducted on behalf of the Dingwalls with the most becoming diplomatic gravity, and on that of the Crumptons with profound respect, it was finally arranged that Miss Lavinia should be forwarded to Hammersmith on the next day but one, on which occasion the half-yearly ball given at the establishment was to take place. It might divert the dear girl's mind. This, by the way, was another bit of diplomacy. Miss Lavinia was introduced to her future governess, and both the Miss Crumptons pronounced her a most charming girl, an opinion which, by a singular coincidence, they always entertained of any new pupil. Courtesies were exchanged, acknowledgments expressed, condescension exhibited, and the interview terminated. Preparations, to make use of theatrical phraseology, on a scale of magnitude never before attempted, were incessantly made at Minerva House to give every effect to the forthcoming ball. The largest room in the house was pleasingly ornamented with blue calico roses, plaid tulips, and other equally natural-looking artificial flowers, the work of the young ladies themselves. The carpet was taken up, the folding doors were taken down, the furniture was taken out, and rout seats were taken in. The linen drapers of Hammersmith were astounded at the sudden demand for blue sarcenet ribbon and long white gloves. Dozens of geraniums were purchased for bouquets, and a harp and 2 violins were bespoke from town, in addition to the grand piano already on the premises. The young ladies who were selected to show off on the occasion, and do credit to the establishment, practiced incessantly, much to their own satisfaction, and greatly to the annoyance of the lame old gentleman over the way. And a constant correspondence was kept up between the Misses Crumpton and the Hammersmith pasture cook. The evening came, and then there was such a lacing of stays, and tying of sandals and dressing of hair as never can take place with a proper degree of bustle out of a boarding school. The smaller girls managed to be in everybody's way and were pushed about accordingly, and the elder ones dressed and tied and flattered and envied one another as earnestly and sincerely as if they had actually come out. "How do I look, dear?" inquired Miss Emily Smithers, the belle of the house, of Miss Caroline Wilson, who was her bosom friend, because she was the ugliest girl in Hammersmith or out of it. "Oh, charming, dear, how do I?" "Delightful, you never looked so handsome," returned the belle, adjusting her own dress and not bestowing a glance on her poor companion. "I hope young Hilton will come early," said another young lady to Miss Somebody Else, in a fever of expectation. "I'm sure he'd be highly flattered if he knew it," returned the other, who was practicing LAT. "Oh, he's so handsome," said the first. "Such a charming person," added a second. "Such a distingué air," said a third. "Oh, what do you think?" said another girl, running into the room. "Miss Crumpton says her cousin's coming." "What, Theodosius Butler?" said everybody in raptures. "Is he handsome?" inquired a novice. "No, not particularly handsome," was the general reply, "but oh, so clever." Mr. Theodosius Butler was one of those immortal geniuses who are to be met with in almost every circle. They have, usually, very deep, monotonous voices. They always persuade themselves that they are wonderful persons, and that they ought to be very miserable, though they don't precisely know why. They are very conceited, and usually possess half an idea, but with enthusiastic young ladies and silly young gentlemen, they are very wonderful persons. The individual in question, Mr. Theodosius, had written a pamphlet containing some very weighty considerations on the expediency of doing something or other. And as every sentence contained a good many words of 4 syllables, his admirers took it for granted that he meant a good deal. "Perhaps that's he," exclaimed several young ladies, as the first pull of the evening threatened destruction to the bell of the gate. An awful pause ensued. Some boxes arrived, and a young lady, Miss Brooke Dingwall, in full ball costume, with an immense gold chain round her neck, and her dress looped up with a single rose, an ivory fan in her hand, and a most interesting expression of despair in her face. the Miss Crumptons inquired after the family, with the most excruciating anxiety, and Miss Brooke Dingwall was formally introduced to her future companions. The Miss Crumptons conversed with the young ladies in the most mellifluous tones, in order that Miss Brooke Dingwall might be properly impressed with their amiable treatment. Another pull at the bell. Mr. Dadson, the writing master, and his wife, the wife in green silk, with shoes and cap trimmings to correspond, the writing master in a white waistcoat, black knee shorts, and ditto silk stockings, displaying a leg large enough for two writing masters. The young ladies whispered one another, and the writing master and his wife flattered the Miss Crumptons, who were dressed in amber, with long sashes like dolls. Repeated pulls at the bell and arrivals too numerous to particularize, papas and mammas and aunts and uncles, the owners and guardians of the different pupils, the singing master, Signor Lipschini in a black wig, the pianoforte player and the violins, the harp in a state of intoxication, and some 20 young men who stood near the door and talked to one another, occasionally bursting into a giggle. A general hum of conversation. Coffee handed round, and plentifully partaken of by fat mammas, who looked like the stout people who come on in pantomimes for the sole purpose of being knocked down. The popular Mr. Hilton was the next arrival, and he having, at the request of the Miss Crumptons, undertaken the office of master of the ceremonies, the quadrilles commenced with considerable spirit. The young men by the door gradually advanced into the middle of the room, and in time became sufficiently at ease to consent to be introduced to partners. The writing master danced every set, springing about with the most fearful agility, and his wife played a rubber in the back parlor, a little room with 5 bookshelves, dignified by the name of the study. Setting her down to whist was a half-yearly piece of generalship on the part of the Miss Crumptons. It was necessary to hide her somewhere, on account of her being a fright. The interesting Lavinia Brooke Dingwall was the only girl present, who appeared to take no interest in the proceedings of the evening. In vain was she solicited to dance. In vain was the universal homage paid to her as the daughter of a member of Parliament. She was equally unmoved by the splendid tenor of the inimitable Lipschini, and the brilliant execution of Miss Letitia Parsons, whose performance of The Recollections of Ireland was universally declared to be almost equal to that of Moscheles himself. Not even the announcement of the arrival of Mr. Theodosius Butler could induce her to leave the corner of the back drawing-room in which she was seated. "Now, Theodosius," said Miss Maria Crumpton, after that enlightened pamphleteer had nearly run the gauntlet of the whole company, "I must introduce you to our new pupil." Theodosius looked as if he cared for nothing earthly. "She's the daughter of a member of Parliament," said Maria. Theodosius started. "And her name is?" he inquired. "Miss Brooke Dingwall." "Great heaven!" poetically exclaimed Theodosius in a low tone. Miss Crumpton commenced the introduction in due form. Miss Brooke Dingwall languidly raised her head. "Edward," she exclaimed with a half-shriek on seeing the well-known Nanking legs. Fortunately, as Miss Maria Crumpton possessed no remarkable share of penetration, and as it was one of the diplomatic arrangements that no attention was to be paid to Miss Lavinia's incoherent exclamations, she was perfectly unconscious of the mutual agitation of the parties. And therefore, seeing that the offer of his hand for the next quadrille was accepted, she left him by the side of Miss Brooke Dingwall. "Oh, Edward," exclaimed that most romantic of all romantic young ladies, as the light of science seated himself beside her. "Oh, Edward, is it you?" Mr. Theodosius assured the dear creature, in the most impassioned manner, that he was not conscious of being anybody but himself. "Then why this disguise? Oh, Edward M. Neville Walter, what have I not suffered on your account?" "Lavinia, hear me," replied the hero in his most poetic strain. "Do not condemn me unheard. If anything that emanates from the soul of such a wretch as I can occupy a place in your recollection, if any being, so vile, deserve your notice, you may remember that I once published a pamphlet, and paid for its publication, entitled Considerations on the Policy of Removing the Duty on Beeswax." I do," sobbed Lavinia. "That," continued the lover, "was a subject to which your father was devoted heart and soul." He was," reiterated the sentimentalist. "I knew it," continued Theodosius tragically. "I knew it. I forwarded him a copy. He wished to know me. Could I disclose my real name? Never know, I assumed that name which you have so often pronounced in tones of endearment. As M. Neville Walter, I devoted myself to the stirring cause. As M. Neville Walter, I gained your heart. In the same character I was ejected from your house by your father's domestics, and in no character at all have I since been enabled to see you. We now meet again, and I proudly own that I am Theodosius Butler. The young lady appeared perfectly satisfied with this argumentative address, and bestowed a look of the most ardent affection on the immortal advocate of beeswax. May I hope, said he, that the promise your father's violent behavior interrupted may be renewed. Let us join this set, replied Lavinia coquettishly, for girls of 19 can coquette. No, ejaculated he of the Nankeens. I stir not from this spot, writhing under this torture of suspense. May I hope. You may. The promise is renewed. It is. I have your permission. You have. To the fullest extent. You know it, returned the blushing Lavinia. The contortions of the interesting butler's visage expressed his raptures. We could dilate upon the occurrences that ensued. How Mr. Theodosius and Miss Lavinia danced, and talked, and sighed for the remainder of the evening. How the Miss Crumptons were delighted thereat. How the writing-master continued to frisk about with 1 horsepower, and how his wife, from some unaccountable freak, left the whist table in the little back parlor, and persisted in displaying her green headdress in the most conspicuous part of the drawing-room. How the supper consisted of small triangular sandwiches in trays, and a tart here and there by way of variety, and how the visitors consumed warm water disguised with lemon and dotted with nutmeg under the denomination of negus. These, and other matters of as much interest, however, we pass over, for the purpose of describing a scene of even more importance. A fortnight after the date of the ball, Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, M.P., was seated at the same library table and in the same room as we have before described. He was alone, and his face bore an expression of deep thought and solemn gravity. He was drawing up a bill for the better observance of Easter Monday. The footman tapped at the door, the legislator started from his reverie, and Miss Crumpton was announced. Permission was given for Miss Crumpton to enter the sanctum. Maria came sliding in, and having taken her seat with a due portion of affectation, the footman retired, and the governess was left alone with the MP. Oh, how she longed for the presence of a third party. Even the facetious young gentleman would have been a relief. Miss Crumpton began the duet. She hoped Mrs. Brooke Dingwall and the handsome little boy were in good health. They were. Mrs. Brooke Dingwall and little Frederick were at Brighton. Much obliged to you, Miss Crumpton, said Cornelius, in his most dignified manner, for your attention in calling this morning. I should have driven down to Hammersmith to see Lavinia, but your account was so very satisfactory, and my duties in the house occupy me so much, that I determined to postpone it for a week. How has she gone on? Very well indeed, sir, returned Maria, dreading to inform the father that she had gone off. Ah, I thought the plan on which I proceeded would be a match for her. Here was a favorable opportunity to say that somebody else had been a match for her, but the unfortunate governess was unequal to the task. You have persevered strictly in the line of conduct I prescribed, Miss Crumpton. Strictly, sir. You tell me in your note that her spirits gradually improved. Very much indeed, sir. To be sure, I was convinced they would. But I fear, sir, said Miss Crumpton with visible emotion, I fear the plan has not succeeded quite so well as we could have wished. No, exclaimed the prophet. Bless me, Miss Crumpton, you look alarmed. What has happened? Miss Brooke Dingwall, sir. Yes, ma'am. Has gone, sir, said Maria, exhibiting a strong inclination to faint. Gone. Eloped, sir. Eloped, who, with, when, where, how, almost shrieked the agitated diplomatist. The natural yellow of the unfortunate Maria's face changed to all the hues of the rainbow, as she laid a small packet on the member's table. He hurriedly opened it, a letter from his daughter and another from Theodosius. He glanced over their contents, ere this reaches you, far distant, appeal to feelings, love to distraction, beeswax, slavery, and C. He dashed his hand to his forehead and paced the room with fearfully long strides, to the great alarm of the precise Maria. Now mind, from this time forward, said Mr. Brooke Dingwall, suddenly stopping at the table and beating time upon it with his hand. From this time forward, I never will, under any circumstances whatever, permit a man who writes pamphlets to enter any other room of this house but the kitchen. I'll allow my daughter and her husband £150 a year and never see their faces again. And damn, ma'am, I'll bring in a bill for the abolition of finishing schools. Some time has elapsed since this passionate declaration. Mr. and Mrs. Butler are at present rusticating in a small cottage at Ball's Pond, pleasantly situated in the immediate vicinity of a brick field. They have no family. Mr. Theodosius looks very important and writes incessantly, but in consequence of a gross combination on the part of publishers, none of his productions appear in print. His young wife begins to think that ideal misery is preferable to real unhappiness, and that a marriage, contracted in haste and repented at leisure, is the cause of more substantial wretchedness than she ever anticipated. On cool reflection, Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, MP, was reluctantly compelled to admit that the untoward result of his admirable arrangements was attributable, not to the Miss Crumptons, but his own diplomacy. He, however, consoles himself, like some other small diplomatists, by satisfactorily proving that if his plans did not succeed, they ought to have done so. Minerva House is in status quo, and the Misses Crumpton remain in the peaceable and undisturbed enjoyment of all the advantages resulting from their finishing school. Chapter 4. The Tuggses at Ramsgate. Once upon a time there dwelt, in a narrow street on the Surrey side of the water, within 3 minutes' walk of Old London Bridge, Mr. Joseph Tuggs, a little dark-faced man, with shiny hair, twinkling eyes, short legs, and a body of very considerable thickness, measuring from the center button of his waistcoat in front to the ornamental buttons of his coat behind. The figure of the amiable Mrs. Tuggs, if not perfectly symmetrical, was decidedly comfortable, and the form of her only daughter, the accomplished Miss Charlotte Tuggs, was fast ripening into that state of luxuriant plumpness which had enchanted the eyes and captivated the heart of Mr. Joseph Tuggs in his earlier days. Mr. Simon Tuggs, his only son and Miss Charlotte Tuggs's only brother, was as differently formed in body as he was differently constituted in mind from the remainder of his family. There was that elongation in his thoughtful face, and that tendency to weakness in his interesting legs, which tell so forcibly of a great mind and romantic disposition. The slightest traits of character in such a being possess no mean interest to speculative minds. He usually appeared in public, in capacious shoes with black cotton stockings, and was observed to be particularly attached to a black glazed stock, without tie or ornament of any description. There is perhaps no profession, however useful, no pursuit, however meritorious, which can escape the petty attacks of vulgar minds. Mr. Joseph Tuggs was a grocer. It might be supposed that a grocer was beyond the breath of calumny, but no, the neighbors stigmatized him as a chandler, and the poisonous voice of envy distinctly asserted that he dispensed tea and coffee by the quartern, retailed sugar by the ounce, cheese by the slice, tobacco by the screw, and butter by the pat. These taunts, however, were lost upon the Tuggses. Mr. Tuggs attended to the grocery department, Mrs. Tuggs to the cheesemongery, and Miss Tuggs to her education. Mr. Simon Tuggs kept his father's books and his own counsel. One fine spring afternoon, the latter gentleman was seated on a tub of weekly Dorset, behind the little red desk with a wooden rail which ornamented a corner of the counter, when a stranger dismounted from a cab and hastily entered the shop. He was habited in black cloth and bore with him a green umbrella and a blue bag. "Mr. Tuggs," said the stranger inquiringly. "My name is Tuggs," replied Mr. Simon. "It's the other Mr. Tuggs," said the stranger, looking towards the glass door which led into the parlor behind the shop, and on the inside of which the round face of Mr. Tuggs, senior, was distinctly visible, peeping over the curtain. Mr. Simon gracefully waved his pen, as if in intimation of his wish that his father would advance. Mr. Joseph Tuggs, with considerable celerity, removed his face from the curtain and placed it before the stranger. "I come from the Temple," said the man with the bag. "From the Temple," said Mrs. Tuggs, flinging open the door of the little parlor and disclosing Miss Tuggs in perspective. "From the Temple," said Miss Tuggs and Mr. Simon Tuggs at the same moment. "From the Temple," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs, turning as pale as a Dutch cheese. "From the Temple," repeated the man with the bag. "From Mr. Cower?" S. The solicitor S. Mr. Tuggs, I congratulate you, sir. Ladies, I wish you joy of your prosperity. We have been successful. And the man with the bag leisurely divested himself of his umbrella and glove as a preliminary to shaking hands with Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Now the words, "we have been successful," had no sooner issued from the mouth of the man with the bag than Mr. Simon Tuggs rose from the tub of weekly Dorset, opened his eyes very wide, gasped for breath, made figures of 8 in the air with his pen, and finally fell into the arms of his anxious mother, and fainted away without the slightest ostensible cause or pretense. "Water!" screamed Mrs. Tuggs. "Look up, my son," exclaimed Mr. Tuggs. "Simon, dear Simon," shrieked Miss Tuggs. "I'm better now," said Mr. Simon Tuggs. "What? Successful?" And then, as corroborative evidence of his being better, he fainted away again, and was borne into the little parlor by the united efforts of the remainder of the family and the man with the bag. To a casual spectator, or to anyone unacquainted with the position of the family, this fainting would have been unaccountable. To those who understood the mission of the man with the bag, and were moreover acquainted with the excitability of the nerves of Mr. Simon Tuggs, it was quite comprehensible. A long-pending lawsuit respecting the validity of a will had been unexpectedly decided, and Mr. Joseph Tuggs was the possessor of £20,000. A prolonged consultation took place that night in the little parlor, a consultation that was to settle the future destinies of the Tuggses. The shop was shut up at an unusually early hour, and many were the unavailing kicks bestowed upon the closed door by applicants for quarterns of sugar or half-quarterns of bread or penn'orths of pepper, which were to have been left till Saturday, but which fortune had decreed were to be left alone altogether. "We must certainly give up business," said Miss Tuggs. "Oh, decidedly," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Simon shall go to the bar," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. "And I shall always sign myself Simon in future," said his son. "And I shall call myself Charlotta," said Miss Tuggs. "And you must always call me Ma, and Father Pa," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Yes, and Pa must leave off all his vulgar habits," interposed Miss Tuggs. "I'll take care of all that," responded Mr. Joseph Tuggs complacently. He was, at that very moment, eating pickled salmon with a pocket-knife. "We must leave town immediately," said Mr. Simon Tuggs. Everybody concurred that this was an indispensable preliminary to being genteel. The question then arose, where should they go? "Gravesend," mildly suggested Mr. Joseph Tuggs. The idea was unanimously scouted. Gravesend was low. "Margate," insinuated Mrs. Tuggs. "Worse and worse, nobody there but tradespeople." "Brighton," Mr. Simon Tuggs opposed an insurmountable objection. All the coaches had been upset, in turn, within the last 3 weeks. Each coach had averaged 2 passengers killed and 6 wounded, and in every case, the newspapers had distinctly understood that no blame whatever was attributable to the coachman. "Ramsgate," ejaculated Mr. Simon thoughtfully. To be sure, how stupid they must have been not to have thought of that before. Ramsgate was just the place of all others. 2 months after this conversation, the City of London Ramsgate steamer was running gaily down the river. Her flag was flying, her band was playing, her passengers were conversing. Everything about her seemed gay and lively. No wonder the Tuggses were on board. "Charming, ain't it?" said Mr. Joseph Tuggs, in a bottle-green greatcoat with a velvet collar of the same, and a blue traveling cap with a gold band. "Soul-inspiring," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs. He was entered at the bar. "Soul-inspiring." "Delightful morning, sir," said a stoutish, military-looking gentleman in a blue surtout buttoned up to his chin, and white trousers chained down to the soles of his boots. Mr. Simon Tuggs took upon himself the responsibility of answering the observation. "Heavenly," he replied. "You are an enthusiastic admirer of the beauties of nature, sir," said the military gentleman. "I am, sir," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs. "Traveled much, sir?" inquired the military gentleman. "Not much," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs. "You've been on the continent, of course?" inquired the military gentleman. "Not exactly," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs, in a qualified tone, as if he wished it to be implied that he had gone halfway and come back again. "You, of course, intend your son to make the grand tour, sir," said the military gentleman, addressing Mr. Joseph Tuggs. As Mr. Joseph Tuggs did not precisely understand what the grand tour was, or how such an article was manufactured, he replied, "Of course." Just as he said the word, there came tripping up from her seat at the stern of the vessel a young lady in a puce-colored silk cloak and boots of the same, with long black ringlets, large black eyes, brief petticoats, and unexceptionable ankles. "Walter, my dear," said the young lady to the military gentleman. "Yes, Belinda, my love," responded the military gentleman to the black-eyed young lady. "What have you left me alone so long for?" said the young lady. "I have been stared out of countenance by those rude young men." "What, stared at?" exclaimed the military gentleman, with an emphasis which made Mr. Simon Tuggs withdraw his eyes from the young lady's face with inconceivable rapidity. "Which young men, where?" And the military gentleman clenched his fist and glared fearfully on the cigar-smokers around. "Be calm, Walter, I entreat," said the young lady. "I won't," said the military gentleman. "Do, sir," interposed Mr. Simon Tuggs. "They ain't worth your notice." "No, no, they are not indeed," urged the young lady. "I will be calm," said the military gentleman. "You speak truly, sir. I thank you for a timely remonstrance, which may have spared me the guilt of manslaughter." Calming his wrath, the military gentleman wrung Mr. Simon Tuggs by the hand. "My sister, sir," said Mr. Simon Tuggs, seeing that the military gentleman was casting an admiring look towards Miss Charlotta. "My wife, ma'am, Mrs. Captain Waters," said the military gentleman, presenting the black-eyed young lady. "My mother, ma'am, Mrs. Tuggs," said Mr. Simon. The military gentleman and his wife murmured enchanting courtesies, and the Tuggses looked as unembarrassed as they could. "Walter, my dear," said the black-eyed young lady, after they had sat chatting with the Tuggses some half-hour. "Yes, my love," said the military gentleman. "Don't you think this gentleman," with an inclination of the head towards Mr. Simon Tuggs, "is very much like the Marquis Carrywini?" "Lord bless me, very," said the military gentleman. "It struck me, the moment I saw him," said the young lady, gazing intently, and with a melancholy air, on the scarlet countenance of Mr. Simon Tuggs. Mr. Simon Tuggs looked at everybody, and finding that everybody was looking at him, appeared to feel some temporary difficulty in disposing of his eyesight. "So exactly the air of the Marquis," said the military gentleman. "Quite extraordinary," sighed the military gentleman's lady. "You don't know the Marquis, sir?" inquired the military gentleman. Mr. Simon Tuggs stammered a negative. "If you did," continued Captain Walter Waters, "you would feel how much reason you have to be proud of the resemblance. A most elegant man, with a most prepossessing appearance." He is indeed," exclaimed Belinda Waters energetically. As her eye caught that of Mr. Simon Tuggs, she withdrew it from his features in bashful confusion. All this was highly gratifying to the feelings of the Tuggses, and when, in the course of farther conversation, it was discovered that Miss Charlotta Tuggs was the facsimile of a titled relative of Mrs. Belinda Waters, and that Mrs. Tuggs herself was the very picture of the Dowager Duchess of Dobbleton, their delight in the acquisition of so genteel and friendly an acquaintance knew no bounds. Even the dignity of Captain Walter Waters relaxed to that degree that he suffered himself to be prevailed upon by Mr. Joseph Tuggs to partake of cold pigeon pie and sherry on deck, and a most delightful conversation aided by these agreeable stimulants was prolonged until they ran alongside Ramsgate Pier. "Good-bye, dear," said Mrs. Captain Waters to Miss Charlotta Tuggs just before the bustle of landing commenced. "We shall see you on the sands in the morning, and, as we are sure to have found lodgings before then, I hope we shall be inseparables for many weeks to come." "Oh, I hope so," said Miss Charlotta Tuggs emphatically. "Tickets, ladies and gentlemen," said the man on the paddle box. "Want a porter, sir?" inquired a dozen men in smock frocks. "Now, my dear," said Captain Waters. "Good-bye," said Mrs. Captain Waters. "Good-bye, Mr. Simon." And with a pressure of the hand which threw the amiable young man's nerves into a state of considerable derangement, Mrs. Captain Waters disappeared among the crowd. A pair of puce-colored boots were seen ascending the steps, a white handkerchief fluttered, a black eye gleamed. The Waterses were gone, and Mr. Simon Tuggs was alone in a heartless world. Silently and abstractedly did that too sensitive youth follow his revered parents and a train of smock frocks and wheelbarrows along the pier, until the bustle of the scene around recalled him to himself. The sun was shining brightly. The sea, dancing to its own music, rolled merrily in. Crowds of people promenaded to and fro. Young ladies tittered. Old ladies talked. Nursemaids displayed their charms to the greatest possible advantage, and their little charges ran up and down, and to and fro, and in and out under the feet and between the legs of the assembled concourse in the most playful and exhilarating manner. There were old gentlemen trying to make out objects through long telescopes, and young ones making objects of themselves in open shirt collars. Ladies carrying about portable chairs and portable chairs carrying about invalids. Parties waiting on the pier for parties who had come by the steamboat, and nothing was to be heard but talking, laughing, welcoming, and merriment. "Fly, sir," exclaimed a chorus of 14 men and 6 boys, the moment Mr. Joseph Tuggs, at the head of his little party, set foot in the street. "Here's the gentleman at last," said one, touching his hat with mock politeness. "Wery glad to see you, sir. Been a-waitin' for you these 6 weeks. Jump in, if you please, sir." "Nice light fly and a fast trotter, sir," said another. 14 mile a hour, and surroundin' objects rendered invisible by extreme velocity. "Large fly for your luggage, sir," cried a third. "Wery large fly here, sir, reglar blue bottle." "Here 's your fly, sir," shouted another aspiring charioteer, mounting the box and inducing an old gray horse to indulge in some imperfect reminiscences of a canter. "Look at him, sir. Temper of a lamb and haction of a steamin' Jane." Resisting even the temptation of securing the services of so valuable a quadruped as the last named, Mr. Joseph Tuggs beckoned to the proprietor of a dingy conveyance of a greenish hue, lined with faded striped calico. And, the luggage and the family having been deposited therein, the animal in the shafts, after describing circles in the road for a quarter of an hour, at last consented to depart in quest of lodgings. "How many beds have you got?" screamed Mrs. Tuggs out of the fly, to the woman who opened the door of the first house, which displayed a bill intimating that apartments were to be let within. "How many did you want, ma'am?" was, of course, the reply. "3. "Will you step in, ma'am?" Down got Mrs. Tuggs. The family were delighted. Splendid view of the sea from the front windows, charming, a short pause. Back came Mrs. Tuggs again, 1 parlor and a mattress. "Why the devil didn't they say so at first?" inquired Mr. Joseph Tuggs, rather pettishly. "Don't know," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Wretches," exclaimed the nervous Simon. Another bill, another stoppage, same question, same answer, similar result. "What do they mean by this?" inquired Mr. Joseph Tuggs, thoroughly out of temper. "Don't know," said the placid Mrs. Tuggs. "Orvis the vay here, sir," said the driver, by way of accounting for the circumstance in a satisfactory manner. And off they went again, to make fresh inquiries and encounter fresh disappointments. It had grown dusk when the fly, the rate of whose progress greatly belied its name, after climbing up 4 or 5 perpendicular hills, stopped before the door of a dusty house, with a bay window, from which you could obtain a beautiful glimpse of the sea if you thrust half of your body out of it, at the imminent peril of falling into the area. Mrs. Tuggs alighted. 1 ground-floor sitting room and 3 cells with beds in them upstairs. A double house. Family on the opposite side. 5 children milk and watering in the parlor, and 1 little boy, expelled for bad behavior, screaming on his back in the passage. "What's the terms?" said Mrs. Tuggs. The mistress of the house was considering the expediency of putting on an extra guinea, so she coughed slightly and affected not to hear the question. "What's the terms?" said Mrs. Tuggs in a louder key. 5 guineas a week, ma'am, with attendance," replied the lodging-house keeper. "Attendance means the privilege of ringing the bell as often as you like, for your own amusement." "Rather dear," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Oh dear, no, ma'am," replied the mistress of the house, with a benign smile of pity at the ignorance of manners and customs which the observation betrayed. "Very cheap." Such an authority was indisputable. Mrs. Tuggs paid a week's rent in advance and took the lodgings for a month. In an hour's time, the family were seated at tea in their new abode. "Capital shrimps," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Mr. Simon eyed his father with a rebellious scowl, as he emphatically said, "Shrimps." "Well then, shrimps," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. "Shrimps or shrimps don't much matter." There was pity, blended with malignity, in Mr. Simon's eye, as he replied, "Don't matter, father. What would Captain Waters say if he heard such vulgarity?" Or what would dear Mrs. Captain Waters say, added Charlotta, if she saw Mother, Ma, I mean eating them whole, heads and all. It won't bear thinking of, ejaculated Mr. Simon with a shudder. How different, he thought, from the Dowager Duchess of Dobbleton. Very pretty woman, Mrs. Captain Waters, is she not, Simon? Inquired Miss Charlotta. A glow of nervous excitement passed over the countenance of Mr. Simon Tuggs, as he replied, an angel of beauty. Hallo, said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Hallo, Simon, my boy, take care, married lady, you know, and he winked one of his twinkling eyes knowingly. Why, exclaimed Simon, starting up with an ebullition of fury as unexpected as alarming, why am I to be reminded of that blight of my happiness and ruin of my hopes? Why am I to be taunted with the miseries which are heaped upon my head? Is it not enough to, and the orator paused, but whether for want of words or lack of breath was never distinctly ascertained. There was an impressive solemnity in the tone of this address, and in the air with which the romantic Simon, at its conclusion, rang the bell and demanded a flat candlestick, which effectually forbade a reply. He stalked dramatically to bed, and the Tuggses went to bed too, half an hour afterwards, in a state of considerable mystification and perplexity. If the pier had presented a scene of life and bustle to the Tuggses on their first landing at Ramsgate, it was far surpassed by the appearance of the sands on the morning after their arrival. It was a fine, bright, clear day, with a light breeze from the sea. There were the same ladies and gentlemen, the same children, the same nursemaids, the same telescopes, the same portable chairs. The ladies were employed in needlework, or watchguard making, or knitting, or reading novels. The gentlemen were reading newspapers and magazines. The children were digging holes in the sand with wooden spades and collecting water therein. The nursemaids, with their youngest charges in their arms, were running in after the waves, and then running back with the waves after them. And now and then, a little sailing boat either departed with a gay and talkative cargo of passengers, or returned with a very silent and particularly uncomfortable-looking one. Well, I never, exclaimed Mrs. Tuggs, as she and Mr. Joseph Tuggs and Miss Charlotta Tuggs and Mr. Simon Tuggs, with their 8 feet and a corresponding number of yellow shoes, seated themselves on 4 rush-bottomed chairs, which, being placed in a soft part of the sand, forthwith sunk down some 2 feet and a half. Well, I never. Mr. Simon, by an exertion of great personal strength, uprooted the chairs and removed them further back. Why, I'm blessed if there ain't some ladies going in, exclaimed Mr. Joseph Tuggs with intense astonishment. Lor, Pa, exclaimed Miss Charlotta. There is, my dear, said Mr. Joseph Tuggs, and sure enough, 4 young ladies, each furnished with a towel, tripped up the steps of a bathing machine. In went the horse, floundering about in the water, round turned the machine, down sat the driver, and presently out burst the young ladies aforesaid with 4 distinct splashes. Well, that's sing'lar too, ejaculated Mr. Joseph Tuggs after an awkward pause. Mr. Simon coughed slightly. Why, here's some gentlemen a-going in on this side, exclaimed Mrs. Tuggs in a tone of horror. 3 machines, 3 horses, 3 flounderings, 3 turnings round, 3 splashes, 3 gentlemen disporting themselves in the water like so many dolphins. Well, that's sing'lar, said Mr. Joseph Tuggs again. Miss Charlotta coughed this time, and another pause ensued. It was agreeably broken. How d'ye do, dear? We have been looking for you all the morning, said a voice to Miss Charlotta Tuggs. Mrs. Captain Waters was the owner of it. How d'ye do, said Captain Walter Waters, all suavity, and a most cordial interchange of greetings ensued. Belinda, my love, said Captain Walter Waters, applying his glass to his eye and looking in the direction of the sea. Yes, my dear, replied Mrs. Captain Waters. There's Harry Thompson. Where? Said Belinda, applying her glass to her eye. Bathing. Lor, so it is. He don't see us, does he? No, I don't think he does, replied the captain. Bless my soul, how very singular. What? Inquired Belinda. There's Mary Golding, too. Lor, where? Up went the glass again. There, said the captain, pointing to one of the young ladies before noticed, who, in her bathing costume, looked as if she was enveloped in a patent mackintosh of scanty dimensions. So it is, I declare, exclaimed Mrs. Captain Waters. How very curious we should see them both. Very, said the captain with perfect coolness. "It's the reg'lar thing here, you see," whispered Mr. Simon Tuggs to his father. "I see it is," whispered Mr. Joseph Tuggs in reply. "Queer, though, ain't it?" Mr. Simon Tuggs nodded assent. "What do you think of doing with yourself this morning?" inquired the captain. "Shall we lunch at Pegwell?" "I should like that very much indeed," interposed Mrs. Tuggs. She had never heard of Pegwell, but the word lunch had reached her ears, and it sounded very agreeably. "How shall we go?" inquired the captain. "It's too warm to walk." "A shay," suggested Mr. Joseph Tuggs. "Shays," whispered Mr. Simon. "I should think one would be enough," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs aloud, quite unconscious of the meaning of the correction. "However, 2 shays if you like." "I should like a donkey so much," said Belinda. "Oh, so should I," echoed Charlotta Tuggs. "Well, we can have a fly," suggested the captain, "and you can have a couple of donkeys." A fresh difficulty arose. Mrs. Captain Waters declared it would be decidedly improper for 2 ladies to ride alone. The remedy was obvious. Perhaps young Mr. Tuggs would be gallant enough to accompany them. Mr. Simon Tuggs blushed, smiled, looked vacant, and faintly protested that he was no horseman. The objection was at once overruled. A fly was speedily found, and 3 donkeys, which the proprietor declared on his solemn asseveration to be 3 parts blood and the other corn, were engaged in the service. "Kim up," shouted one of the 2 boys who followed behind, to propel the donkeys, when Belinda Waters and Charlotta Tuggs had been hoisted, and pushed and pulled into their respective saddles. "Hi, hi, hi," groaned the other boy behind Mr. Simon Tuggs. Away went the donkey, with the stirrups jingling against the heels of Simon's boots, and Simon's boots nearly scraping the ground. "Way, way, whoa, oh, oh," cried Mr. Simon Tuggs as well as he could in the midst of the jolting. "Don't make it gallop," screamed Mrs. Captain Waters behind. "My donkey will go into the public house," shrieked Miss Tuggs in the rear. "Hi, hi, hi," groaned both the boys together, and on went the donkeys as if nothing would ever stop them. Everything has an end, however. Even the galloping of donkeys will cease in time. The animal which Mr. Simon Tuggs bestrode, feeling sundry uncomfortable tugs at the bit, the intent of which he could by no means divine, abruptly sidled against a brick wall, and expressed his uneasiness by grinding Mr. Simon Tuggs's leg on the rough surface. Mrs. Captain Waters's donkey, apparently under the influence of some playfulness of spirit, rushed suddenly, head first, into a hedge and declined to come out again. And the quadruped on which Miss Tuggs was mounted expressed his delight at this humorous proceeding by firmly planting his 4 feet against the ground and kicking up his hind legs in a very agile but somewhat alarming manner. This abrupt termination to the rapidity of the ride naturally occasioned some confusion. Both the ladies indulged in vehement screaming for several minutes, and Mr. Simon Tuggs, besides sustaining intense bodily pain, had the additional mental anguish of witnessing their distressing situation, without having the power to rescue them, by reason of his leg being firmly screwed in between the animal and the wall. The efforts of the boys, however, assisted by the ingenious expedient of twisting the tail of the most rebellious donkey, restored order in a much shorter time than could have reasonably been expected, and the little party jogged slowly on together. "Now let him walk," said Mr. Simon Tuggs. "It's cruel to overdrive him." "Werry well, sir," replied the boy, with a grin at his companion, as if he understood Mr. Simon to mean that the cruelty applied less to the animals than to their riders. "What a lovely day, dear," said Charlotta. "Charming, enchanting, dear," responded Mrs. Captain Waters. "What a beautiful prospect, Mr. Tuggs." Simon looked full in Belinda's face as he responded, "Beautiful, indeed." The lady cast down her eyes and suffered the animal she was riding to fall a little back. Simon Tuggs instinctively did the same. There was a brief silence, broken only by a sigh from Mr. Simon Tuggs. "Mr. Simon," said the lady suddenly in a low tone, "Mr. Simon, I am another's." Mr. Simon expressed his perfect concurrence in a statement which it was impossible to controvert. "If I had not been," resumed Belinda, and there she stopped. What?" said Mr. Simon earnestly. "Do not torture me. What would you say?" "If I had not been," continued Mrs. Captain Waters, "if, in earlier life, it had been my fate to have known, and been beloved by, a noble youth, a kindred soul, a congenial spirit, one capable of feeling and appreciating the sentiments which— "Heavens, what do I hear?" exclaimed Mr. Simon Tuggs. "Is it possible? Can I believe my come up?" This last unsentimental parenthesis was addressed to the donkey, who, with his head between his four legs, appeared to be examining the state of his shoes with great anxiety. "Hi, hi, hi," said the boys behind. "Come up," expostulated Simon Tuggs again. "Hi, hi, hi," repeated the boys. And whether it was that the animal felt indignant at the tone of Mr. Tuggs's command, or felt alarmed by the noise of the deputy proprietor's boots running behind him, or whether he burned with a noble emulation to outstrip the other donkeys, certain it is that he no sooner heard the second series of "hi, hi's" than he started away, with a celerity of pace which jerked Mr. Simon's hat off instantaneously, and carried him to the Pegwell Bay Hotel in no time, where he deposited his rider without giving him the trouble of dismounting, by sagaciously pitching him over his head into the very doorway of the tavern. Great was the confusion of Mr. Simon Tuggs when he was put right end uppermost by two waiters. Considerable was the alarm of Mrs. Tuggs in behalf of her son. Agonizing were the apprehensions of Mrs. Captain Waters on his account. It was speedily discovered, however, that he had not sustained much more injury than the donkey. He was grazed, and the animal was grazing. And then it was a delightful party, to be sure. Mr. and Mrs. Tuggs and the captain had ordered lunch in the little garden behind. Small saucers of large shrimps, dabs of butter, crusty loaves, and bottled ale. The sky was without a cloud. There were flower pots and turf before them, the sea, from the foot of the cliff, stretching away as far as the eye could discern anything at all, vessels in the distance with sails as white and as small as nicely got-up cambric handkerchiefs. The shrimps were delightful, the ale better, and the captain even more pleasant than either. Mrs. Captain Waters was in such spirits after lunch, chasing first the captain across the turf and among the flower pots, and then Mr. Simon Tuggs and then Miss Tuggs, and laughing, too, quite boisterously. But as the captain said, it didn't matter who knew what they were there, for all the people of the house knew they might be common people, to which Mr. Joseph Tuggs responded, to be sure. And then they went down the steep wooden steps a little further on, which led to the bottom of the cliff, and looked at the crabs, and the seaweed, and the eels, till it was more than fully time to go back to Ramsgate again. Finally, Mr. Simon Tuggs ascended the steps last, and Mrs. Captain Waters last but one, and Mr. Simon Tuggs discovered that the foot and ankle of Mrs. Captain Waters were even more unexceptionable than he had at first supposed. Taking a donkey towards his ordinary place of residence is a very different thing, and a feat much more easily to be accomplished than taking him from it. It requires a great deal of foresight and presence of mind in the one case, to anticipate the numerous flights of his discursive imagination, whereas, in the other, all you have to do is to hold on and place a blind confidence in the animal. Mr. Simon Tuggs adopted the latter expedient on his return, and his nerves were so little discomposed by the journey that he distinctly understood they were all to meet again at the library in the evening. The library was crowded. There were the same ladies and the same gentlemen who had been on the sands in the morning and on the pier the day before. There were young ladies, in maroon-colored gowns and black velvet bracelets, dispensing fancy articles in the shop and presiding over games of chance in the concert room. There were marriageable daughters and marriage-making mammas, gaming and promenading and turning over music and flirting. There were some male beaux doing the sentimental in whispers, and others doing the ferocious in mustache. There were Mrs. Tuggs in amber, Miss Tuggs in sky-blue misses, Captain Waters in pink. There was Captain Waters in a braided surtout. There was Mr. Simon Tuggs in pumps and a gilt waistcoat. There was Mr. Joseph Tuggs in a blue coat and a shirt frill. "Numbers 3, 8, and 11, cried one of the young ladies in the maroon-colored gowns. "Numbers 3, 8, and 11, echoed another young lady in the same uniform. "Number 3's gone," said the first young lady. "Numbers 8 and 11. "Numbers 8 and 11, echoed the second young lady. "Number 8's gone, Mary Ann," said the first young lady. "Number 11, screamed the second. "The numbers are all taken now, ladies, if you please," said the first. The representatives of numbers 3, 8, and 11, and the rest of the numbers crowded round the table. "Will you throw, ma'am?" said the presiding goddess, handing the dice box to the eldest daughter of a stout lady with 4 girls. There was a profound silence among the lookers-on. "Throw Jane, my dear," said the stout lady. An interesting display of bashfulness, a little blushing in a cambric handkerchief, a whispering to a younger sister. "Amelia, my dear, throw for your sister," said the stout lady, and then she turned to a walking advertisement of Rowland's Macassar oil, who stood next her, and said, "Jane is so very modest and retiring, but I can't be angry with her for it. An artless and unsophisticated girl is so truly amiable that I often wish Amelia was more like her sister." The gentleman with the whiskers whispered his admiring approval. "Now, my dear," said the stout lady, "Miss Amelia threw 8 for her sister, 10 for herself." "Nice figure, Amelia," whispered the stout lady to a thin youth beside her. "Beautiful. And such a spirit. I am like you in that respect. I cannot help admiring that life and vivacity. Ah, a sigh, I wish I could make poor Jane a little more like my dear Amelia." The young gentleman cordially acquiesced in the sentiment. Both he and the individual first addressed were perfectly contented. "Who's this?" inquired Mr. Simon Tuggs of Mrs. Captain Waters, as a short female, in a blue velvet hat and feathers, was led into the orchestra by a fat man in black tights and cloudy berlins. "Mrs. Tippin, of the London theatres," replied Belinda, referring to the programme of the concert. The talented Tippin, having condescendingly acknowledged the clapping of hands and shouts of "bravo," which greeted her appearance, proceeded to sing the popular cavatina of "Bid Me Discourse," accompanied on the piano by Mr. Tippin. After which, Mr. Tippin sang a comic song, accompanied on the piano by Mrs. Tippin, the applause consequent upon which was only to be exceeded by the enthusiastic approbation bestowed upon an air with variations on the guitar, by Miss Tippin, accompanied on the chin by Master Tippin. Thus passed the evening, thus passed the days and evenings of the Tuggses and the Waterses for 6 weeks. Sands in the morning, donkeys at noon, pier in the afternoon, library at night, and the same people everywhere. On that very night 6 weeks, the moon was shining brightly over the calm sea, which dashed against the feet of the tall gaunt cliffs, with just enough noise to lull the old fish to sleep, without disturbing the young ones, when 2 figures were discernible, or would have been if anybody had looked for them, seated on one of the wooden benches which are stationed near the verge of the western cliff. The moon had climbed higher into the heavens, by 2 hours' journeying, since those figures first sat down, and yet they had moved not. The crowd of loungers had thinned and dispersed. The noise of itinerant musicians had died away. Light after light had appeared in the windows of the different houses in the distance. Blockade man after blockade man had passed the spot, wending his way towards his solitary post, and yet those figures had remained stationary. Some portions of the 2 forms were in deep shadow, but the light of the moon fell strongly on a puce-colored boot and a glazed stock. Mr. Simon Tuggs and Mrs. Captain Waters were seated on that bench. They spoke not, but were silently gazing on the sea. "Walter will return tomorrow," said Mrs. Captain Waters, mournfully breaking silence. Mr. Simon Tuggs sighed like a gust of wind through a forest of gooseberry bushes, as he replied, "Alas, he will." "Oh, Simon," resumed Belinda, "the chaste delight, the calm happiness of this 1 week of platonic love is too much for me." Simon was about to suggest that it was too little for him, but he stopped himself and murmured unintelligibly. "And to think that even this gleam of happiness, innocent as it is," exclaimed Belinda, "is now to be lost forever." "Oh, do not say forever, Belinda," exclaimed the excitable Simon, as 2 strongly defined tears chased each other down his pale face. It was so long that there was plenty of room for a chase. "Do not say forever." "I must," replied Belinda. "Why?" urged Simon. "Oh, why? Such platonic acquaintance as ours is so harmless that even your husband can never object to it." "My husband?" exclaimed Belinda. "You little know him, jealous and revengeful, ferocious in his revenge, a maniac in his jealousy. Would you be assassinated before my eyes?" Mr. Simon Tuggs, in a voice broken by emotion, expressed his disinclination to undergo the process of assassination before the eyes of anybody. "Then leave me," said Mrs. Captain Waters. "Leave me this night forever. It is late, let us return." Mr. Simon Tuggs sadly offered the lady his arm and escorted her to her lodgings. He paused at the door, he felt a platonic pressure of his hand. "Good night," he said, hesitating. "Good night," sobbed the lady. Mr. Simon Tuggs paused again. "Won't you walk in, sir?" said the servant. Mr. Tuggs hesitated. Oh, that hesitation, he did walk in. "Good night," said Mr. Simon Tuggs again, when he reached the drawing-room. "Good night," replied Belinda, "and if at any period of my life Hush!" The lady paused and stared with a steady gaze of horror on the ashy countenance of Mr. Simon Tuggs. There was a double knock at the street door. "It is my husband," said Belinda, as the captain's voice was heard below. "And my family," added Simon Tuggs, as the voices of his relatives floated up the staircase. The curtain," gasped Mrs. Captain Waters, pointing to the window, before which some chintz hangings were closely drawn. "But I have done nothing wrong," said the hesitating Simon. "The curtain," reiterated the frantic lady. "You will be murdered." This last appeal to his feelings was irresistible. The dismayed Simon concealed himself behind the curtain with pantomimic suddenness. Enter the captain, Joseph Tuggs, Mrs. Tuggs, and Charlotta. "My dear," said the captain, "Lieutenant Slaughter." Two iron-shod boots and one gruff voice were heard by Mr. Simon to advance and acknowledge the honor of the introduction. The saber of the lieutenant rattled heavily upon the floor as he seated himself at the table. Mr. Simon's fears almost overcame his reason. "The brandy, my dear," said the captain. Here was a situation, they were going to make a night of it, and Mr. Simon Tuggs was pent up behind the curtain and afraid to breathe. "Slaughter," said the captain, "a cigar." Now Mr. Simon Tuggs never could smoke without feeling it indispensably necessary to retire immediately, and never could smell smoke without a strong disposition to cough. The cigars were introduced. The captain was a professed smoker, so was the lieutenant, so was Joseph Tuggs. The apartment was small, the door was closed, the smoke powerful. It hung in heavy wreaths over the room, and at length found its way behind the curtain. Simon Tuggs held his nose, his mouth, his breath. It was all of no use. Out came the cough. "Bless my soul," said the captain. "I beg your pardon, Miss Tuggs. You dislike smoking." "Oh no, I don't indeed," said Charlotta. "It makes you cough." "Oh dear no. You coughed just now." "Me, Captain Waters. Lor, how can you say so?" "Somebody coughed," said the captain. "I certainly thought so," said Slaughter. "No, everybody denied it." "Fancy," said the captain. "Must be," echoed Slaughter. Cigars resumed more smoke, another cough smothered but violent. "Damned odd," said the captain, staring about him. "Singler," ejaculated the unconscious Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Lieutenant Slaughter looked first at one person mysteriously, then at another. Then laid down his cigar, then approached the window on tiptoe, and pointed with his right thumb over his shoulder, in the direction of the curtain. "Slaughter," ejaculated the captain, rising from table, "what do you mean?" The lieutenant, in reply, drew back the curtain and discovered Mr. Simon Tuggs behind it, pallid with apprehension and blue with wanting to cough. "Aha!" exclaimed the captain furiously. "What do I see? Slaughter your saber." "Simon!" screamed the Tuggses. "Mercy!" said Belinda. "Platonic!" gasped Simon. "Your saber!" roared the captain. "Slaughter unhand me the villain's life." "Murder!" screamed the Tuggses. "Hold him fast, sir," faintly articulated Simon. "Water!" exclaimed Joseph Tuggs, and Mr. Simon Tuggs and all the ladies forthwith fainted away and formed a tableau. Most willingly would we conceal the disastrous termination of the 6 weeks' acquaintance. A troublesome form and an arbitrary custom, however, prescribe that a story should have a conclusion in addition to a commencement. We have therefore no alternative. Lieutenant Slaughter brought a message, the captain brought an action. Mr. Joseph Tuggs interposed, the lieutenant negotiated. When Mr. Simon Tuggs recovered from the nervous disorder into which misplaced affection and exciting circumstances had plunged him, he found that his family had lost their pleasant acquaintance, that his father was minus £1,500, and the captain plus the precise sum. The money was paid to hush the matter up, but it got abroad notwithstanding. And there are not wanting some who affirm that 3 designing impostors never found more easy dupes than did Captain Waters, Mrs. Waters, and Lieutenant Slaughter in the Tuggses at Ramsgate. Chapter 5, Horatio Sparkins. Indeed, my love, he paid Teresa very great attention on the last assembly night. said Mrs. Malderton, addressing her spouse, who, after the fatigues of the day in the city, was sitting with a silk handkerchief over his head and his feet on the fender drinking his port. Very great attention. And I say again, every possible encouragement ought to be given him. He positively must be asked down here to dine. Who must? Inquired Mr. Malderton. Why, you know whom I mean, my dear, the young man with the black whiskers and the white cravat who has just come out at our assembly and whom all the girls are talking about. Young, dear me, what's his name? Marian, what is his name? Continued Mrs. Malderton, addressing her youngest daughter, who was engaged in netting a purse and looking sentimental. Mr. Horatio Sparkins, ma, replied Miss Marian with a sigh. Oh, yes, to be sure, Horatio Sparkins, said Mrs. Malderton. Decidedly the most gentlemanlike young man I ever saw. I am sure in the beautifully made coat he wore the other night, he looked like Prince Leopold, ma, so noble, so full of sentiment, suggested Marian in a tone of enthusiastic admiration. You should recollect, my dear, resumed Mrs. Malderton, that Teresa is now 8 and 20, and that it really is very important that something should be done. Miss Teresa Malderton was a very little girl, rather fat, with vermilion cheeks but good-humored and still disengaged, although, to do her justice, the misfortune arose from no lack of perseverance on her part. In vain had she flirted for 10 years, in vain had Mr. and Mrs. Malderton assiduously kept up an extensive acquaintance among the young eligible bachelors of Camberwell, and even of Wandsworth and Brixton, to say nothing of those who dropped in from town. Miss Malderton was as well known as the lion on the top of Northumberland House, and had an equal chance of going off. I am quite sure you'd like him, continued Mrs. Malderton. He is so gentlemanly. So clever, said Miss Marian. And has such a flow of language, added Miss Teresa. He has a great respect for you, my dear, said Mrs. Malderton to her husband. Mr. Malderton coughed and looked at the fire. Yes, I'm sure he's very much attached to Pa's society, said Miss Marian. No doubt of it, echoed Miss Teresa. Indeed, he said as much to me in confidence, observed Mrs. Malderton. Well, well, returned Mr. Malderton, somewhat flattered. If I see him at the assembly tomorrow, perhaps I'll ask him down. I hope he knows we live at Oak Lodge, Camberwell, my dear. Of course, and that you keep a one-horse carriage. I'll see about it, said Mr. Malderton, composing himself for a nap. I'll see about it. Mr. Malderton was a man whose whole scope of ideas was limited to Lloyd's, the Exchange, the India House, and the Bank. A few successful speculations had raised him from a situation of obscurity and comparative poverty to a state of affluence. As frequently happens in such cases, the ideas of himself and his family became elevated to an extraordinary pitch as their means increased. They affected fashion, taste, and many other fooleries, in imitation of their betters, and had a very decided and becoming horror of anything which could, by possibility, be considered low. He was hospitable from ostentation, illiberal from ignorance, and prejudiced from conceit. Egotism and the love of display induced him to keep an excellent table. Convenience, and a love of good things of this life, ensured him plenty of guests. He liked to have clever men, or what he considered such, at his table, because it was a great thing to talk about, but he never could endure what he called sharp fellows. Probably, he cherished this feeling out of compliment to his 2 sons, who gave their respected parent no uneasiness in that particular. The family were ambitious of forming acquaintances and connections in some sphere of society superior to that in which they themselves moved. And one of the necessary consequences of this desire, added to their utter ignorance of the world beyond their own small circle, was that anyone who could lay claim to an acquaintance with people of rank and title had a sure passport to the table at Oak Lodge, Camberwell. The appearance of Mr. Horatio Sparkins at the assembly had excited no small degree of surprise and curiosity among its regular frequenters. Who could he be? He was evidently reserved and apparently melancholy. Was he a clergyman? He danced too well. A barrister? He said he was not called. He used very fine words and talked a great deal. Could he be a distinguished foreigner, come to England for the purpose of describing the country, its manners and customs, and frequenting public balls and public dinners with the view of becoming acquainted with high life, polished etiquette, and English refinement? No, he had not a foreign accent. Was he a surgeon, a contributor to the magazines, a writer of fashionable novels, or an artist? No, to each and all of these surmises there existed some valid objection. Then, said everybody, he must be somebody. I should think he must be, reasoned Mr. Malderton within himself, because he perceives our superiority and pays us so much attention. The night succeeding the conversation we have just recorded was Assembly Night. The double fly was ordered to be at the door of Oak Lodge at 9 o'clock precisely. The Miss Maldertons were dressed in sky-blue satin trimmed with artificial flowers, and Mrs. M., who was a little fat woman, in ditto-ditto, looked like her eldest daughter multiplied by 2. Mr. Frederick Malderton, the eldest son in full-dress costume, was the very beau ideal of a smart waiter. And Mr. Thomas Malderton, the youngest, with his white dress stock, blue coat, bright buttons, and red watch ribbon, strongly resembled the portrait of that interesting, but rash young gentleman, George Barnwell. Every member of the party had made up his or her mind to cultivate the acquaintance of Mr. Horatio Sparkins. Miss Teresa, of course, was to be as amiable and interesting as ladies of 8 and 20 on the lookout for a husband usually are. Mrs. Malderton would be all smiles and graces. Miss Marian would request the favor of some verses for her album. Mr. Malderton would patronize the great unknown by asking him to dinner. Tom intended to ascertain the extent of his information on the interesting topics of snuff and cigars. Even Mr. Frederick Malderton himself, the family authority on all points of taste, dress, and fashionable arrangement, who had lodgings of his own in town, who had a free admission to Covent Garden Theatre, who always dressed according to the fashions of the months, who went up the water twice a week in the season, and who actually had an intimate friend who once knew a gentleman who formerly lived in the Albany. Even he had determined that Mr. Horatio Sparkins must be a devilish good fellow, and that he would do him the honor of challenging him to a game at billiards. The first object that met the anxious eyes of the expectant family on their entrance into the ballroom was the interesting Horatio, with his hair brushed off his forehead, and his eyes fixed on the ceiling, reclining in a contemplative attitude on one of the seats. "There he is, my dear," whispered Mrs. Malderton to Mr. Malderton. "How like Lord Byron," murmured Miss Teresa. "Or Montgomery," whispered Miss Marian. "Or the portraits of Captain Cook," suggested Tom. "Tom, don't be an ass," said his father, who checked him on all occasions, probably with a view to prevent his becoming sharp, which was very unnecessary. The elegant Sparkins attitudinized with admirable effect until the family had crossed the room. He then started up, with the most natural appearance of surprise and delight, accosted Mrs. Malderton with the utmost cordiality, saluted the young ladies in the most enchanting manner, bowed to and shook hands with Mr. Malderton with a degree of respect amounting almost to veneration, and returned the greetings of the 2 young men in a half-gratified, half-patronizing manner, which fully convinced them that he must be an important, and at the same time, condescending personage. "Miss Malderton," said Horatio, after the ordinary salutations, and bowing very low, "may I be permitted to presume to hope that you will allow me to have the pleasure?" "I don't think I am engaged," said Miss Teresa, with a dreadful affectation of indifference, "but really so many." Horatio looked handsomely miserable. "I shall be most happy," simpered the interesting Teresa at last. Horatio's countenance brightened up, like an old hat in a shower of rain. "A very genteel young man, certainly," said the gratified Mr. Malderton, as the obsequious Sparkins and his partner joined the quadrille which was just forming. "He has a remarkably good address," said Mr. Frederick. "Yes, he is a prime fellow," interposed Tom, who always managed to put his foot in it. "He talks just like an auctioneer." "Tom," said his father solemnly, "I think I desired you before not to be a fool." Tom looked as happy as a cock on a drizzly morning. "How delightful," said the interesting Horatio to his partner, as they promenaded the room at the conclusion of the set. "How delightful, how refreshing it is to retire from the cloudy storms, the vicissitudes, and the troubles of life, even if it be but for a few short fleeting moments, and to spend those moments, fading and evanescent though they be, in the delightful, the blessed society of one individual, whose frowns would be death, whose coldness would be madness, whose falsehood would be ruin, whose constancy would be bliss, the possession of whose affection would be the brightest and best reward that heaven could bestow on man. What feeling, what sentiment? Thought Miss Teresa as she leaned more heavily on her companion's arm. But enough, enough, resumed the elegant Sparkins with a theatrical air. What have I said? What have I to do with sentiments like these? Miss Malderton, here he stopped short, may I hope to be permitted to offer the humble tribute of. Really, Mr. Sparkins, returned the enraptured Teresa, blushing in the sweetest confusion, I must refer you to Papa. I never can, without his consent, venture to. Surely he cannot object. Oh, yes, indeed, you know him not, interrupted Miss Teresa, well knowing there was nothing to fear, but wishing to make the interview resemble a scene in some romantic novel. He cannot object to my offering you a glass of negus, returned the adorable Sparkins, with some surprise. Is that all? Thought the disappointed Teresa. What a fuss about nothing. It will give me the greatest pleasure, sir, to see you to dinner at Oak Lodge, Camberwell, on Sunday next at 5 o'clock, if you have no better engagement, said Mr. Malderton, at the conclusion of the evening, as he and his sons were standing in conversation with Mr. Horatio Sparkins. Horatio bowed his acknowledgments and accepted the flattering invitation. I must confess, continued the father, offering his snuff-box to his new acquaintance, that I don't enjoy these assemblies half so much as the comfort, I had almost said the luxury, of Oak Lodge. They have no great charms for an elderly man. And after all, sir, what is man? Said the metaphysical Sparkins. I say, what is man? Ah, very true, said Mr. Malderton, very true. We know that we live and breathe, continued Horatio, that we have wants and wishes, desires and appetites. Certainly, said Mr. Frederick Malderton, looking profound. I say, we know that we exist, repeated Horatio, raising his voice, but there we stop. There is an end to our knowledge. There is the summit of our attainments. There is the termination of our ends. What more do we know? Nothing, replied Mr. Frederick, than whom no one was more capable of answering for himself in that particular. Tom was about to hazard something, but fortunately for his reputation, he caught his father's angry eye and slunk off like a puppy convicted of petty larceny. Upon my word, said Mr. Malderton the elder, as they were returning home in the fly, that Mr. Sparkins is a wonderful young man. Such surprising knowledge, such extraordinary information, and such a splendid mode of expressing himself. I think he must be somebody in disguise, said Miss Marion. How charmingly romantic. He talks very loud and nicely, timidly observed Tom, but I don't exactly understand what he means. I almost begin to despair of your understanding anything, Tom, said his father, who, of course, had been much enlightened by Mr. Horatio Sparkins's conversation. It strikes me, Tom, said Miss Teresa, that you have made yourself very ridiculous this evening. No doubt of it, cried everybody, and the unfortunate Tom reduced himself into the least possible space. That night Mr. and Mrs. Malderton had a long conversation respecting their daughter's prospects and future arrangements. Miss Teresa went to bed, considering whether, in the event of her marrying a title, she could conscientiously encourage the visits of her present associates, and dreamed all night of disguised noblemen, large routs, ostrich plumes, bridal favors, and Horatio Sparkins. Various surmises were hazarded on the Sunday morning as to the mode of conveyance which the anxiously expected Horatio would adopt. Did he keep a gig? Was it possible he could come on horseback? Or would he patronize the stage? These, and other various conjectures of equal importance, engrossed the attention of Mrs. Malderton and her daughters during the whole morning after church. Upon my word, my dear, it's a most annoying thing that that vulgar brother of yours should have invited himself to dine here today, said Mr. Malderton to his wife. On account of Mr. Sparkins's coming down, I purposely abstained from asking anyone but Flamwell. And then to think of your brother, a tradesman, it's insufferable. I declare I wouldn't have him mention his shop before our new guest, no, not for £1,000. I wouldn't care if he had the good sense to conceal the disgrace he is to the family. But he's so fond of his horrible business that he will let people know what he is. Mr. Jacob Barton, the individual alluded to, was a large grocer, so vulgar and so lost to all sense of feeling that he actually never scrupled to avow that he wasn't above his business. He'd made his money by it, and he didn't care who knowed it. Ah, Flamwell, my dear fellow, how do you do? said Mr. Malderton, as a little spoffish man with green spectacles entered the room. "You got my note." "Yes, I did, and here I am in consequence." "You don't happen to know this Mr. Sparkins by name. You know everybody." Mr. Flamwell was one of those gentlemen of remarkably extensive information whom one occasionally meets in society, who pretend to know everybody, but in reality know nobody. At Malderton's, where any stories about great people were received with a greedy ear, he was an especial favorite. And knowing the kind of people he had to deal with, he carried his passion of claiming acquaintance with everybody to the most immoderate length. He had rather a singular way of telling his greatest lies in a parenthesis, and with an air of self-denial, as if he feared being thought egotistical. "Why, no, I don't know him by that name," returned Flamwell in a low tone and with an air of immense importance. "I have no doubt I know him, though. Is he tall?" "Middle-sized," said Miss Teresa. "With black hair?" inquired Flamwell, hazarding a bold guess. "Yes," returned Miss Teresa eagerly. "Rather a snub nose." "No," said the disappointed Teresa, "he has a Roman nose." "I said a Roman nose, didn't I?" inquired Flamwell. "He's an elegant young man." "Oh, certainly." "With remarkably prepossessing manners." "Oh, yes," said all the family together. "You must know him." "Yes, I thought you knew him, if he was anybody," triumphantly exclaimed Mr. Malderton. "Who do you think he is?" "Why, from your description," said Flamwell, ruminating and sinking his voice almost to a whisper, "he bears a strong resemblance to the Honorable Augustus Fitz-Edward Fitz-John Fitz-Osborne. He's a very talented young man and rather eccentric. It's extremely probable he may have changed his name for some temporary purpose." Teresa's heart beat high. Could he be the Honorable Augustus Fitz-Edward Fitz-John Fitz-Osborne? What a name to be elegantly engraved upon two glazed cards, tied together with a piece of white satin ribbon. The Honorable Mrs. Augustus Fitz-Edward Fitz-John Fitz-Osborne? The thought was transport. "It's 5 minutes to 5, said Mr. Malderton, looking at his watch. "I hope he's not going to disappoint us." "There he is!" exclaimed Miss Teresa, as a loud double knock was heard at the door. Everybody endeavored to look, as people when they particularly expect a visitor always do, as if they were perfectly unsuspicious of the approach of anybody. The room door opened. "Mr. Barton," said the servant. "Confound the man," murmured Malderton. "Ah, my dear sir, how do you do? Any news?" "Why, no," returned the grocer in his usual bluff manner. "No, none particular, none that I am much aware of. How do you do, gals and boys? Mr. Flamwell, sir, glad to see you." "Here is Mr. Sparkins," said Tom, who had been looking out at the window, on such a black horse. There was Horatio, sure enough, on a large black horse, curveting and prancing along like an Astley's supernumerary. After a great deal of reining in and pulling up with the accompaniments of snorting, rearing, and kicking, the animal consented to stop at about 100 yards from the gate, where Mr. Sparkins dismounted and confided him to the care of Mr. Malderton's groom. The ceremony of introduction was gone through, in all due form. Mr. Flamwell looked from behind his green spectacles at Horatio with an air of mysterious importance, and the gallant Horatio looked unutterable things at Teresa. "Is he the Honorable Mr. Augustus What's-his-name?" whispered Mrs. Malderton to Flamwell as he was escorting her to the dining-room. "Why, no, at least not exactly," returned that great authority, "not exactly." "Who is he, then?" "Hush," said Flamwell, nodding his head with a grave air, importing that he knew very well, but was prevented, by some grave reasons of state, from disclosing the important secret. It might be one of the ministers making himself acquainted with the views of the people. "Mr. Sparkins," said the delighted Mrs. Malderton, "pray divide the ladies. John, put a chair for the gentleman between Miss Teresa and Miss Marian." This was addressed to a man who, on ordinary occasions, acted as half-groom, half-gardener, but who, as it was important to make an impression on Mr. Sparkins, had been forced into a white neckerchief and shoes and touched up and brushed to look like a second footman. The dinner was excellent. Horatio was most attentive to Miss Teresa, and everyone felt in high spirits, except Mr. Malderton, who, knowing the propensity of his brother-in-law, Mr. Barton, endured that sort of agony which the newspapers inform us is experienced by the surrounding neighborhood when a potboy hangs himself in a hayloft, and which is, much easier to be imagined than described. "Have you seen your friend, Sir Thomas Noland, lately, Flamwell?" inquired Mr. Malderton, casting a sidelong look at Horatio, to see what effect the mention of so great a man had upon him. "Why, no, not very lately. I saw Lord Gubbleton the day before yesterday." "I hope his lordship is very well," said Malderton, in a tone of the greatest interest. It is scarcely necessary to say that, until that moment, he had been quite innocent of the existence of such a person. "Why, yes, he was very well indeed. He's a devilish good fellow. I met him in the city and had a long chat with him. Indeed, rather intimate with him. I couldn't stop to talk to him as long as I could wish, though, because I was on my way to a banker S, a very rich man and a member of Parliament, with whom I am also rather, indeed I may say very, intimate." "I know whom you mean," returned the host, consequentially, in reality knowing as much about the matter as Flamwell himself. "He has a capital business." This was touching on a dangerous topic. "Talking of business," interposed Mr. Barton, from the center of the table. "A gentleman whom you knew very well, Malderton, before you made that first lucky speck of yours, called at our shop the other day, and—" "Barton, may I trouble you for a potato?" interrupted the wretched master of the house, hoping to nip the story in the bud. "Certainly," returned the grocer, quite insensible of his brother-in-law's object, and he said in a very plain manner. "Flowery, if you please," interrupted Malderton again, dreading the termination of the anecdote and fearing a repetition of the word shop. "He said, says he," continued the culprit, after dispatching the potato, "says he, how goes on your business? So I said, jokingly, you know my way, says I'm never above my business, and I hope my business will never be above me. Ha ha." "Mr. Sparkins," said the host, vainly endeavoring to conceal his dismay, "a glass of wine." "With the utmost pleasure, sir." "Happy to see you." "Thank you." "We were talking the other evening," resumed the host, addressing Horatio, partly with the view of displaying the conversational powers of his new acquaintance, and partly in the hope of drowning the grocer's stories, "we were talking the other night about the nature of man. Your argument struck me very forcibly." "And me," said Mr. Frederick. Horatio made a graceful inclination of the head. "Pray, what is your opinion of woman, Mr. Sparkins?" inquired Mrs. Malderton. The young lady simpered. "Man," replied Horatio, "man, whether he ranged the bright, gay, flowery plains of a second Eden, or the more sterile, barren, and I may say, commonplace regions, to which we are compelled to accustom ourselves in times such as these. Man, under any circumstances or in any place, whether he were bending beneath the withering blasts of the frigid zone, or scorching under the rays of a vertical sun, man without woman would be alone." "I am very happy to find you entertain such honorable opinions, Mr. Sparkins," said Mrs. Malderton. "And I," added Miss Teresa. Horatio looked his delight, and the young lady blushed. "Now it's my opinion," said Mr. Barton. "I know what you're going to say," interposed Malderton, determined not to give his relation another opportunity, "and I don't agree with you." "What?" inquired the astonished grocer. "I am sorry to differ from you, Barton," said the host, in as positive a manner as if he really were contradicting a position which the other had laid down. "But I cannot give my assent to what I consider a very monstrous proposition." "But I meant to say—" "You never can convince me," said Malderton, with an air of obstinate determination. "Never." "And I," said Mr. Frederick, following up his father's attack, "cannot entirely agree in Mr. Sparkins's argument." "What?" said Horatio, who became more metaphysical and more argumentative, as he saw the female part of the family listening in wondering delight. "What? Is effect the consequence of cause? Is cause the precursor of effect?" "That's the point," said Flamwell. "To be sure," said Mr. Malderton. "Because if effect is the consequence of cause, and if cause does precede effect, I apprehend you are wrong," added Horatio. "Decidedly," said the toad-eating Flamwell. "At least, I apprehend that to be the just and logical deduction," said Sparkins, in a tone of interrogation. "No doubt of it," chimed in Flamwell again. "It settles the point." "Well, perhaps it does," said Mr. Frederick. "I didn't see it before." "I don't exactly see it now," thought the grocer, "but I suppose it's all right." "How wonderfully clever he is," whispered Mrs. Malderton to her daughters as they retired to the drawing-room. "Oh, he's quite a love," said both the young ladies together. "He talks like an oracle. He must have seen a great deal of life." The gentlemen being left to themselves, a pause ensued, during which everybody looked very grave, as if they were quite overcome by the profound nature of the previous discussion. Flamwell, who had made up his mind to find out who and what Mr. Horatio Sparkins really was, first broke silence. "Excuse me, sir," said that distinguished personage. "I presume you have studied for the bar? I thought of entering once myself, indeed. Rather intimate with some of the highest ornaments of that distinguished profession." "And no," said Horatio with a little hesitation, "not exactly." "But you have been much among the silk gowns, or I mistake?" inquired Flamwell deferentially. "Nearly all my life," returned Sparkins. The question was thus pretty well settled in the mind of Mr. Flamwell. He was a young gentleman, about to be called. "I shouldn't like to be a barrister," said Tom, speaking for the first time, and looking round the table to find somebody who would notice the remark. No one made any reply. "I shouldn't like to wear a wig," said Tom, hazarding another observation. "Tom, I beg you will not make yourself ridiculous," said his father. "Pray listen, and improve yourself by the conversation you hear, and don't be constantly making these absurd remarks." "Very well, father," replied the unfortunate Tom, who had not spoken a word since he had asked for another slice of beef at 5:15 p.m., and it was then 8. "Well, Tom," observed his good-natured uncle, "never mind, I think with you. I shouldn't like to wear a wig. I'd rather wear an apron." Mr. Malderton coughed violently. Mr. Barton resumed, for if a man's above his business. The cough returned with tenfold violence, and did not cease until the unfortunate cause of it, in his alarm, had quite forgotten what he intended to say. "Mr. Sparkins," said Flamwell, returning to the charge, "do you happen to know Mr. de Lafontaine of Bedford Square?" "I have exchanged cards with him, since which, indeed, I have had an opportunity of serving him considerably," replied Horatio, slightly coloring, no doubt, at having been betrayed into making the acknowledgment. "You are very lucky, if you have had an opportunity of obliging that great man," observed Flamwell, with an air of profound respect. "I don't know who he is," he whispered to Mr. Malderton, confidentially, as they followed Horatio up to the drawing-room. "It's quite clear, however, that he belongs to the law, and that he is somebody of great importance and very highly connected." No doubt," returned his companion. The remainder of the evening passed away most delightfully. Mr. Malderton, relieved from his apprehensions by the circumstance of Mr. Barton's falling into a profound sleep, was as affable and gracious as possible. Miss Teresa played the Fall of Paris, as Mr. Sparkins declared, in a most masterly manner, and both of them, assisted by Mr. Frederick, tried over glees and trios without number, they having made the pleasing discovery that their voices harmonized beautifully. To be sure, they all sang the first part, and Horatio, in addition to the slight drawback of having no ear, was perfectly innocent of knowing a note of music. Still, they passed the time very agreeably, and it was past 12 o'clock before Mr. Sparkins ordered the mourning coach-looking steed to be brought out, an order which was only complied with, on the distinct understanding that he was to repeat his visit on the following Sunday. "But perhaps Mr. Sparkins will form one of our party tomorrow evening," suggested Mrs. M. "Mr. Malderton intends taking the girls to see the pantomime." Mr. Sparkins bowed, and promised to join the party in box 48 in the course of the evening. "We will not tax you for the morning," said Miss Teresa, bewitchingly, "for Ma is going to take us to all sorts of places, shopping. I know that gentlemen have a great horror of that employment." Mr. Sparkins bowed again and declared that he should be delighted, but business of importance occupied him in the morning. Flamwell looked at Malderton significantly. "It's term time," he whispered. At 12 o'clock on the following morning, the fly was at the door of Oak Lodge, to convey Mrs. Malderton and her daughters on their expedition for the day. They were to dine and dress for the play at a friend's house. First, driving thither with their bandboxes, they departed on their first errand to make some purchases at Messrs. Jones, Spruggins, and Smith's of Tottenham Court Road, after which they were to go to Redmayne's in Bond Street, thence to innumerable places that no one ever heard of. The young ladies beguiled the tediousness of the ride by eulogizing Mr. Horatio Sparkins, scolding their mamma for taking them so far to save a shilling, and wondering whether they should ever reach their destination. At length, the vehicle stopped before a dirty-looking ticketed linen-draper's shop, with goods of all kinds and labels of all sorts and sizes in the window. There were dropsical figures of 7 with a little 3 farthings in the corner, perfectly invisible to the naked eye. 350,000 ladies' boas from 1 shilling and a penny halfpenny, real French kid shoes at 2 and 9 pence per pair, green parasols at an equally cheap rate, and every description of goods, as the proprietors said, and they must know best, 50%, under cost price. "Lor, Ma, what a place you have brought us to," said Miss Teresa. "What would Mr. Sparkins say if he could see us?" "Ah, what indeed?" said Miss Marian, horrified at the idea. "Pray be seated, ladies. What is the first article?" inquired the obsequious master of the ceremonies of the establishment, who, in his large white neckcloth and formal tie, looked like a bad portrait of a gentleman in the Somerset House exhibition. "I want to see some silks," answered Mrs. Malderton. "Directly, ma'am. Mr. Smith, where is Mr. Smith?" "Here, sir," cried a voice at the back of the shop. "Pray make haste, Mr. Smith," said the MC. "You never are to be found when you're wanted, sir." Mr. Smith, thus enjoined to use all possible dispatch, leaped over the counter with great agility and placed himself before the newly arrived customers. Mrs. Malderton uttered a faint scream. Miss Teresa, who had been stooping down to talk to her sister, raised her head and beheld Horatio Sparkins. We will draw a veil, as novel writers say, over the scene that ensued. The mysterious, philosophical, romantic, metaphysical Sparkins, he who, to the interesting Teresa, seemed like the embodied idea of the young dukes and poetical exquisites in blue silk dressing gowns, and ditto slippers, of whom she had read and dreamed, but had never expected to behold, was suddenly converted into Mr. Samuel Smith, the assistant at a cheap shop, the junior partner in a slippery firm of some 3 weeks' existence. The dignified evanishment of the hero of Oak Lodge, on this unexpected recognition, could only be equaled by that of a furtive dog with a considerable kettle at his tail. All the hopes of the Maldertons were destined at once to melt away, like the lemon ices at a company's dinner. Almack's was still to them as distant as the North Pole, and Miss Teresa had as much chance of a husband as Captain Ross had of the Northwest Passage. Years have elapsed since the occurrence of this dreadful morning. The daisies have thrice bloomed on Camberwell Green, the sparrows have thrice repeated their vernal chirps in Camberwell Grove, but the Miss Maldertons are still unmated. Miss Teresa's case is more desperate than ever, but Flamwell is yet in the zenith of his reputation, and the family have the same predilection for aristocratic personages, with an increased aversion to anything low. Chapter 6: The Black Veil. One winter's evening, towards the close of the year 1800, or within a year or two of that time, a young medical practitioner, recently established in business, was seated by a cheerful fire in his little parlor, listening to the wind, which was beating the rain in pattering drops against the window, or rumbling dismally in the chimney. The night was wet and cold. He had been walking through mud and water the whole day, and was now comfortably reposing in his dressing gown and slippers, more than half asleep and less than half awake, revolving 1,000 matters in his wandering imagination. First, he thought how hard the wind was blowing, and how the cold, sharp rain would be at that moment beating in his face if he were not comfortably housed at home. Then, his mind reverted to his annual Christmas visit to his native place and dearest friends. He thought how glad they would all be to see him, and how happy it would make Rose if he could only tell her that he had found a patient at last, and hoped to have more, and to come down again, in a few months' time, and marry her, and take her home to gladden his lonely fireside and stimulate him to fresh exertions. Then he began to wonder when his first patient would appear, or whether he was destined, by a special dispensation of Providence, never to have any patients at all. And then he thought about Rose again, and dropped to sleep and dreamed about her, till the tones of her sweet merry voice sounded in his ears, and her soft tiny hand rested on his shoulder. There was a hand upon his shoulder, but it was neither soft nor tiny, its owner being a corpulent round-headed boy, who, in consideration of the sum of 1 shilling per week and his food, was let out by the parish to carry medicine and messages. As there was no demand for the medicine, however, and no necessity for the messages, he usually occupied his unemployed hours, averaging 14 a day, in abstracting peppermint drops, taking animal nourishment, and going to sleep. "A lady, sir, a lady," whispered the boy, rousing his master with a shake. "What lady?" cried our friend, starting up, not quite certain that his dream was an illusion and half expecting that it might be Rose herself. "What lady? Where?" "There, sir," replied the boy, pointing to the glass door leading into the surgery, with an expression of alarm which the very unusual apparition of a customer might have tended to excite. The surgeon looked towards the door and started himself, for an instant, on beholding the appearance of his unlooked-for visitor. It was a singularly tall woman, dressed in deep mourning, and standing so close to the door that her face almost touched the glass. The upper part of her figure was carefully muffled in a black shawl, as if for the purpose of concealment, and her face was shrouded by a thick black veil. She stood perfectly erect, her figure was drawn up to its full height, and though the surgeon felt that the eyes beneath the veil were fixed on him, she stood perfectly motionless, and evinced, by no gesture whatever, the slightest consciousness of his having turned towards her. "Do you wish to consult me?" he inquired, with some hesitation, holding open the door. It opened inwards, and therefore the action did not alter the position of the figure, which still remained motionless on the same spot. She slightly inclined her head, in token of acquiescence. "Pray walk in," said the surgeon. The figure moved a step forward, and then, turning its head in the direction of the boy, to his infinite horror, appeared to hesitate. "Leave the room, Tom," said the young man, addressing the boy, whose large round eyes had been extended to their utmost width during this brief interview. "Draw the curtain and shut the door." The boy drew a green curtain across the glass part of the door, retired into the surgery, closed the door after him, and immediately applied one of his large eyes to the keyhole on the other side. The surgeon drew a chair to the fire and motioned the visitor to a seat. The mysterious figure slowly moved towards it. As the blaze shone upon the black dress, the surgeon observed that the bottom of it was saturated with mud and rain. "You are very wet," he said. "I am," said the stranger in a low, deep voice. "And you are ill," added the surgeon compassionately, for the tone was that of a person in pain. "I am," was the reply, "very ill, not bodily but mentally. It is not for myself or on my own behalf," continued the stranger, "that I come to you. If I labored under bodily disease, I should not be out, alone, at such an hour or on such a night as this. And if I were afflicted with it, 24 hours hence, God knows how gladly I would lie down and pray to die. It is for another that I beseech your aid, sir. I may be mad to ask it for him. I think I am. But night after night, through the long dreary hours of watching and weeping, the thought has been ever present to my mind. And though even I see the hopelessness of human assistance availing him, the bare thought of laying him in his grave without it makes my blood run cold." And a shudder, such as the surgeon well knew art could not produce, trembled through the speaker's frame. There was a desperate earnestness in this woman's manner that went to the young man's heart. He was young in his profession, and had not yet witnessed enough of the miseries which are daily presented before the eyes of its members to have grown comparatively callous to human suffering. "If," he said, rising hastily, "the person of whom you speak be in so hopeless a condition as you describe, not a moment is to be lost. I will go with you instantly. Why did you not obtain medical advice before?" "Because it would have been useless before, because it is useless even now," replied the woman, clasping her hands passionately. The surgeon gazed for a moment on the black veil, as if to ascertain the expression of the features beneath it. Its thickness, however, rendered such a result impossible. "You are ill," he said gently, "although you do not know it. The fever which has enabled you to bear, without feeling it, the fatigue you have evidently undergone is burning within you now. Put that to your lips," he continued, pouring out a glass of water. "Compose yourself for a few moments, and then tell me, as calmly as you can, what the disease of the patient is and how long he has been ill. When I know what it is necessary I should know, to render my visit serviceable to him, I am ready to accompany you." The stranger lifted the glass of water to her mouth, without raising the veil, put it down again untasted, and burst into tears. "I know," she said, sobbing aloud, "that what I say to you now seems like the ravings of fever. I have been told so before, less kindly than by you. I am not a young woman, and they do say that as life steals on towards its final close, the last short remnant, worthless as it may seem to all beside, is dearer to its possessor than all the years that have gone before, connected though they be with the recollection of old friends long since dead, and young ones, children perhaps, who have fallen off from and forgotten one as completely as if they had died too. My natural term of life cannot be many years longer and should be dear on that account, but I would lay it down without a sigh, with cheerfulness, with joy, if what I tell you now were only false or imaginary. Tomorrow morning he of whom I speak will be, I know, though I would fain think otherwise, beyond the reach of human aid, and yet tonight though he is in deadly peril, you must not see and could not serve him. I am unwilling to increase your distress," said the surgeon, after a short pause, "by making any comment on what you have just said, or appearing desirous to investigate a subject you are so anxious to conceal. But there is an inconsistency in your statement which I cannot reconcile with probability. This person is dying tonight, and I cannot see him when my assistance might possibly avail. You apprehend it will be useless tomorrow, and yet you would have me see him then. If he be, indeed, as dear to you, as your words and manner would imply, why not try to save his life before delay and the progress of his disease render it impracticable?" "God help me," exclaimed the woman, weeping bitterly. "How can I hope strangers will believe what appears incredible, even to myself? You will not see him then, sir," she added, rising suddenly. "I did not say that I decline to see him," replied the surgeon. "But I warn you that if you persist in this extraordinary procrastination, and the individual dies, a fearful responsibility rests with you." "The responsibility will rest heavily somewhere," replied the stranger bitterly. "Whatever responsibility rests with me, I am content to bear and ready to answer. As I incur none," continued the surgeon, "by acceding to your request, I will see him in the morning if you leave me the address. At what hour can he be seen?" "9," replied the stranger. "You must excuse my pressing these inquiries," said the surgeon, "but is he in your charge now?" "He is not," was the rejoinder. "Then, if I gave you instructions for his treatment through the night, you could not assist him." The woman wept bitterly as she replied, "I could not." Finding that there was but little prospect of obtaining more information by prolonging the interview, and anxious to spare the woman's feelings, which, subdued at first by a violent effort, were now irrepressible and most painful to witness, the surgeon repeated his promise of calling in the morning at the appointed hour. His visitor, after giving him a direction to an obscure part of Walworth, left the house in the same mysterious manner in which she had entered it. It will be readily believed that so extraordinary a visit produced a considerable impression on the mind of the young surgeon, and that he speculated a great deal and to very little purpose on the possible circumstances of the case. In common with the generality of people, he had often heard and read of singular instances, in which a presentiment of death, at a particular day, or even minute, had been entertained and realized. At one moment, he was inclined to think that the present might be such a case. But then, it occurred to him that all the anecdotes of the kind he had ever heard were of persons who had been troubled with a foreboding of their own death. This woman, however, spoke of another person, a man, and it was impossible to suppose that a mere dream or delusion of fancy would induce her to speak of his approaching dissolution with such terrible certainty as she had spoken. It could not be that the man was to be murdered in the morning, and that the woman, originally a consenting party, and bound to secrecy by an oath, had relented, and, though unable to prevent the commission of some outrage on the victim, had determined to prevent his death if possible, by the timely interposition of medical aid. The idea of such things happening within 2 miles of the metropolis appeared too wild and preposterous to be entertained beyond the instant. Then his original impression that the woman's intellects were disordered recurred, and, as it was the only mode of solving the difficulty with any degree of satisfaction, he obstinately made up his mind to believe that she was mad. Certain misgivings upon this point, however, stole upon his thoughts at the time, and presented themselves again and again through the long, dull course of a sleepless night, during which, in spite of all his efforts to the contrary, he was unable to banish the black veil from his disturbed imagination. The The back part of Walworth, at its greatest distance from town, is a straggling, miserable place enough, even in these days. But 35 years ago, the greater portion of it was little better than a dreary waste, inhabited by a few scattered people of questionable character, whose poverty prevented their living in any better neighborhood, or whose pursuits and mode of life rendered its solitude desirable. Very many of the houses which have since sprung up on all sides were not built until some years afterwards, and the great majority even of those which were sprinkled about, at irregular intervals, were of the rudest and most miserable description. The appearance of the place through which he walked in the morning was not calculated to raise the spirits of the young surgeon, or to dispel any feeling of anxiety or depression which the singular kind of visit he was about to make had awakened. Striking off from the high road, his way lay across a marshy common, through irregular lanes, with here and there a ruinous and dismantled cottage fast falling to pieces with decay and neglect. A stunted tree, or pool of stagnant water, roused into a sluggish action by the heavy rain of the preceding night, skirted the path occasionally. And now and then, a miserable patch of garden ground, with a few old boards knocked together for a summer house, and old palings imperfectly mended with stakes pilfered from the neighboring hedges, bore testimony, at once to the poverty of the inhabitants, and the little scruple they entertained in appropriating the property of other people to their own use. Occasionally, a filthy-looking woman would make her appearance from the door of a dirty house, to empty the contents of some cooking utensil into the gutter in front, or to scream after a little slipshod girl, who had contrived to stagger a few yards from the door under the weight of a sallow infant almost as big as herself. But scarcely anything was stirring around. And so much of the prospect as could be faintly traced through the cold damp mist which hung heavily over it, presented a lonely and dreary appearance perfectly in keeping with the objects we have described. After plodding wearily through the mud and mire, making many inquiries for the place to which he had been directed, and receiving as many contradictory and unsatisfactory replies in return, the young man at length arrived before the house which had been pointed out to him as the object of his destination. It was a small, low building, 1 story above the ground, with even a more desolate and unpromising exterior than any he had yet passed. An old yellow curtain was closely drawn across the window upstairs, and the parlor shutters were closed, but not fastened. The house was detached from any other, and, as it stood at an angle of a narrow lane, there was no other habitation in sight. When we say that the surgeon hesitated, and walked a few paces beyond the house, before he could prevail upon himself to lift the knocker, we say nothing that need raise a smile upon the face of the boldest reader. The police of London were a very different body in that day. The isolated position of the suburbs, when the rage for building and the progress of improvement had not yet begun to connect them with the main body of the city and its environs, rendered many of them, and this in particular, a place of resort for the worst and most depraved characters. Even the streets in the gayest parts of London were imperfectly lighted, at that time, and such places as these were left entirely to the mercy of the moon and stars. The chances of detecting desperate characters, or of tracing them to their haunts, were thus rendered very few, and their offenses naturally increased in boldness, as the consciousness of comparative security became the more impressed upon them by daily experience. Added to these considerations, it must be remembered that the young man had spent some time in the public hospitals of the metropolis, and, although neither Burke nor Bishop had then gained a horrible notoriety, his own observation might have suggested to him how easily the atrocities to which the former has since given his name might be committed. Be this as it may, whatever reflection made him hesitate, he did hesitate, but being a young man of strong mind and great personal courage, it was only for an instant. He stepped briskly back and knocked gently at the door. A low whispering was audible, immediately afterwards, as if some person at the end of the passage were conversing stealthily with another on the landing above. It was succeeded by the noise of a pair of heavy boots upon the bare floor. The door chain was softly unfastened, the door opened, and a tall, ill-favored man with black hair and a face, as the surgeon often declared afterwards, as pale and haggard as the countenance of any dead man he ever saw, presented himself. "Walk in, sir," he said in a low tone. The surgeon did so, and the man, having secured the door again, by the chain, led the way to a small back parlor at the extremity of the passage. "Am I in time?" "Too soon," replied the man. The surgeon turned hastily round, with a gesture of astonishment not unmixed with alarm, which he found it impossible to repress. "If you'll step in here, sir," said the man, who had evidently noticed the action. "If you'll step in here, sir, you won't be detained 5 minutes, I assure you." The surgeon at once walked into the room. The man closed the door and left him alone. It was a little cold room, with no other furniture than 2 deal chairs and a table of the same material. A handful of fire, unguarded by any fender, was burning in the grate, which brought out the damp if it served no more comfortable purpose, for the unwholesome moisture was stealing down the walls in long slug-like tracks. The window, which was broken and patched in many places, looked into a small enclosed piece of ground, almost covered with water. Not a sound was to be heard, either within the house or without. The young surgeon sat down by the fireplace to await the result of his first professional visit. He had not remained in this position many minutes when the noise of some approaching vehicle struck his ear. It stopped. The street door was opened. A low talking succeeded, accompanied with a shuffling noise of footsteps along the passage and on the stairs, as if 2 or 3 men were engaged in carrying some heavy body to the room above. The creaking of the stairs, a few seconds afterwards, announced that the newcomers, having completed their task, whatever it was, were leaving the house. The door was again closed, and the former silence was restored. Another 5 minutes had elapsed, and the surgeon had resolved to explore the house, in search of someone to whom he might make his errand known, when the room door opened, and his last night's visitor, dressed in exactly the same manner, with the veil lowered as before, motioned him to advance. The singular height of her form, coupled with the circumstance of her not speaking, caused the idea to pass across his brain for an instant that it might be a man disguised in woman's attire. The hysteric sobs which issued from beneath the veil, and the convulsive attitude of grief of the whole figure, however, at once exposed the absurdity of the suspicion, and he hastily followed. The woman led the way upstairs to the front room and paused at the door to let him enter first. It was scantily furnished with an old deal box, a few chairs, and a tent bedstead, without hangings or cross-rails, which was covered with a patchwork counterpane. The dim light admitted through the curtain which he had noticed from the outside, rendered the objects in the room so indistinct, and communicated to all of them so uniform a hue, that he did not, at first, perceive the object on which his eye at once rested when the woman rushed frantically past him, and flung herself on her knees by the bedside. Stretched upon the bed, closely enveloped in a linen wrapper and covered with blankets, lay a human form, stiff and motionless. The head and face, which were those of a man, were uncovered, save by a bandage which passed over the head and under the chin. The eyes were closed, the left arm lay heavily across the bed, and the woman held the passive hand. The surgeon gently pushed the woman aside and took the hand in his. "My God!" he exclaimed, letting it fall involuntarily, "the man is dead." The woman started to her feet and beat her hands together. "Oh, don't say so, sir," she exclaimed, with a burst of passion amounting almost to frenzy. "Oh, don't say so, sir. I can't bear it. Men have been brought to life before when unskillful people have given them up for lost, and men have died who might have been restored if proper means had been resorted to. Don't let him lie here, sir, without one effort to save him. This very moment life may be passing away. Do try, sir, do, for heaven's sake." And while speaking, she hurriedly chafed first the forehead and then the breast of the senseless form before her, and then wildly beat the cold hands which, when she ceased to hold them, fell listlessly and heavily back on the coverlet. "It is of no use, my good woman," said the surgeon soothingly as he withdrew his hand from the man's breast. "Stay, undraw that curtain." "Why?" said the woman, starting up. "Undraw that curtain," repeated the surgeon in an agitated tone. "I darkened the room on purpose," said the woman, throwing herself before him as he rose to undraw it. "Oh, sir, have pity on me. If it can be of no use and he is really dead, do not expose that form to other eyes than mine." "This man died no natural or easy death," said the surgeon. "I must see the body." With a motion so sudden that the woman hardly knew that he had slipped from beside her, he tore open the curtain, admitted the full light of day, and returned to the bedside. "There has been violence here," he said, pointing towards the body and gazing intently on the face, from which the black veil was now, for the first time, removed. In the excitement of a minute before, the female had thrown off the bonnet and veil and now stood with her eyes fixed upon him. Her features were those of a woman about 50, who had once been handsome. Sorrow and weeping had left traces upon them which not time itself would ever have produced without their aid. Her face was deadly pale, and there was a nervous contortion of the lip, and an unnatural fire in her eye, which showed too plainly that her bodily and mental powers had nearly sunk beneath an accumulation of misery. "There has been violence here," said the surgeon, preserving his searching glance. "There has," replied the woman. "This man has been murdered." "That I call God to witness he has," said the woman passionately, "pitilessly, inhumanly murdered." "By whom?" said the surgeon, seizing the woman by the arm. "Look at the butcher's marks and then ask me," she replied. The surgeon turned his face towards the bed and bent over the body which now lay full in the light of the window. The throat was swollen, and a livid mark encircled it. The truth flashed suddenly upon him. "This is one of the men who were hanged this morning," he exclaimed, turning away with a shudder. "It is," replied the woman, with a cold, unmeaning stare. "Who was he?" inquired the surgeon. "My son," rejoined the woman, and fell senseless at his feet. It was true. A companion, equally guilty with himself, had been acquitted for want of evidence, and this man had been left for death and executed. To recount the circumstances of the case, at this distant period, must be unnecessary and might give pain to some persons still alive. The history was an everyday one. The mother was a widow without friends or money, and had denied herself necessaries to bestow them on her orphan boy. That boy, unmindful of her prayers and forgetful of the sufferings she had endured for him, incessant anxiety of mind, and voluntary starvation of body, had plunged into a career of dissipation and crime. And this was the result: his own death by the hangman's hands, and his mother's shame and incurable insanity. For many years after this occurrence, and when profitable and arduous avocations would have led many men to forget that such a miserable being existed, the young surgeon was a daily visitor at the side of the harmless mad woman, not only soothing her by his presence and kindness, but alleviating the rigor of her condition by pecuniary donations for her comfort and support, bestowed with no sparing hand. In the transient gleam of recollection and consciousness which preceded her death, a prayer for his welfare and protection, as fervent as mortal ever breathed, rose from the lips of this poor, friendless creature. That prayer flew to heaven and was heard. The blessings he was instrumental in conferring have been repaid to him 1,000-fold. But, amid all the honors of rank and station which have since been heaped upon him, and which he has so well earned, he can have no reminiscence more gratifying to his heart than that connected with the Black Veil. Chapter 7. The Steam Excursion. Mr. Percy Noakes was a law student, inhabiting a set of chambers on the 4th floor, in one of those houses in Grayson Square which command an extensive view of the gardens and their usual adjuncts, flaunting nursery maids and town-made children with parenthetical legs. Mr. Percy Noakes was what is generally termed a devilish good fellow. He had a large circle of acquaintance and seldom dined at his own expense. He used to talk politics to papas, flatter the vanity of mammas, do the amiable to their daughters, make pleasure engagements with their sons, and romp with the younger branches. Like those paragons of perfection, advertising footmen out of place, he was always willing to make himself generally useful. If any old lady, whose son was in India, gave a ball, Mr. Percy Noakes was master of the ceremonies. If any young lady made a stolen match, Mr. Percy Noakes gave her away. If a juvenile wife presented her husband with a blooming cherub, Mr. Percy Noakes was either godfather or deputy godfather. And if any member of a friend's family died, Mr. Percy Noakes was invariably to be seen in the second morning coach, with a white handkerchief to his eyes, sobbing, to use his own appropriate and expressive description, like Winkin. It may readily be imagined that these numerous avocations were rather calculated to interfere with Mr. Percy Noakes's professional studies. Mr. Percy Noakes was perfectly aware of the fact, and had, therefore, after mature reflection, made up his mind not to study at all, a laudable determination, to which he adhered in the most praiseworthy manner. His sitting room presented a strange chaos of dress gloves, boxing gloves, caricatures, albums, invitation cards, foils, cricket bats, cardboard drawings, paste, gum, and 50 other miscellaneous articles, heaped together in the strangest confusion. He was always making something for somebody or planning some party of pleasure, which was his great forte. He invariably spoke with astonishing rapidity, was smart, spoffish, and A1020. "Splendid idea, 'pon my life," soliloquized Mr. Percy Noakes over his morning coffee as his mind reverted to a suggestion which had been thrown out on the previous night by a lady at whose house he had spent the evening. "Glorious idea, Mrs. Stubbs." "Yes, sir," replied a dirty old woman with an inflamed countenance emerging from the bedroom with a barrel of dirt and cinders. This was the laundress. "Did you call, sir?" "Oh, Mrs. Stubbs, I'm going out. If that tailor should call again, you'd better say I'm out of town and shan't be back for a fortnight. And if that bootmaker should come, tell him I've lost his address or I'd have sent him that little amount. Mind he writes it down, and if Mr. Hardy should call, you know Mr. Hardy." "The funny gentleman, sir." "Ah, the funny gentleman. If Mr. Hardy should call, say I've gone to Mrs. Taunton's about that water party." "Yes, sir." "And if any fellow calls and says he's come about a steamer, tell him to be here at 5 o'clock this afternoon, Mrs. Stubbs." "Very well, sir." Mr. Percy Noakes brushed his hat, whisked the crumbs off his inexpressibles with a silk handkerchief, gave the ends of his hair a persuasive roll round his forefinger, and sallied forth for Mrs. Taunton's domicile in Great Marlborough Street, where she and her daughters occupied the upper part of a house. She was a good-looking widow of 50, with the form of a giantess and the mind of a child. The pursuit of pleasure and some means of killing time were the sole end of her existence. She doted on her daughters, who were as frivolous as herself. A general exclamation of satisfaction hailed the arrival of Mr. Percy Noakes, who went through the ordinary salutations and threw himself into an easy chair near the ladies' work table, with the ease of a regularly established friend of the family. Mrs. Taunton was busily engaged in planting immense bright bows on every part of a smart cap on which it was possible to stick one. Miss Emily Taunton was making a watchguard. Miss Sophia was at the piano, practicing a new song, poetry by the young officer, or the police officer, or the custom-house officer, or some other interesting amateur. "You good creature," said Mrs. Taunton, addressing the gallant Percy. "You really are a good soul. You've come about the water party, I know." "I should rather suspect I had," replied Mr. Noakes triumphantly. "Now, come here, girls, and I'll tell you all about it." Miss Emily and Miss Sophia advanced to the table. "Now," continued Mr. Percy Noakes, "it seems to me that the best way will be to have a committee of 10 to make all the arrangements and manage the whole set out. Then, I propose that the expenses shall be paid by these 10 fellows jointly." "Excellent indeed," said Mrs. Taunton, who highly approved of this part of the arrangements. "Then, my plan is that each of these 10 fellows shall have the power of asking 5 people. There must be a meeting of the committee, at my chambers, to make all the arrangements, and these people shall be then named. Every member of the committee shall have the power of blackballing anyone who is proposed, and 1 black ball shall exclude that person. This will ensure our having a pleasant party, you know." "What a manager you are," interrupted Mrs. Taunton again. "Charming," said the lovely Emily. "I never did," ejaculated Sophia. "Yes, I think it'll do," replied Mr. Percy Noakes, who was now quite in his element. "I think it'll do. Then you know we shall go down to the Nore and back, and have a regular capital cold dinner laid out in the cabin before we start, so that everything may be ready without any confusion, and we shall have the lunch laid out on deck in those little tea-garden-looking concerns by the paddle boxes. I don't know what you call 'em. Then we shall hire a steamer expressly for our party, and a band, and have the deck chalked, and we shall be able to dance quadrilles all day. And then, whoever we know that's musical, you know, why they'll make themselves useful and agreeable. And, upon the whole, I really hope we shall have a glorious day, you know." The announcement of these arrangements was received with the utmost enthusiasm. Mrs. Taunton, Emily, and Sophia were loud in their praises. "Well, but tell me, Percy," said Mrs. Taunton, "who are the 10 gentlemen to be?" "Oh, I know plenty of fellows who will be delighted with the scheme," replied Mr. Percy Noakes. Of course we shall have. Mr. Hardy, interrupted the servant, announcing a visitor. Miss Sophia and Miss Emily hastily assumed the most interesting attitudes that could be adopted on so short a notice. "How are you?" said a stout gentleman of about 40, pausing at the door in the attitude of an awkward harlequin. This was Mr. Hardy, whom we have before described, on the authority of Mrs. Stubbs, as the funny gentleman. He was an Astley Cooperish Joe Miller, a practical joker, immensely popular with married ladies, and a general favorite with young men. He was always engaged in some pleasure excursion or other, and delighted in getting somebody into a scrape on such occasions. He could sing comic songs, imitate hackney coachmen and fowls, play airs on his chin, and execute concertos on the Jew's harp. He always eat and drank most immoderately, and was the bosom friend of Mr. Percy Noakes. He had a red face, a somewhat husky voice, and a tremendous laugh. "How are you?" said this worthy, laughing, as if it were the finest joke in the world to make a morning call, and shaking hands with the ladies with as much vehemence as if their arms had been so many pump handles. "You're just the very man I wanted," said Mr. Percy Noakes, who proceeded to explain the cause of his being in requisition. "Ha, ha, ha," shouted Hardy, after hearing the statement and receiving a detailed account of the proposed excursion. "Oh, capital, glorious, what a day it will be, what fun! But I say, when are you going to begin making the arrangements?" "No time like the present, at once if you please." "Oh, charming," cried the ladies, "pray do." Writing materials were laid before Mr. Percy Noakes, and the names of the different members of the committee were agreed on, after as much discussion between him and Mr. Hardy as if the fate of nations had depended on their appointment. It was then agreed that a meeting should take place at Mr. Percy Noakes's chambers on the ensuing Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock, and the visitors departed. Wednesday evening arrived, 8 o'clock came, and 8 members of the committee were punctual in their attendance. Mr. Loggins, the solicitor of Boswell Court, sent an excuse, and Mr. Samuel Briggs, the ditto of Furnival's Inn, sent his brother. Much to his, the brother's, satisfaction, and greatly to the discomfiture of Mr. Percy Noakes. Between the Briggses and the Tauntons there existed a degree of implacable hatred, quite unprecedented. The animosity between the Montagues and Capulets was nothing to that which prevailed between these two illustrious houses. Mrs. Briggs was a widow, with 3 daughters and 2 sons. Mr. Samuel, the eldest, was an attorney, and Mr. Alexander, the youngest, was under articles to his brother. They resided in Portland Street, Oxford Street, and moved in the same orbit as the Tauntons, hence their mutual dislike. If the Miss Briggses appeared in smart bonnets, the Miss Tauntons eclipsed them with smarter. If Mrs. Taunton appeared in a cap of all the hues of the rainbow, Mrs. Briggs forthwith mounted a toque, with all the patterns of the kaleidoscope. If Miss Sophia Taunton learnt a new song, 2 of the Miss Briggses came out with a new duet. The Tauntons had once gained a temporary triumph with the assistance of a harp, but the Briggses brought 3 guitars into the field and effectually routed the enemy. There was no end to the rivalry between them. Now, as Mr. Samuel Briggs was a mere machine, a sort of self-acting legal walking stick, and as the party was known to have originated, however remotely, with Mrs. Taunton, the female branches of the Briggs family had arranged that Mr. Alexander should attend instead of his brother. And as the said Mr. Alexander was deservedly celebrated for possessing all the pertinacity of a bankruptcy court attorney, combined with the obstinacy of that useful animal which browses on the thistle, he required but little tuition. He was especially enjoined to make himself as disagreeable as possible, and, above all, to blackball the Tauntons at every hazard. The proceedings of the evening were opened by Mr. Percy Noakes. After successfully urging on the gentlemen present the propriety of their mixing some brandy and water, he briefly stated the object of the meeting, and concluded by observing that the first step must be the selection of a chairman, necessarily possessing some arbitrary, he trusted not unconstitutional, powers, to whom the personal direction of the whole of the arrangements, subject to the approval of the committee, should be confided. A pale young gentleman, in a green stock and spectacles of the same, a member of the Honorable Society of the Inner Temple, immediately rose for the purpose of proposing Mr. Percy Noakes. He had known him long, and this he would say, that a more honorable, a more excellent, or a better-hearted fellow never existed. Here. The young gentleman, who was a member of a debating society, took this opportunity of entering into an examination of the state of the English law, from the days of William the Conqueror down to the present period. He briefly adverted to the code established by the ancient Druids, slightly glanced at the principles laid down by the Athenian lawgivers, and concluded with a most glowing eulogium on picnics and constitutional rights. Mr. Alexander Briggs opposed the motion. He had the highest esteem for Mr. Percy Noakes as an individual, but he did consider that he ought not to be entrusted with these immense powers. He believed that in the proposed capacity Mr. Percy Noakes would not act fairly, impartially, or honorably, but he begged it to be distinctly understood that he said this without the slightest personal disrespect. Mr. Hardy defended his honorable friend in a voice rendered partially unintelligible by emotion and brandy and water. The proposition was put to the vote, and there appearing to be only one dissentient voice, Mr. Percy Noakes was declared duly elected and took the chair accordingly. The business of the meeting now proceeded with rapidity. The chairman delivered in his estimate of the probable expense of the excursion, and every one present subscribed his portion thereof. The question was put that the Endeavour be hired for the occasion. Mr. Alexander Briggs moved as an amendment that the word fly be substituted for the word endeavour, but after some debate consented to withdraw his opposition. The important ceremony of balloting then commenced. A tea-caddy was placed on a table in a dark corner of the apartment, and everyone was provided with 2 backgammon men, one black and one white. The chairman, with great solemnity, then read the following list of the guests whom he proposed to introduce. Mrs. Taunton and 2 daughters, Mr. Wizzle, Mr. Simpson. The names were respectively balloted for, and Mrs. Taunton and her daughters were declared to be blackballed. Mr. Percy Noakes and Mr. Hardy exchanged glances. "Is your list prepared, Mr. Briggs?" inquired the chairman. "It is," replied Alexander, delivering in the following: Mrs. Briggs and 3 daughters, Mr. Samuel Briggs. The previous ceremony was repeated, and Mrs. Briggs and 3 daughters were declared to be blackballed. Mr. Alexander Briggs looked rather foolish, and the remainder of the company appeared somewhat overawed by the mysterious nature of the proceedings. The balloting proceeded, but one little circumstance which Mr. Percy Noakes had not originally foreseen prevented the system from working quite as well as he had anticipated. Everybody was blackballed. Mr. Alexander Briggs, by way of retaliation, exercised his power of exclusion in every instance, and the result was that after 3 hours had been consumed in hard balloting, the names of only 3 gentlemen were found to have been agreed to. In this dilemma, what was to be done? Either the whole plan must fall to the ground, or a compromise must be effected. The latter alternative was preferable, and Mr. Percy Noakes therefore proposed that the form of balloting should be dispensed with, and that every gentleman should merely be required to state whom he intended to bring. The proposal was acceded to, the Tauntons and the Briggses were reinstated, and the party was formed. The next Wednesday was fixed for the eventful day, and it was unanimously resolved that every member of the committee should wear a piece of blue sarcenet ribbon round his left arm. It appeared from the statement of Mr. Percy Noakes that the boat belonged to the General Steam Navigation Company and was then lying off the custom house, and as he proposed that the dinner and wines should be provided by an eminent city purveyor, it was arranged that Mr. Percy Noakes should be on board by 7 o'clock to superintend the arrangements, and that the remaining members of the committee, together with the company generally, should be expected to join her by 9 o'clock. More brandy and water was dispatched. Several speeches were made by the different law students present, thanks were voted to the chairman, and the meeting separated. The weather had been beautiful up to this period, and beautiful it continued to be. Sunday passed over, and Mr. Percy Noakes became unusually fidgety, rushing, constantly, to and from the steam packet wharf, to the astonishment of the clerks and the great emolument of the Holborn cabmen. Tuesday arrived, and the anxiety of Mr. Percy Noakes knew no bounds. He was every instant running to the window to look out for clouds, and Mr. Hardy astonished the whole square by practicing a new comic song for the occasion in the chairman's chambers. Uneasy were the slumbers of Mr. Percy Noakes that night. He tossed and tumbled about, and had confused dreams of steamers starting off, and gigantic clocks with the hands pointing to 9:15, and the ugly face of Mr. Alexander Briggs looking over the boat's side, and grinning, as if in derision of his fruitless attempts to move. He made a violent effort to get on board and awoke. The bright sun was shining cheerfully into the bedroom, and Mr. Percy Noakes started up for his watch, in the dreadful expectation of finding his worst dreams realized. It was just 5 o'clock. He calculated the time. He should be a good half-hour dressing himself, and as it was a lovely morning and the tide would be then running down, he would walk leisurely to Strand Lane and have a boat to the Custom House. He dressed himself, took a hasty apology for a breakfast, and sallied forth. The streets looked as lonely and deserted as if they had been crowded, overnight for the last time. Here and there, an early apprentice, with quench-looking sleepy eyes, was taking down the shutters of a shop, and a policeman or milkwoman might occasionally be seen pacing slowly along. But the servants had not yet begun to clean the doors or light the kitchen fires, and London looked the picture of desolation. At the corner of a by-street near Temple Bar was stationed a street breakfast. The coffee was boiling over a charcoal fire, and large slices of bread and butter were piled one upon the other, like deals in a timber yard. The company were seated on a form, which, with a view both to security and comfort, was placed against a neighboring wall. 2 young men, whose uproarious mirth and disordered dress bespoke the conviviality of the preceding evening, were treating 3 ladies and an Irish laborer. A little sweep was standing at a short distance, casting a longing eye at the tempting delicacies, and a policeman was watching the group from the opposite side of the street. The wan looks and gaudy finery of the thinly clad women contrasted as strangely with the gay sunlight, as did their forced merriment with the boisterous hilarity of the 2 young men, who, now and then, varied their amusements by bonneting the proprietor of this itinerant coffee-house. Mr. Percy Noakes walked briskly by, and when he turned down Strand Lane and caught a glimpse of the glistening water, he thought he had never felt so important or so happy in his life. "Boat, sir?" cried one of the 3 watermen who were mopping out their boats and all whistling. "Boat, sir?" "No," replied Mr. Percy Noakes, rather sharply, for the inquiry was not made in a manner at all suitable to his dignity. "Would you prefer a wessel, sir?" inquired another, to the infinite delight of the Jack-in-the-Water. "Mr. Percy," Noakes replied with a look of supreme contempt. "Did you want to be put on board a steamer, sir?" inquired an old fireman-waterman, very confidentially. He was dressed in a faded red suit, just the color of the cover of a very old court guide. "Yes, make haste, the Endeavour off the Custom House." "Endeavour?" cried the man who had convulsed the Jack before. "Vy, I see the Endeavour go up half an hour ago." "So did I," said another. "And I should think she'd gone down by this time, for she's a precious sight too full of ladies and gentlemen." Mr. Percy Noakes affected to disregard these representations, and stepped into the boat, which the old man, by dint of scrambling and shoving and grating, had brought up to the causeway. "Shove her off!" cried Mr. Percy Noakes, and away the boat glided down the river, Mr. Percy Noakes seated on the recently mopped seat, and the watermen at the stairs offering to bet him any reasonable sum that he'd never reach the Custom House. "Here she is, by Jove," said the delighted Percy, as they ran alongside the Endeavour. "Hold hard," cried the steward over the side, and Mr. Percy Noakes jumped on board. "Hope you will find everything as you wished, sir. She looks uncommon well this morning." "She does, indeed," replied the manager, in a state of ecstasy which it is impossible to describe. The deck was scrubbed, and the seats were scrubbed, and there was a bench for the band, and a place for dancing, and a pile of camp stools and an awning. And then Mr. Percy Noakes bustled down below, and there were the pasture cook's men, and the steward's wife, laying out the dinner on 2 tables the whole length of the cabin. And then Mr. Percy Noakes took off his coat and rushed backwards and forwards, doing nothing, but quite convinced he was assisting everybody. And the steward's wife laughed till she cried, and Mr. Percy Noakes panted with the violence of his exertions. And then the bell at London Bridge Wharf rang, and a Margate boat was just starting, and a Gravesend boat was just starting, and people shouted, and porters ran down the steps with luggage that would crush any men but porters, and sloping boards, with bits of wood nailed on them, were placed between the outside boat and the inside boat, and the passengers ran along them and looked like so many fowls coming out of an area. And then the bell ceased, and the boards were taken away, and the boat started, and the whole scene was one of the most delightful bustle and confusion. The time wore on, 8:30 arrived, the pastry cook's men went ashore, The dinner was completely laid out, and Mr. Percy Noakes locked the principal cabin and put the key in his pocket in order that it might be suddenly disclosed in all its magnificence to the eyes of the astonished company. The band came on board, and so did the wine. 10 minutes to 9, and the committee embarked in a body. There was Mr. Hardy in a blue jacket and waistcoat, white trousers, silk stockings, and pumps in full aquatic costume, with a straw hat on his head and an immense telescope under his arm. And there was the young gentleman with the green spectacles, in nankeen inexplicables, with a ditto waistcoat and bright buttons, like the pictures of Paul, not the saint, but he of Virginia notoriety. The remainder of the committee, dressed in white hats, light jackets, waistcoats, and trousers, looked something between waiters and West India planters. 9 o'clock struck, and the company arrived in shoals. Mr. Samuel Briggs, Mrs. Briggs, and the Misses Briggs made their appearance in a smart private wherry. The 3 guitars, in their respective dark green cases, were carefully stowed away in the bottom of the boat, accompanied by 2 immense portfolios of music, which it would take at least a week's incessant playing to get through. The Tauntons arrived at the same moment with more music, and a lion, a gentleman with a bass voice and an incipient red mustache. The colors of the Taunton party were pink, those of the Briggses a light blue. The Tauntons had artificial flowers in their bonnets. Here the Briggses gained a decided advantage. They wore feathers. "How d'ye do, dear?" said the Mrs. Briggs to the Mrs. Taunton. The word dear among girls is frequently synonymous with wretch. "Quite well, thank you, dear," replied the Mrs. Taunton to the Mrs. Briggs. And then there was such a kissing, and congratulating and shaking of hands, as might have induced one to suppose that the 2 families were the best friends in the world, instead of each wishing the other overboard, as they most sincerely did. Mr. Percy Noakes received the visitors and bowed to the strange gentleman as if he should like to know who he was. This was just what Mrs. Taunton wanted. Here was an opportunity to astonish the Briggses. "Oh, I beg your pardon," said the general of the Taunton party with a careless air. "Captain Helves, Mr. Percy Noakes, Mrs. Briggs, Captain Helves." Mr. Percy Noakes bowed very low. The gallant captain did the same with all due ferocity, and the Briggses were clearly overcome. "Our friend, Mr. Wizzle, being unfortunately prevented from coming," resumed Mrs. Taunton, "I did myself the pleasure of bringing the captain, whose musical talents I knew would be a great acquisition. In the name of the committee, I have to thank you for doing so, and to offer you welcome, sir," replied Percy. Here the scraping was renewed. "But pray be seated, won't you walk aft? Captain, will you conduct Miss Taunton? Miss Briggs, will you allow me?" "Where could they have picked up that military man?" inquired Mrs. Briggs of Miss Kate Briggs as they followed the little party. "I can't imagine," replied Miss Kate, bursting with vexation. For the very fierce air with which the gallant captain regarded the company had impressed her with a high sense of his importance. Boat after boat came alongside, and guest after guest arrived. The invites had been excellently arranged. Mr. Percy Noakes having considered it as important that the number of young men should exactly tally with that of the young ladies, as that the quantity of knives on board should be in precise proportion to the forks. "Now is everyone on board?" inquired Mr. Percy Noakes. The committee, who, with their bits of blue ribbon, looked as if they were all going to be bled, bustled about to ascertain the fact, and reported that they might safely start. "Go on," cried the master of the boat from the top of one of the paddle boxes. "Go on," echoed the boy, who was stationed over the hatchway to pass the directions down to the engineer. And away went the vessel with that agreeable noise which is peculiar to steamers, and which is composed of a mixture of creaking, gushing, clanging, and snorting. "Hoi oi oi, yoi oi oi oi," shouted half a dozen voices from a boat a quarter of a mile astern. "Ease her," cried the captain. "Do these people belong to us, sir?" "Noakes," exclaimed Hardy, who had been looking at every object far and near through the large telescope. "It's the Fleetwoods and the Wakefields, and 2 children with them, by Jove." "What a shame to bring children," said everybody. "How very inconsiderate." "I say, it would be a good joke to pretend not to see 'em, wouldn't it?" suggested Hardy, to the immense delight of the company generally. A council of war was hastily held, and it was resolved that the newcomers should be taken on board, on Mr. Hardy solemnly pledging himself to tease the children during the whole of the day. "Stop her!" cried the captain. "Stop her!" repeated the boy. Whiz went the steam, and all the young ladies, as in duty bound, screamed in concert. They were only appeased by the assurance of the martial helves that the escape of steam consequent on stopping a vessel was seldom attended with any great loss of human life. 2 men ran to the side, and after some shouting and swearing and angling for the wherry with a boat hook, Mr. Fleetwood and Mrs. Fleetwood and Master Fleetwood and Mr. Wakefield and Mrs. Wakefield and Miss Wakefield were safely deposited on the deck. The girl was about 6 years old, the boy about 4. The former was dressed in a white frock with a pink sash and dog's-eared-looking little spencer, a straw bonnet and green veil, 6 inches by 3.5. The latter was attired for the occasion in a nankeen frock, between the bottom of which, and the top of his plaid socks, a considerable portion of 2 small mottled legs was discernible. He had a light blue cap with a gold band and tassel on his head, and a damp piece of gingerbread in his hand, with which he had slightly embossed his countenance. The boat once more started off. The band played Off She Goes. The major part of the company conversed cheerfully in groups, and the old gentleman walked up and down the deck in pairs, as perseveringly and gravely as if they were doing a match against time for an immense stake. They ran briskly down the pool. The gentleman pointed out the docks, the Thames Police Office, and other elegant public edifices, and the young ladies exhibited a proper display of horror at the appearance of the coal-whippers and ballast-heavers. Mr. Hardy told stories to the married ladies, at which they laughed very much in their pocket handkerchiefs, and hit him on the knuckles with their fans, declaring him to be a naughty man, a shocking creature, and so forth, and Captain Helves gave slight descriptions of battles and duels, with a most bloodthirsty air, which made him the admiration of the women and the envy of the men. Quadrilling commenced. Captain Helves danced one set with Miss Emily Taunton and another set with Miss Sophia Taunton. Mrs. Taunton was in ecstasies. The victory appeared to be complete, but alas, the inconstancy of man. Having performed this necessary duty, he attached himself solely to Miss Julia Briggs, with whom he danced no less than 3 sets consecutively, and from whose side he evinced no intention of stirring for the remainder of the day. Mr. Hardy, having played 1 or 2 very brilliant fantasias on the Jew's harp, and having frequently repeated the exquisitely amusing joke of slyly chalking a large cross on the back of some member of the committee, Mr. Percy Noakes expressed his hope that some of their musical friends would oblige the company by a display of their abilities. "Perhaps," he said in a very insinuating manner, "Captain Helves will oblige us." Mrs. Taunton's countenance lighted up, for the captain only sang duets and couldn't sing them with anybody but one of her daughters. "Really," said that warlike individual, "I should be very happy, but—" "Oh, pray do," cried all the young ladies. "Miss Emily, have you any objection to join in a duet?" "Oh, not the slightest," returned the young lady, in a tone which clearly showed she had the greatest possible objection. "Shall I accompany you, dear?" inquired one of the Miss Briggses, with the bland intention of spoiling the effect. "Very much obliged to you, Miss Briggs," sharply retorted Mrs. Taunton, who saw through the maneuver. "My daughters always sing without accompaniments." "And without voices," tittered Mrs. Briggs in a low tone. "Perhaps," said Mrs. Taunton, reddening, for she guessed the tenor of the observation, though she had not heard it clearly. "Perhaps it would be as well for some people if their voices were not quite so audible as they are to other people. And perhaps, if gentlemen who are kidnapped to pay attention to some person's daughters had not sufficient discernment to pay attention to other persons' daughters," returned Mrs. Briggs, "some persons would not be so ready to display that ill temper which, thank God, distinguishes them from other persons." "Persons!" ejaculated Mrs. Taunton. "Persons," replied Mrs. Briggs. "Insolence! Creature!" "Hush, hush!" interrupted Mr. Percy Noakes, who was one of the very few by whom this dialogue had been overheard. "Hush! Pray, silence for the duet." After a great deal of preparatory crowing and humming, the captain began the following duet from the opera of Paul and Virginia, in that grunting tone in which a man gets down, heaven knows where, without the remotest chance of ever getting up again. This, in private circles, is frequently designated a bass voice. "See," sung the captain from O.C., "and rise sing bright flames the or B of D, I from yon grow, ove the varied songs. Here, the singer was interrupted by varied cries of the most dreadful description, proceeding from some grove in the immediate vicinity of the starboard paddle box. "My child," screamed Mrs. Fleetwood, "my child, it is his voice, I know it." Mr. Fleetwood, accompanied by several gentlemen, here rushed to the quarter from whence the noise proceeded, and an exclamation of horror burst from the company, the general impression being that the little innocent had either got his head in the water or his legs in the machinery. "What is the matter?" shouted the agonized father as he returned with the child in his arms. "Oh, oh, oh," screamed the small suffragette. "What is the matter, dear?" inquired the father once more, hastily stripping off the nankeen frock, for the purpose of ascertaining whether the child had one bone which was not smashed to pieces. "Oh, oh, I'm so frightened." "What at, dear, what at?" said the mother, soothing the sweet infant. "Oh, he's been making such dreadful faces at me," cried the boy, relapsing into convulsions at the bare recollection. "He's who?" cried everybody, crowding round him. "Oh, him," replied the child, pointing at Hardy, who affected to be the most concerned of the whole group. The real state of the case at once flashed upon the minds of all present, with the exception of the Fleetwoods and the Wakefields. The facetious Hardy, in fulfillment of his promise, had watched the child to a remote part of the vessel, and, suddenly appearing before him with the most awful contortions of visage, had produced his paroxysm of terror. Of course, he now observed that it was hardly necessary for him to deny the accusation, and the unfortunate little victim was accordingly led below, after receiving sundry thumps on the head from both his parents, for having the wickedness to tell a story. This little interruption having been adjusted, the captain resumed, and Miss Emily chimed in due course. The duet was loudly applauded, and certainly the perfect independence of the parties deserved great commendation. Miss Emily sung her part without the slightest reference to the captain, and the captain sang so loud that he had not the slightest idea what was being done by his partner. After having gone through the last few 18 or 19 bars by himself, therefore, he acknowledged the plaudits of the circle with that air of self-denial which men usually assume when they think they have done something to astonish the company. "Now," said Mr. Percy Noakes, who had just ascended from the fore-cabin, where he had been busily engaged in decanting the wine, "if the Misses Briggs will oblige us with something before dinner, I am sure we shall be very much delighted." One of those hums of admiration followed the suggestion, which one frequently hears in society, when nobody has the most distant notion what he is expressing his approval of. The three Misses Briggs looked modestly at their mamma, and the mamma looked approvingly at her daughters, and Mrs. Taunton looked scornfully at all of them. The Misses Briggs asked for their guitars, and several gentlemen seriously damaged the cases in their anxiety to present them. Then there was a very interesting production of 3 little keys for the aforesaid cases, and a melodramatic expression of horror at finding a string broken, and a vast deal of screwing and tightening, and winding, and tuning, during which Mrs. Briggs expatiated to those near her on the immense difficulty of playing a guitar, and hinted at the wondrous proficiency of her daughters in that mystic art. Mrs. Taunton whispered to a neighbor that it was quite sickening. And the Misses Taunton looked as if they knew how to play, but disdained to do it. At length the Mrs. Briggs began in real earnest. It was a new Spanish composition for 3 voices and 3 guitars. The effect was electrical. All eyes were turned upon the captain, who was reported to have once passed through Spain with his regiment, and who must be well acquainted with the national music. He was in raptures. This was sufficient, the trio was encored, the applause was universal, and never had the Tauntons suffered such a complete defeat. "Bravo, bravo," ejaculated the captain, "bravo." "Pretty, isn't it, sir?" inquired Mr. Samuel Briggs, with the air of a self-satisfied showman. By the by, these were the first words he had been heard to utter since he left Boswell Court the evening before. "Delightful," returned the captain with a flourish and a military cough, "delightful." "Sweet instrument," said an old gentleman with a bald head, who had been trying all the morning to look through a telescope, inside the glass of which Mr. Hardy had fixed a large black wafer. "Did you ever hear a Portuguese tambourine?" inquired that jocular individual. "Did you ever hear a tom-tom, sir?" sternly inquired the captain, who lost no opportunity of showing off his travels, real or pretended. "A what?" asked Hardy, rather taken aback. "A tom-tom." "Never." "Nor a gum-gum." "Never." "What is a gum-gum?" eagerly inquired several young ladies. "When I was in the East Indies," replied the captain. Here was a discovery. He had been in the East Indies. "When I was in the East Indies, I was once stopping a few thousand miles up the country, on a visit at the house of a very particular friend of mine, Ram Chowdar Das Azuf al Bowler, a devilish pleasant fellow. As we were enjoying our hookahs, one evening, in the cool veranda in front of his villa, we were rather surprised by the sudden appearance of 34 of his khitmagars, for he had rather a large establishment there, accompanied by an equal number of consumars, approaching the house with a threatening aspect and beating a tom-tom. The ram started up. "Who?" inquired the bald gentleman, intensely interested. "The Ram Chowdar." "Oh," said the old gentleman, "beg your pardon, pray go on." Started up and drew a pistol. "Helves," said he, "my boy," he always called me my boy, "Helves," said he, "do you hear that tom-tom?" "I do," said I. His countenance, which before was pale, assumed a most frightful appearance. His whole visage was distorted and his frame shaken by violent emotions. "Do you see that gum-gum?" said he. "No," said I, staring about me. "You do," said he. "No, I'll be damned if I do," said I. "And what's more, I don't know what a gum-gum is," said I. I really thought the ram would have dropped. He drew me aside, and with an expression of agony I shall never forget, said in a low whisper, "Dinner on the table, ladies," interrupted the steward's wife. "Will you allow me?" said the captain, immediately suiting the action to the word and escorting Miss Julia Briggs to the cabin, with as much ease as if he had finished the story. "What an extraordinary circumstance!" ejaculated the same old gentleman, preserving his listening attitude. "What a traveler!" said the young ladies. "What a singular name!" exclaimed the gentleman, rather confused by the coolness of the whole affair. "I wish he had finished the story," said an old lady. "I wonder what a gum-gum really is." "By Jove!" exclaimed Hardy, who until now had been lost in utter amazement. "I don't know what it may be in India, but in England I think a gum-gum has very much the same meaning as a humbug." "How illiberal, how envious!" cried everybody, as they made for the cabin, fully impressed with a belief in the captain's amazing adventures. Helves was the sole lion for the remainder of the day impudence, and the marvelous are pretty sure passports to any society. The party had by this time reached their destination, and put about on their return home. The wind, which had been with them the whole day, was now directly in their teeth. The weather had become gradually more and more overcast, and the sky, water, and shore were all of that dull, heavy, uniform lead color, which house painters daub in the first instance over a street door, which is gradually approaching a state of convalescence. It had been spitting with rain for the last half-hour, and now began to pour in good earnest. The wind was freshening very fast, and the waterman at the wheel had unequivocally expressed his opinion that there would shortly be a squall. A slight emotion on the part of the vessel, now and then, seemed to suggest the possibility of its pitching to a very uncomfortable extent in the event of its blowing harder, and every timber began to creak, as if the boat were an overladen clothes basket. Seasickness, however, is like a belief in ghosts. Every one entertains some misgivings on the subject, but few will acknowledge any. The majority of the company, therefore, endeavored to look peculiarly happy, feeling all the while especially miserable. "Don't it rain?" inquired the old gentleman before noticed, when, by dint of squeezing and jamming, they were all seated at table. "I think it does. A little," replied Mr. Percy Noakes, who could hardly hear himself speak, in consequence of the pattering on the deck. "Don't it blow?" inquired someone else. "No, I don't think it does," responded Hardy, sincerely wishing that he could persuade himself that it did not, for he sat near the door and was almost blown off his seat. "It'll soon clear up," said Mr. Percy Noakes in a cheerful tone. "Oh, certainly," ejaculated the committee generally. "No doubt of it," said the remainder of the company, whose attention was now pretty well engrossed by the serious business of eating, carving, taking wine, and so forth. The throbbing motion of the engine was but too perceptible. There was a large, substantial, cold-boiled leg of mutton at the bottom of the table, shaking like blancmange. A previously hearty sirloin of beef looked as if it had been suddenly seized with the palsy, and some tongues, which were placed on dishes rather too large for them, went through the most surprising evolutions, darting from side to side, and from end to end, like a fly in an inverted wineglass. Then the sweets shook and trembled, till it was quite impossible to help them, and people gave up the attempt in despair. And the pigeon pies looked as if the birds, whose legs were stuck outside, were trying to get them in. The table vibrated and started like a feverish pulse, and the very legs were convulsed. Everything was shaking and jarring. The beams in the roof of the cabin seemed as if they were put there for the sole purpose of giving people headaches, and several elderly gentlemen became ill-tempered in consequence. As fast as the steward put the fire irons up, they would fall down again. And the more the ladies and gentlemen tried to sit comfortably on their seats, the more the seats seemed to slide away from the ladies and gentlemen. Several ominous demands were made for small glasses of brandy. The countenances of the company gradually underwent most extraordinary changes. One gentleman was observed suddenly to rush from table without the slightest ostensible reason and dart up the steps with incredible swiftness, thereby greatly damaging both himself and the steward, who happened to be coming down at the same moment. The cloth was removed, the dessert was laid on the table, and the glasses were filled. The motion of the boat increased. Several members of the party began to feel rather vague and misty, and looked as if they had only just got up. The young gentleman with the spectacles, who had been in a fluctuating state for some time, at one moment bright, and at another dismal, like a revolving light on the sea-coast, rashly announced his wish to propose a toast. After several ineffectual attempts to preserve his perpendicular, the young gentleman, having managed to hook himself to the center leg of the table with his left hand, proceeded as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, a gentleman is among us, I may say a stranger. Here some painful thought seemed to strike the orator. He paused and looked extremely odd. Whose talents, whose travels, whose cheerfulness? I beg your pardon, Edkins, hastily interrupted Mr. Percy Noakes. Hardy, what's the matter? Nothing, replied the funny gentleman, who had just life enough left to utter 2 consecutive syllables. Will you have some brandy? No, replied Hardy in a tone of great indignation, and looking as comfortable as Temple Bar in a Scotch mist. What should I want brandy for? Will you go on deck? No, I will not. This was said with a most determined air, and in a voice which might have been taken for an imitation of anything. It was quite as much like a guinea pig as a bassoon. I beg your pardon, Edkins, said the courteous Percy. I thought our friend was ill. Pray go on. A pause. Pray go on. Mr. Edkins is gone, cried somebody. I beg your pardon, sir, said the steward, running up to Mr. Percy Noakes. I beg your pardon, sir, but the gentleman as just went on deck, him with the green spectacles, is uncommon bad, to be sure. And the young man as played the wiolin says that unless he has some brandy he can't answer for the consequences. He says he has a wife and 2 children, whose wary subsistence depends on his breaking a vessel, and he expects to do so every moment. The flageolet has been very ill, but he's better, only he's in a dreadful perspiration. All disguise was now useless. The company staggered on deck. The gentlemen tried to see nothing but the clouds, and the ladies, muffled up in such shawls and cloaks as they had brought with them, lay about on the seats and under the seats in the most wretched condition. Never was such a blowing, and raining, and pitching, and tossing endured by any pleasure party before. Several remonstrances were sent down below, on the subject of Master Fleetwood, but they were totally unheeded in consequence of the indisposition of his natural protectors. That interesting child screamed at the top of his voice, until he had no voice left to scream with. And then Miss Wakefield began, and screamed for the remainder of the passage. Mr. Hardy was observed, some hours afterwards, in an attitude which induced his friends to suppose that he was busily engaged in contemplating the beauties of the deep. They only regretted that his taste for the picturesque should lead him to remain so long in a position, very injurious at all times, but especially so to an individual laboring under a tendency of blood to the head. The party arrived off the custom-house at about 2 o'clock on the Thursday morning, dispirited and worn out. The Tauntons were too ill to quarrel with the Briggses, and the Briggses were too wretched to annoy the Tauntons. One of the guitar cases was lost on its passage to a hackney coach, and Mrs. Briggs has not scrupled to state that the Tauntons bribed a porter to throw it down an area. Mr. Alexander Briggs opposes vote by ballot. He says from personal experience of its inefficacy. And Mr. Samuel Briggs, whenever he is asked to express his sentiments on the point, says he has no opinion on that or any other subject. Mr. Edkins, the young gentleman in the green spectacles, makes a speech on every occasion on which a speech can possibly be made, the eloquence of which can only be equaled by its length. In the event of his not being previously appointed to a judgeship, it is probable that he will practice as a barrister in the new Central Criminal Court. Captain Helves continued his attention to Miss Julia Briggs, whom he might possibly have espoused, if it had not unfortunately happened that Mr. Samuel arrested him, in the way of business, pursuant to instructions received from Messrs. Scroggins and Payne, whose town debts the gallant captain had condescended to collect, but whose accounts, with the indiscretion sometimes peculiar to military minds, he had omitted to keep with that dull accuracy which custom has rendered necessary. Mrs. Taunton complains that she has been much deceived in him. He introduced himself to the family on board a Gravesend steam packet, and certainly, therefore, ought to have proved respectable. Mr. Percy Noakes is as light-hearted and careless as ever. Chapter 8: The Great Winglebury Duel. The little town of Great Winglebury is exactly 42 miles and 3/4 from Hyde Park Corner. It has a long, straggling, quiet high street with a great black and white clock at a small red town hall, halfway up, a marketplace, a cage and assembly room, a church, a bridge, a chapel, a theater, a library, and in a pump and a post office. Tradition tells of a little Winglebury, down some crossroad about 2 miles off. And as a square mass of dirty paper, supposed to have been originally intended for a letter, with certain tremulous characters inscribed thereon, in which a lively imagination might trace a remote resemblance to the word little, was once stuck up to be owned in the sunny window of the great Winglebury post office, from which it only disappeared when it fell to pieces with dust and extreme old age. There would appear to be some foundation for the legend. Common belief is inclined to bestow the name upon a little hole at the end of a muddy lane about a couple of miles long, colonized by one wheelwright, 4 paupers, and a beer shop. But even this authority, slight as it is, must be regarded with extreme suspicion, inasmuch as the inhabitants of the hole aforesaid concur in opining that it never had any name at all, from the earliest ages down to the present day. The Winglebury Arms, in the center of the High Street, opposite the small building with the big clock, is the principal inn of Great Winglebury, the commercial inn, posting house, and excise office, the Blue House at every election, and the Judge's House at every assizes. It is the headquarters of the Gentlemen's Whist Club of Winglebury Blues, so called in opposition to the Gentlemen's Whist Club of Winglebury Buffs, held at the other house, a little further down. And whenever a juggler, or waxwork man, or concert giver takes Great Winglebury in his circuit, it is immediately placarded all over the town that Mr. So-and-so, trusting to that liberal support which the inhabitants of Great Winglebury have long been so liberal in bestowing, has at a great expense engaged the elegant and commodious assembly rooms attached to the Winglebury Arms. The house is a large one, with a red brick and stone front. A pretty spacious hall, ornamented with evergreen plants, terminates in a perspective view of the bar and a glass case in which are displayed a choice variety of delicacies ready for dressing, to catch the eye of a newcomer the moment he enters and excite his appetite to the highest possible pitch. Opposite doors lead to the coffee and commercial rooms, and a great wide, rambling staircase, 3 stairs and a landing, 4 stairs and another landing, 1 step and another landing, half a dozen stairs and another landing, and so on conducts to galleries of bedrooms, and labyrinths of sitting rooms denominated private, where you may enjoy yourself, as privately as you can in any place where some bewildered being walks into your room every 5 minutes by mistake, and then walks out again to open all the doors along the gallery until he finds his own. Such is the Winglebury Arms at this day, and such was the Winglebury Arms some time since. No matter when, 2 or 3 minutes before the arrival of the London stage. 4 horses with cloths on change for a coach were standing quietly at the corner of the yard, surrounded by a listless group of postboys in shiny hats and smock frocks, engaged in discussing the merits of the cattle. Half a dozen ragged boys were standing a little apart, listening with evident interest to the conversation of these worthies, and a few loungers were collected round the horse trough, awaiting the arrival of the coach. The day was hot and sunny, the town in the zenith of its dullness, and with the exception of these few idlers, not a living creature was to be seen. Suddenly, the loud notes of a key bugle broke the monotonous stillness of the street. In came the coach, rattling over the uneven paving with a noise startling enough to stop even the large-faced clock itself. Down got the outsides, up went the windows in all directions, out came the waiters, up started the ostlers and the loungers and the postboys and the ragged boys as if they were electrified, unstrapping and unchaining and unbuckling and dragging willing horses out and forcing reluctant horses in and making a most exhilarating bustle. "Lady inside here," said the guard. "Please to alight, ma'am," said the waiter. "Private sitting room?" interrogated the lady. "Certainly, ma'am," responded the chambermaid. "Nothing but these air trunks, ma'am?" inquired the guard. "Nothing more," replied the lady. Up got the outsides again, and the guard and the coachman off came the cloths with a jerk. "All right," was the cry, and away they went. The loungers lingered a minute or two in the road, watching the coach until it turned the corner and then loitered away one by one. The street was clear again, and the town, by contrast, quieter than ever. "Lady in number 25, screamed the landlady. "Thomas." "Yes, ma'am." "Letter just been left for the gentleman in number 19. Boots at the Lion left it. No answer." "Letter for you, sir," said Thomas, depositing the letter on number 19's table. "For me," said number 19, turning from the window, out of which he had been surveying the scene just described. "Yes, sir. Waiters always speak in hints and never utter complete sentences. Yes, sir. Boots at the Lion, sir. Bar, sir. Mrs. said number 19, sir. Alexander Trott, Esquire, sir. Your card at the bar, sir, I think, sir." "My name is Trott," replied number 19, breaking the seal. "You may go, waiter." The waiter pulled down the window blind and then pulled it up again, for a regular waiter must do something before he leaves the room, adjusted the glasses on the sideboard, brushed a place that was not dusty, rubbed his hands very hard, walked stealthily to the door, and evaporated. There was, evidently, something in the contents of the letter, of a nature, if not wholly unexpected, certainly extremely disagreeable. Mr. Alexander Trott laid it down, and took it up again, and walked about the room on particular squares of the carpet, and even attempted, though unsuccessfully, to whistle an air. It wouldn't do. He threw himself into a chair, and read the following epistle aloud. "Blue Lion and Stomach Warmer, Great Winglebury, Wednesday morning. Sir, immediately on discovering your intentions, I left our counting-house and followed you. I know the purport of your journey. That journey shall never be completed. I have no friend here, just now, on whose secrecy I can rely. This shall be no obstacle to my revenge. Neither shall Emily Brown be exposed to the mercenary solicitations of a scoundrel, odious in her eyes, and contemptible in everybody else's. Nor will I tamely submit to the clandestine attacks of a base umbrella-maker. Sir, from Great Winglebury Church, a footpath leads through 4 meadows to a retired spot known to the townspeople as Stiphan's Acre. I shall be waiting there alone, at 20 minutes before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Should I be disappointed in seeing you there, I will do myself the pleasure of calling with a horsewhip. Horace Hunter. P.S. There is a gunsmith's in the High Street, and they won't sell gunpowder after dark. You understand me. P.P.S. You had better not order your breakfast in the morning until you have met me. It may be an unnecessary expense. Desperate-minded villain, I knew how it would be, ejaculated the terrified Trott. I always told father that once start me on this expedition, and Hunter would pursue me like the wandering Jew. It's bad enough as it is to marry with the old people's commands and without the girl's consent, but what will Emily think of me if I go down there breathless with running away from this infernal salamander? What shall I do? What can I do? If I go back to the city, I'm disgraced forever, lose the girl, and what's more, lose the money too. Even if I did go on to the Browns by the coach, Hunter would be after me in a post-chaise. And if I go to this place, this Stiphan's Acre, another shutter, I'm as good as dead. I've seen him hit the man at the Pall Mall shooting gallery in the second buttonhole of the waistcoat 5 times out of every 6, and when he didn't hit him there, he hit him in the head. With this consolatory reminiscence, Mr. Alexander Trott again ejaculated, "What shall I do?" Long and weary were his reflections as, burying his face in his hand, he sat, ruminating on the best course to be pursued. His mental direction post pointed to London. He thought of the governor's anger and the loss of the fortune which the paternal Brown had promised the paternal Trott his daughter should contribute to the coffers of his son. Then the words "to Brown S." were legibly inscribed on the said direction post, but Horace Hunter's denunciation rung in his ears. Last of all it bore, in red letters, the words, "to Stiphan's Acre." And then Mr. Alexander Trott decided on adopting a plan which he presently matured. First and foremost, he dispatched the underboots to the Blue Lion and Stomach Warmer with a gentlemanly note to Mr. Horace Hunter, intimating that he thirsted for his destruction and would do himself the pleasure of slaughtering him next morning without fail. He then wrote another letter and requested the attendance of the other boots, for they kept a pair. A modest knock at the room door was heard. "Come in," said Mr. Trott. A man thrust in a red head with one eye in it, and being again desired to come in, brought in the body and the legs to which the head belonged, and a fur cap which belonged to the head. "You are the upper boots, I think?" inquired Mr. Trott. "Yes, I am the upper boots," replied a voice from inside a velveteen case, with mother-of-pearl buttons. "That is, I'm the boots as belongs to the house. The other man's my man, as goes errands and does odd jobs. Top boots and half boots, I calls us." "You're from London?" inquired Mr. Trott. "Driv a cab once," was the laconic reply. "Why don't you drive it now?" asked Mr. Trott. "Overdriv the cab and driv over a 'ooman," replied the top boots with brevity. "Do you know the mayor's house?" inquired Mr. Trott. "Rather," replied the boots, significantly, as if he had some good reason to remember it. "Do you think you could manage to leave a letter there?" interrogated Trott. "Shouldn't wonder," responded Boots. "But this letter," said Trott, holding a deformed note with a paralytic direction in one hand and 5 shillings in the other, "this letter is anonymous." "Eh, what?" interrupted the Boots. "Anonymous, he's not to know who it comes from." "Oh, I see," responded the Reglar with a knowing wink but without evincing the slightest disinclination to undertake the charge. "I see, bit o' Sving, eh?" And his one eye wandered round the room as if in quest of a dark lantern and phosphorus box. "But I say," he continued, recalling the eye from its search and bringing it to bear on Mr. Trott, "I say, he's a lawyer, our mayor, and insured in the county. If you've a spite age in him, you'd better not burn his house down. Blessed if I don't think it would be the greatest favor you could do him." And he chuckled inwardly. If Mr. Alexander Trott had been in any other situation, his first act would have been to kick the man downstairs by deputy, or, in other words, to ring the bell and desire the landlord to take his boots off. He contented himself, however, with doubling the fee and explaining that the letter merely related to a breach of the peace. The top boots retired, solemnly pledged to secrecy, and Mr. Alexander Trott sat down to a fried sole, main-tenon cutlet, Madeira, and sundries, with greater composure than he had experienced since the receipt of Horace Hunter's letter of defiance. The lady who alighted from the London coach had no sooner been installed in number 25 and made some alteration in her travelling dress than she indited a note to Joseph Overton, Esquire, solicitor and mayor of Great Winglebury, requesting his immediate attendance on private business of paramount importance, a summons which that worthy functionary lost no time in obeying, for after sundry openings of his eyes, divers ejaculations of "bless me," and other manifestations of surprise, he took his broad-brimmed hat from its accustomed peg in his little front office, and walked briskly down the High Street to the Winglebury Arms, through the hall and up the staircase of which establishment he was ushered by the landlady and a crowd of officious waiters to the door of number 25. "Show the gentleman in," said the stranger lady, in reply to the foremost waiter's announcement. The gentleman was shown in accordingly. The lady rose from the sofa. The mayor advanced a step from the door, and there they both paused, for a minute or two, looking at one another as if by mutual consent. The mayor saw before him a buxom, richly dressed female of about 40. The lady looked upon a sleek man about 10 years older, in drab shorts and continuations, black coat, neckcloth, and gloves. "Miss Julia Manners," exclaimed the mayor at length, "you astonish me." "That's very unfair of you, Overton," replied Miss Julia, "for I have known you long enough not to be surprised at anything you do, and you might extend equal courtesy to me." "But to run away, actually run away with a young man," remonstrated the mayor. "You wouldn't have me actually run away with an old one, I presume," was the cool rejoinder. "And then to ask me of all people in the world, a man of my age and appearance, mayor of the town to promote such a scheme," pettishly ejaculated Joseph Overton, throwing himself into an armchair and producing Miss Julia's letter from his pocket, as if to corroborate the assertion that he had been asked. "Now, Overton," replied the lady, "I want your assistance in this matter, and I must have it. In the lifetime of that poor old dear, Mr. Cornbury, who was to have married you, and didn't, because he died first, and who left you his property unencumbered with the addition of himself," suggested the mayor. "Well," replied Miss Julia, reddening slightly, "in the lifetime of the poor old dear, the property had the encumbrance of your management, and all I will say of that is that I only wonder it didn't die of consumption instead of its master. You helped yourself then, help me now." Mr. Joseph Overton was a man of the world, and an attorney, and as certain indistinct recollections of an odd £1,000 or two appropriated by mistake passed across his mind, he hemmed deprecatingly, smiled blandly, remained silent for a few seconds, and finally inquired, "What do you wish me to do?" "I'll tell you," replied Miss Julia. "I'll tell you in 3 words, dear Lord Peter." "That's the young man, I suppose," interrupted the mayor. "That's the young nobleman," replied the lady, with a great stress on the last word. "Dear Lord Peter is considerably afraid of the resentment of his family, and we have therefore thought it better to make the match a stolen one. He left town, to avoid suspicion, on a visit to his friend, the Honorable Augustus Flare, whose seat, as you know, is about 30 miles from this, accompanied only by his favorite tiger. We arranged that I should come here alone in the London coach, and that he, leaving his tiger and cab behind him, should come on and arrive here as soon as possible this afternoon." "Very well," observed Joseph Overton. "And then he can order the chaise, and you can go on to Gretna Green together, without requiring the presence or interference of a third party, can't you?" "No," replied Miss Julia. "We have every reason to believe, dear Lord Peter not being considered very prudent or sagacious by his friends, and they having discovered his attachment to me, that, immediately on his absence being observed, pursuit will be made in this direction. To elude which, and to prevent our being traced, I wish it to be understood in this house, that dear Lord Peter is slightly deranged, though perfectly harmless, and that I am, unknown to him, awaiting his arrival to convey him in a postchaise to a private asylum, at Berwick, say. If I don't show myself much, I dare say I can manage to pass for his mother." The thought occurred to the mayor's mind that the lady might show herself a good deal without fear of detection, seeing that she was about double the age of her intended husband. He said nothing, however, and the lady proceeded. "With the whole of this arrangement dear Lord Peter is acquainted, and all I want you to do is to make the delusion more complete by giving it the sanction of your influence in this place, and assigning this as a reason to the people of the house for my taking the young gentleman away. As it would not be consistent with the story that I should see him until after he has entered the chaise, I also wish you to communicate with him and inform him that it is all going on well." "Has he arrived?" inquired Overton. "I don't know," replied the lady. "Then how am I to know?" inquired the mayor. "Of course he will not give his own name at the bar." "I begged him, immediately on his arrival, to write you a note," replied Miss Manners. "And to prevent the possibility of our project being discovered through its means, I desired him to write anonymously, and in mysterious terms, to acquaint you with the number of his room." "Bless me!" exclaimed the mayor, rising from his seat and searching his pockets. "Most extraordinary circumstance. He has arrived, mysterious note left at my house in a most mysterious manner, just before yours, didn't know what to make of it before, and certainly shouldn't have attended to it. Oh, here it is." And Joseph Overton pulled out of an inner coat pocket the identical letter penned by Alexander Trott. "Is this his lordship's hand?" "Oh, yes," replied Julia. "Good, punctual creature. I have not seen it more than once or twice, but I know he writes very badly and very large. These dear, wild young noblemen, you know, Overton." I see, replied the mayor. Horses and dogs, play and wine, grooms, actresses and cigars, the stable, the green room, the saloon and the tavern, and the legislative assembly at last. Here's what he says, pursued the mayor. Sir, a young gentleman in number 19 at the Winglebury Arms is bent on committing a rash act tomorrow morning at an early hour. That's good, he means marrying. If you have any regard for the peace of this town, or the preservation of one, it may be 2 human lives. What the deuce does he mean by that? That he's so anxious for the ceremony, he will expire if it's put off, and that I may possibly do the same, replied the lady with great complacency. Oh, I see, not much fear of that. Well, 2 human lives you will cause him to be removed tonight. He wants to start at once. Fear not to do this on your responsibility, for tomorrow the absolute necessity of the proceeding will be but too apparent. Remember, number 19, the name is Trot. No delay, for life and death depend upon your promptitude. Passionate language, certainly. Shall I see him? Do, replied Miss Julia, and entreat him to act his part well. I am half afraid of him. Tell him to be cautious. I will, said the mayor. Settle all the arrangements. I will, said the mayor again. And say I think the chaise had better be ordered for 1 o'clock. Very well, said the mayor once more, and, ruminating on the absurdity of the situation in which fate and old acquaintance had placed him, he desired a waiter to herald his approach to the temporary representative of number 19. The announcement, "Gentleman to speak with you, sir," induced Mr. Trot to pause halfway in the glass of port, the contents of which he was in the act of imbibing at the moment, to rise from his chair, and retreat a few paces towards the window, as if to secure a retreat, in the event of the visitor assuming the form and appearance of Horace Hunter. One glance at Joseph Overton, however, quieted his apprehensions. He courteously motioned the stranger to a seat. The waiter, after a little jingling with the decanter and glasses, consented to leave the room, and Joseph Overton, placing the broad-brimmed hat on the chair next him, and bending his body gently forward, opened the business by saying in a very low and cautious tone, "My lord." Said Mr. Alexander Trot, in a loud key, with the vacant and mystified stare of a chilly somnambulist. "Hush, hush," said the cautious attorney. "To be sure, quite right, no titles here. My name is Overton, sir." "Overton." "Yes, the mayor of this place. You sent me a letter with anonymous information this afternoon." "I, sir?" exclaimed Trot with ill-dissembled surprise, for, coward as he was, he would willingly have repudiated the authorship of the letter in question. "I, sir." "Yes, you, sir, did you not?" responded Overton, annoyed with what he supposed to be an extreme degree of unnecessary suspicion. "Either this letter is yours or it is not. If it be, we can converse securely upon the subject at once. If it be not, of course I have no more to say." Stay, said Trot. "It is mine, I did write it. What could I do, sir? I had no friend here." To be sure, said the mayor, encouragingly, "you could not have managed it better. Well, sir, it will be necessary for you to leave here tonight in a post-chaise and 4, and the harder the boys drive, the better. You are not safe from pursuit." "Bless me," exclaimed Trot in an agony of apprehension, "can such things happen in a country like this? Such unrelenting and cold-blooded hostility?" He wiped off the concentrated essence of cowardice that was oozing fast down his forehead and looked aghast at Joseph Overton. "It certainly is a very hard case," replied the mayor with a smile, "that, in a free country, people can't marry whom they like without being hunted down as if they were criminals. However, in the present instance the lady is willing, you know, and that's the main point, after all." "Lady willing," repeated Trot mechanically. "How do you know the lady's willing?" "Come, that's a good one," said the mayor, benevolently tapping Mr. Trot on the arm with his broad-brimmed hat. "I have known her, well, for a long time, and if anybody could entertain the remotest doubt on the subject, I assure you I have none, nor need you have." "Dear me," said Mr. Trot, ruminating, "this is very extraordinary." "Well, Lord Peter," said the mayor, rising. "Lord Peter," repeated Mr. Trot. "Oh, I forgot. Mr. Trot, then Trot, very good, ha. Well, sir, the chaise shall be ready at 12:30. "And what is to become of me until then?" inquired Mr. Trot, anxiously. "Wouldn't it save appearances if I were placed under some restraint?" Ah, replied Overton, very good thought, capital idea indeed. I'll send somebody up directly. And if you make a little resistance when we put you in the chaise, it wouldn't be amiss. Look as if you didn't want to be taken away, you know. To be sure, said Trot, to be sure. Well, my lord, said Overton in a low tone, until then, I wish your lordship a good evening. Lordship, ejaculated Trot again, falling back a step or two, and gazing in unutterable wonder on the countenance of the mayor. Ha, I see, my lord, practicing the madman. Very good indeed, very vacant look, capital, my lord, capital. Good evening, Mr. Trot, ha. That mayor's decidedly drunk, soliloquized Mr. Trot, throwing himself back in his chair in an attitude of reflection. He is a much cleverer fellow than I thought him, that young nobleman. He carries it off uncommonly well, thought Overton, as he went his way to the bar, there to complete his arrangements. This was soon done. Every word of the story was implicitly believed, and the one-eyed Boots was immediately instructed to repair to number 19, to act as custodian of the person of the supposed lunatic until 12:30 o'clock. In pursuance of this direction, that somewhat eccentric gentleman armed himself with a walking stick of gigantic dimensions, and repaired, with his usual equanimity of manner, to Mr. Trot's apartment, which he entered without any ceremony, and mounted guard in, by quietly depositing himself on a chair near the door, where he proceeded to beguile the time by whistling a popular air with great apparent satisfaction. "What do you want here, you scoundrel?" exclaimed Mr. Alexander Trot, with a proper appearance of indignation at his detention. The Boots beat time with his head, as he looked gently round at Mr. Trot with a smile of pity, and whistled an adagio movement. "Do you attend in this room by Mr. Overton's desire?" inquired Trot, rather astonished at the man's demeanor. "Keep yourself to yourself, young feller," calmly responded the Boots, "and don't say nothing to nobody." And he whistled again. "Now mind," ejaculated Mr. Trot, anxious to keep up the farce of wishing with great earnestness to fight a duel if they'd let him. "I protest against being kept here. I deny that I have any intention of fighting with anybody, but as it's useless contending with superior numbers, I shall sit quietly down." "You'd better," observed the placid Boots, shaking the large stick expressively. "Under protest, however," added Alexander Trot, seating himself with indignation in his face but great content in his heart. "Under protest." "Oh, certainly," responded the Boots. "Anything you please. If you're happy, I'm transported, only don't talk too much, it'll make you worse." "Make me worse?" exclaimed Trot in unfeigned astonishment. "The man's drunk." "You'd better be quiet, young feller," remarked the Boots, going through a threatening piece of pantomime with the stick. "Or mad," said Mr. Trot, rather alarmed. "Leave the room, sir, and tell them to send somebody else." "Won't do," replied the Boots. "Leave the room," shouted Trot, ringing the bell violently, for he began to be alarmed on a new score. "Leave that air bell alone, you wretched lunatic," said the Boots, suddenly forcing the unfortunate Trot back into his chair and brandishing the stick aloft. "Be quiet, you miserable object, and don't let everybody know there's a madman in the house." "He is a madman, he is a madman," exclaimed the terrified Mr. Trot, gazing on the one eye of the red-headed Boots with a look of abject horror. "Madman?" replied the Boots. "Damn, I think he is a madman with a vengeance. Listen to me, you unfortunate. Ah, would you?" A slight tap on the head with the large stick, as Mr. Trot made another move towards the bell handle. "I caught you there, did I?" "Spare my life," exclaimed Trot, raising his hands imploringly. "I don't want your life," replied the Boots disdainfully, "though I think it 'ud be a charity if somebody took it." No, it wouldn't," interrupted poor Mr. Trot hurriedly. No, it would. I'd rather keep it." "Oh, very well," said the Boots. "That's a mere matter of taste, everyone to his liking. Howsever, all I've got to say is this here. You sit quietly down in that chair, and I'll sit hoppersite you here, and if you keep quiet and don't stir, I won't damage you. But if you move hand or foot till 12:30 o'clock, I shall alter the expression of your countenance so completely that the next time you look in the glass you'll ask whether you're gone out of town, and ven you're likely to come back again. So sit down." I will," responded the victim of mistakes. And down sat Mr. Trot, and down sat the Boots too, exactly opposite him, with the stick ready for immediate action in case of emergency. Long and dreary were the hours that followed. The bell of Great Winglebury Church had just struck 10, and 2 hours and a half would probably elapse before succor arrived. For half an hour, the noise occasioned by shutting up the shops in the street beneath betokened something like life in the town, and rendered Mr. Trott's situation a little less insupportable. But when even these ceased, and nothing was heard beyond the occasional rattling of a postchaise as it drove up the yard to change horses, and then drove away again, or the clattering of horses' hoofs in the stables behind, it became almost unbearable. The boots occasionally moved an inch or two, to knock superfluous bits of wax off the candles, which were burning low, but instantaneously resumed his former position. And as he remembered to have heard, somewhere or other, that the human eye had an unfailing effect in controlling mad people, he kept his solitary organ of vision constantly fixed on Mr. Alexander Trott. That unfortunate individual stared at his companion in his turn, until his features grew more and more indistinct, his hair gradually less red, and the room more misty and obscure. Mr. Alexander Trott fell into a sound sleep, from which he was awakened by a rumbling in the street and a cry of chaise and four for number 25. A bustle on the stairs succeeded. The room door was hastily thrown open, and Mr. Joseph Overton entered, followed by 4 stout waiters and Mrs. Williamson, the stout landlady of the Winglebury Arms. "Mr. Overton?" exclaimed Mr. Alexander Trott, jumping up in a frenzy. "Look at this man, sir. Consider the situation in which I have been placed for 3 hours past. The person you sent to guard me, sir, was a madman, a raging, ravaging, furious madman." "Bravo," whispered Mr. Overton. "Poor dear," said the compassionate Mrs. Williamson, "mad people always thinks other people's mad." "Poor dear," ejaculated Mr. Alexander Trott. "What the devil do you mean by poor dear? Are you the landlady of this house?" "Yes, yes," replied the stout old lady. "Don't exert yourself, there's a dear. Consider your health, now, do." "Exert myself?" shouted Mr. Alexander Trott. "It's a mercy, ma'am, that I have any breath to exert myself with. I might have been assassinated 3 hours ago by that one-eyed monster with the oakum head. How dare you have a madman, ma'am? How dare you have a madman, to assault and terrify the visitors to your house?" "I'll never have another," said Mrs. Williamson, casting a look of reproach at the mayor. "Capital, capital," whispered Overton again, as he enveloped Mr. Alexander Trott in a thick traveling cloak. "Capital, sir?" exclaimed Trott aloud. "It's horrible. The very recollection makes me shudder. I'd rather fight 4 duels in 3 hours, if I survived the first 3, than I'd sit for that time face to face with a madman." "Keep it up, my lord, as you go downstairs," whispered Overton. "Your bill is paid, and your portmanteau in the chaise." And then he added aloud, "Now, waiters, the gentleman's ready." At this signal, the waiters crowded round Mr. Alexander Trott. One took one arm, another the other. A third walked before with a candle, the fourth behind with another candle. The Boots and Mrs. Williamson brought up the rear, and downstairs they went. Mr. Alexander Trott expressing alternately at the very top of his voice either his feigned reluctance to go, or his unfeigned indignation at being shut up with a madman. Mr. Overton was waiting at the chaise door, the boys were ready mounted, and a few ostlers and stable nondescripts were standing round to witness the departure of the mad gentleman. Mr. Alexander Trott's foot was on the step, when he observed, which the dim light had prevented his doing before, a figure seated in the chaise, closely muffled up in a cloak like his own. "Who's that?" he inquired of Overton in a whisper. "Hush, hush," replied the mayor. "The other party, of course." "The other party," exclaimed Trott with an effort to retreat. "Yes, yes, you'll soon find that out before you go far, I should think. But make a noise, you'll excite suspicion if you whisper to me so much." "I won't go in this chaise," shouted Mr. Alexander Trott, all his original fears recurring with tenfold violence. "I shall be assassinated, I shall be." "Bravo, bravo," whispered Overton. "I'll push you in." "But I won't go," exclaimed Mr. Trott. "Help here, help, they're carrying me away against my will. This is a plot to murder me." "Poor dear," said Mrs. Williamson again. "Now, boys, put 'em along," cried the mayor, pushing Trott in and slamming the door. "Off with you, as quick as you can, and stop for nothing till you come to the next stage, all right." "Horses are paid, Tom," screamed Mrs. Williamson. and away went the chaise at the rate of 14 miles an hour, with Mr. Alexander Trott and Miss Julia Manners carefully shut up in the inside. Mr. Alexander Trott remained coiled up in one corner of the chaise, and his mysterious companion in the other, for the first 2 or 3 miles. Mr. Trott edging more and more into his corner, as he felt his companion gradually edging more and more from hers, and vainly endeavoring in the darkness to catch a glimpse of the furious face of the supposed Horace Hunter. "We may speak now," said his fellow traveler at length. "The postboys can neither see nor hear us." "That's not Hunter's voice," thought Alexander, astonished. "Dear Lord Peter," said Miss Julia, most winningly, putting her arm on Mr. Trott's shoulder. "Dear Lord Peter, not a word." "Why, it's a woman," exclaimed Mr. Trott, in a low tone of excessive wonder. "Ah, whose voice is that?" said Julia. "'Tis not Lord Peter S." "No, it's mine," replied Mr. Trott. "Yours," ejaculated Miss Julia Manners. "A strange man, gracious heaven, how came you here?" "Whoever you are, you might have known that I came against my will, ma'am," replied Alexander, "for I made noise enough when I got in." "Do you come from Lord Peter?" inquired Miss Manners. "Confound Lord Peter," replied Trott pettishly. "I don't know any Lord Peter. I never heard of him before tonight, when I've been Lord Petered by one and Lord Petered by another, till I verily believe I'm mad or dreaming." "Whither are we going?" inquired the lady tragically. "How should I know, ma'am?" replied Trott with singular coolness, for the events of the evening had completely hardened him. "Stop, stop," cried the lady, letting down the front glasses of the chaise. "Stay, my dear ma'am," said Mr. Trott, pulling the glasses up again with one hand and gently squeezing Miss Julia's waist with the other. "There is some mistake here. Give me till the end of this stage to explain my share of it. We must go so far, you cannot be set down here alone at this hour of the night." The lady consented. The mistake was mutually explained. Mr. Trott was a young man, had highly promising whiskers, an undeniable tailor, and an insinuating address. He wanted nothing but valor, and who wants that with 3,000 a year? The lady had this and more. She wanted a young husband, and the only course open to Mr. Trott to retrieve his disgrace was a rich wife. So they came to the conclusion that it would be a pity to have all this trouble and expense for nothing, and that as they were so far on the road already, they had better go to Gretna Green and marry each other. And they did so. And the very next preceding entry in the blacksmith's book was an entry of the marriage of Emily Brown with Horace Hunter. Mr. Hunter took his wife home, and begged pardon and was pardoned, and Mr. Trott took his wife home, begged pardon too, and was pardoned also. And Lord Peter, who had been detained beyond his time by drinking champagne and riding a steeplechase, went back to the Honorable Augustus Flair, S., and drank more champagne, and rode another steeplechase, and was thrown and killed. And Horace Hunter took great credit to himself for practicing on the cowardice of Alexander Trott. And all these circumstances were discovered in time and carefully noted down. And if you ever stop a week at the Winglebury Arms, they will give you just this account of the great Winglebury duel. Chapter 9, Mrs. Joseph Porter. Most extensive were the preparations at Rose Villa, Clapham Rise, in the occupation of Mr. Gattleton, a stockbroker in especially comfortable circumstances. And great was the anxiety of Mr. Gattleton's interesting family, as the day fixed for the representation of the private play, which had been many months in preparation, approached. The whole family was infected with the mania for private theatricals. The house, usually so clean and tidy, was, to use Mr. Gattleton's expressive description, regularly turned out windows. The large dining room, dismantled of its furniture and ornaments, presented a strange jumble of flats, flies, wings, lamps, bridges, clouds, thunder and lightning, festoons and flowers, daggers and foil, and various other messes in theatrical slang included under the comprehensive name of properties. The bedrooms were crowded with scenery. The kitchen was occupied by carpenters. Rehearsals took place every other night in the drawing room, and every sofa in the house was more or less damaged by the perseverance and spirit with which Mr. Sempronius Gattleton and Miss Lucina rehearsed the smothering scene in Othello, it having been determined that that tragedy should form the first portion of the evening's entertainments. "When we're a little more perfect, I think it will go admirably," said Mr. Sempronius, addressing his corps dramatique at the conclusion of the 150th rehearsal. In consideration of his sustaining the trifling inconvenience of bearing all the expenses of the play, Mr. Sempronius had been, in the most handsome manner, unanimously elected stage manager. Evans, continued Mr. Gattleton, the younger, addressing a tall, thin, pale young gentleman with extensive whiskers, Evans, you play Rodrigo beautifully. Beautifully, echoed the three Miss Gattletons, for Mr. Evans was pronounced by all his lady friends to be quite a dear. He looked so interesting, and had such lovely whiskers, to say nothing of his talent for writing verses in albums and playing the flute. Rodrigo simpered and bowed. But I think, added the manager, you are hardly perfect in the fall in the fencing scene, where you are, you understand. It's very difficult, said Mr. Evans thoughtfully. I've fallen about a good deal in our counting-house lately, for practice, only I find it hurts one so. Being obliged to fall backward, you see, it bruises one's head a good deal. But you must take care you don't knock a wing down, said Mr. Gattleton, the elder, who had been appointed prompter, and who took as much interest in the play as the youngest of the company. The stage is very narrow, you know. Oh, don't be afraid, said Mr. Evans with a very self-satisfied air. I shall fall with my head off, and then I can't do any harm. But egad, said the manager, rubbing his hands, we shall make a decided hit in Masaniello. Harley sings that music admirably. Everybody echoed the sentiment. Mr. Harley smiled and looked foolish, not an unusual thing with him, hummed Behold How Brightly Breaks the Morning, and blushed as red as the fisherman's nightcap he was trying on. Let's see, resumed the manager, telling the number on his fingers, we shall have 3 dancing female peasants besides Fenella and 4 fishermen. Then there's our man Tom. He can have a pair of ducks of mine, and a check shirt of Bob's, and a red nightcap, and he'll do for another, that's 5. In the choruses, of course, we can sing at the sides, and in the market scene we can walk about in cloaks and things. When the revolt takes place, Tom must keep rushing in on one side and out on the other, with a pickaxe, as fast as he can. The effect will be electrical. It will look exactly as if there were an immense number of them. And in the eruption scene we must burn the red fire and upset the tea trays and make all sorts of noises, and it's sure to do. Sure, sure, cried all the performers univoce, and away hurried Mr. Sempronius Gattleton to wash the burnt cork off his face, and superintend the setting up of some of the amateur painted, but never sufficiently to be admired, scenery. Mrs. Gattleton was a kind, good-tempered, vulgar soul, exceedingly fond of her husband and children, and entertaining only 3 dislikes. In the first place, she had a natural antipathy to anybody else's unmarried daughters. In the second, she was in bodily fear of anything in the shape of ridicule. Lastly, almost a necessary consequence of this feeling, she regarded, with feelings of the utmost horror, one Mrs. Joseph Porter over the way. However, the good folks of Clapham and its vicinity stood very much in awe of scandal and sarcasm, and thus Mrs. Joseph Porter was courted and flattered and caressed and invited for much the same reason that induces a poor author, without a farthing in his pocket, to behave with extraordinary civility to a 2-penny postman. Never mind, Ma, said Miss Emma Porter, in colloquy with her respected relative, and trying to look unconcerned. If they had invited me, you know that neither you nor Pa would have allowed me to take part in such an exhibition. Just what I should have thought from your high sense of propriety, returned the mother. I am glad to see, Emma, you know how to designate the proceeding. Miss P, by the by, had only the week before made an exhibition of herself for 4 days, behind a counter at a fancy fair, to all and every of Her Majesty's liege subjects who were disposed to pay a shilling each for the privilege of seeing some 4 dozen girls flirting with strangers and playing at shop. There, said Mrs. Porter, looking out of window, there are 2 rounds of beef and a ham going in, clearly for sandwiches. And Thomas, the pastry cook, says there have been 12 dozen tarts ordered, besides blancmange and jellies. Upon my word, think of the Miss Gattletons in fancy dresses, too. Oh, it's too ridiculous, said Miss Porter hysterically. I'll manage to put them a little out of conceit with the business, however, said Mrs. Porter, and out she went on her charitable errand. Well, my dear Mrs. Gattleton, said Mrs. Joseph Porter, after they had been closeted for some time, and when, by dint of indefatigable pumping, she had managed to extract all the news about the play. Well, my dear, people may say what they please. Indeed we know they will, for some folks are so ill-natured. Ah, my dear Miss Lucina, how do you do? I was just telling your mamma that I have heard it said that. What? Mrs. Porter is alluding to the play, my dear, said Mrs. Gattleton. She was, I am sorry to say, just informing me that. Oh, now pray don't mention it, interrupted Mrs. Porter. It's most absurd, quite as absurd as young what's-his-name saying he wondered how Miss Caroline, with such a foot and ankle, could have the vanity to play Fenella. Highly impertinent, whoever said it, said Mrs. Gattleton, bridling up. Certainly, my dear, chimed in the delighted Mrs. Porter. Most undoubtedly, because, as I said, if Miss Caroline does play Fenella, it doesn't follow, as a matter of course, that she should think she has a pretty foot. And then, such puppies as these young men are, he had the impudence to say that. How far the amiable Mrs. Porter might have succeeded in her pleasant purpose, it is impossible to say, had not the entrance of Mr. Thomas Balderstone, Mrs. Gattleton's brother, familiarly called in the family Uncle Tom, changed the course of conversation, and suggested to her mind an excellent plan of operation on the evening of the play. Uncle Tom was very rich and exceedingly fond of his nephews and nieces. As a matter of course, therefore, he was an object of great importance in his own family. He was one of the best-hearted men in existence, always in a good temper and always talking. It was his boast that he wore top boots on all occasions and had never worn a black silk neckerchief, and it was his pride that he remembered all the principal plays of Shakespeare from beginning to end, and so he did. The result of this parrot-like accomplishment was that he was not only perpetually quoting himself, but that he could never sit by and hear a misquotation from the Swan of Avon without setting the unfortunate delinquent right. He was also something of a wag, never missed an opportunity of saying what he considered a good thing, and invariably laughed until he cried at anything that appeared to him mirth-moving or ridiculous. Well, girls, said Uncle Tom, after the preparatory ceremony of kissing and how-d'ye-doing had been gone through, how'd you get on know your parts, eh? Lucina, my dear, Act 2, Scene 1, place, left cue, unknown fate. What's next, eh? Go on, the heavens. Oh yes, said Miss Lucina, I recollect. The heavens forbid, but that our loves and comforts should increase even as our days do grow. Make a pause here and there, said the old gentleman, who was a great critic, but that our loves and comforts should increase, emphasis on the last syllable, crease, loud even, 1, 2, 3, 4, then loud again, as our days do grow, emphasis on days. That's the way, my dear, trust to your uncle for emphasis. Ah, Sem, my boy, how are you? Very well, thank ye, uncle, returned Mr. Sempronius, who had just appeared, looking something like a ringdove, with a small circle round each eye, the result of his constant corking. Of course we see you on Thursday. Of course, my dear boy. What a pity it is your nephew didn't think of making you prompter, Mr. Balderstone, whispered Mrs. Joseph Porter. You would have been invaluable. Well, I flatter myself, I should have been tolerably up to the thing, responded Uncle Tom. I must bespeak sitting next you on the night, resumed Mrs. Porter, and then, if our dear young friends here should be at all wrong, you will be able to enlighten me. I shall be so interested. I am sure I shall be most happy to give you any assistance in my power. Mind, it's a bargain. Certainly. I don't know how it is, said Mrs. Gattleton to her daughters, as they were sitting round the fire in the evening, looking over their parts, but I really very much wish Mrs. Joseph Porter wasn't coming on Thursday. I am sure she's scheming something. She can't make us ridiculous, however, observed Mr. Sempronius Gattleton haughtily. The long-looked-for Thursday arrived in due course and brought with it, as Mr. Gattleton, Sr., philosophically observed, no disappointments to speak of. True, it was yet a matter of doubt whether Cassio would be enabled to get into the dress which had been sent for him from the masquerade warehouse. It was equally uncertain whether the principal female singer would be sufficiently recovered from the influenza to make her appearance. Mr. Harley, the Masaniello of the night, was hoarse, and rather unwell in consequence of the great quantity of lemon and sugar candy he had eaten to improve his voice, and 2 flutes and a violoncello had pleaded severe colds. What of that? The audience were all coming. Everybody knew his part. The dresses were covered with tinsel and spangles. The white plumes looked beautiful. Mr. Evans had practiced falling until he was bruised from head to foot and quite perfect. Iago was sure that, in the stabbing scene, he should make a decided hit. A self-taught deaf gentleman, who had kindly offered to bring his flute, would be a most valuable addition to the orchestra. Miss Jenkins's talent for the piano was too well known to be doubted for an instant. Mr. Cape had practiced the violin accompaniment with her frequently, and Mr. Brown, who had kindly undertaken, at a few hours' notice, to bring his violoncello, would, no doubt, manage extremely well. 7 o'clock came, and so did the audience. All the rank and fashion of Clapham and its vicinity was fast filling the theatre. There were the Smiths, the Gubbinses, the Nixons, the Dixons, the Hicksons, people with all sorts of names, 2 aldermen, a sheriff in perspective, Sir Thomas Glumper, who had been knighted in the last reign for carrying up an address on somebody's escaping from nothing. And last, not least, there were Mrs. Joseph Porter and Uncle Tom, seated in the center of the 3rd row from the stage. Mrs. P. amusing Uncle Tom with all sorts of stories, and Uncle Tom amusing everyone else by laughing most immoderately. Ting, 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 went the prompter's bell at 8 o'clock precisely, and dash went the orchestra into the overture to The Men of Prometheus. The pianoforte player hammered away with laudable perseverance, and the violoncello, which struck in at intervals, sounded very well considering. The unfortunate individual, however, who had undertaken to play the flute accompaniment at sight, found from fatal experience the perfect truth of the old adage, out of sight, out of mind. For being very nearsighted and being placed at a considerable distance from his music book, all he had an opportunity of doing was to play a bar now and then in the wrong place and put the other performers out. It is, however, but justice to Mr. Brown to say that he did this to admiration. The overture, in fact, was not unlike a race between the different instruments. The piano came in first by several bars, and the violoncello next, quite distancing the poor flute. For the deaf gentleman tooted away, quite unconscious that he was at all wrong, until apprised, by the applause of the audience, that the overture was concluded. A considerable bustle and shuffling of feet was then heard upon the stage, accompanied by whispers of "Here's a pretty go, what's to be done?" And see, the audience applauded again, by way of raising the spirits of the performers. And then Mr. Sempronius desired the prompter, in a very audible voice, to clear the stage and ring up. Ting, 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 went the bell again. Everybody sat down, the curtain shook, rose sufficiently high to display several pair of yellow boots paddling about, and there remained. Ting, 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 went the bell again. The curtain was violently convulsed but rose no higher. The audience tittered. Mrs. Porter looked at Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom looked at everybody, rubbing his hands and laughing with perfect rapture. After as much ringing with the little bell as a muffin boy would make in going down a tolerably long street, and a vast deal of whispering, hammering, and calling for nails and cord, the curtain at length rose, and discovered Mr. Sempronius Gattleton solus, and decked for Othello. After 3 distinct rounds of applause, during which Mr. Sempronius applied his right hand to his left breast, and bowed in the most approved manner, the manager advanced and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you it is with sincere regret that I regret to be compelled to inform you that Iago who was to have played Mr. Wilson. I beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen, but I am naturally somewhat agitated." Applause. I mean Mr. Wilson, who is to have played Iago, has been, or in other words, ladies and gentlemen, the fact is that I have just received a note, in which I am informed that Iago is unavoidably detained at the post office this evening. Under these circumstances, I trust, amateur performance, another gentleman undertaken to read the part, request indulgence for a short time, courtesy and kindness of a British audience. Overwhelming applause. Exit Mr. Sempronius Gattleton, and curtain falls. The audience were, of course, exceedingly good-humored. The whole business was a joke, and accordingly they waited for an hour with the utmost patience, being enlivened by an interlude of rout cakes and lemonade. It appeared by Mr. Sempronius's subsequent explanation that the delay would not have been so great had it not so happened that when the substitute Iago had finished dressing, and just as the play was on the point of commencing, the original Iago unexpectedly arrived. The former was therefore compelled to undress, and the latter to dress for his part, which, as he found some difficulty in getting into his clothes, occupied no inconsiderable time. At last, the tragedy began in real earnest. It went off well enough, until the 3rd scene of the first act, in which Othello addresses the Senate. The only remarkable circumstance being that as Iago could not get on any of the stage boots, in consequence of his feet being violently swelled with the heat and excitement, he was under the necessity of playing the part in a pair of Wellingtons, which contrasted rather oddly with his richly embroidered pantaloons. When Othello started with his address to the Senate, whose dignity was represented by the Duke, a carpenter, 2 men engaged on the recommendation of the gardener, and a boy, Mrs. Porter found the opportunity she so anxiously sought. Mr. Sempronius proceeded. Most potent, grave, and reverend signors, my very noble and approved good masters, that I have ta'en away this old man's daughter, it is most true. Rude am I in my speech. Is that right? Whispered Mrs. Porter to Uncle Tom. No. Tell him so then. I will, Sem, called out Uncle Tom. That's wrong, my boy. What's wrong, uncle? Demanded Othello, quite forgetting the dignity of his situation. You've left out something. True, I have married. Oh, ah, said Mr. Sempronius, endeavoring to hide his confusion as much and as ineffectually as the audience attempted to conceal their half-suppressed tittering, by coughing with extraordinary violence. True, I have married her. The very head and front of my offending hath this extent, no more. Aside, why don't you prompt father? Because I've mislaid my spectacles, said poor Mr. Gattleton, almost dead with the heat and bustle. There now, it's rude am I, said Uncle Tom. Yes, I know it is, returned the unfortunate manager, proceeding with his part. It would be useless and tiresome to quote the number of instances in which Uncle Tom, now completely in his element, and instigated by the mischievous Mrs. Porter, corrected the mistakes of the performers. Suffice it to say that having mounted his hobby, nothing could induce him to dismount. So, during the whole remainder of the play, he performed a kind of running accompaniment, by muttering everybody's part as it was being delivered in an undertone. The audience were highly amused, Mrs. Porter delighted, the performers embarrassed. Uncle Tom never was better pleased in all his life, and Uncle Tom's nephews and nieces had never, although the declared heirs to his large property, so heartily wished him gathered to his father's as on that memorable occasion. Several other minor causes, too, united to damp the ardor of the dramatis personae. None of the performers could walk in their tights or move their arms in their jackets. The pantaloons were too small, the boots too large, and the swords of all shapes and sizes. Mr. Evans, naturally too tall for the scenery, wore a black velvet hat with immense white plumes, the glory of which was lost in the flies, and the only other inconvenience of which was that when it was off his head he could not put it on, and when it was on he could not take it off. Notwithstanding all his practice, too, he fell with his head and shoulders as neatly through one of the side scenes as a harlequin would jump through a panel in a Christmas pantomime. The pianoforte player, overpowered by the extreme heat of the room, fainted away at the commencement of the entertainments, leaving the music of Masaniello to the flute and violoncello. The orchestra complained that Mr. Harley put them out, and Mr. Harley declared that the orchestra prevented his singing a note. The fishermen, who were hired for the occasion, revolted to the very life, positively refusing to play without an increased allowance of spirits, and, their demand being complied with, getting drunk in the eruption scene as naturally as possible. The red fire, which was burnt at the conclusion of the second act, not only nearly suffocated the audience, but nearly set the house on fire into the bargain, and, as it was, the remainder of the piece was acted in a thick fog. In short, the whole affair was, as Mrs. Joseph Porter triumphantly told everybody, a complete failure. The audience went home at 4 o'clock in the morning, exhausted with laughter, suffering from severe headaches, and smelling terribly of brimstone and gunpowder. The Messrs. Gattleton, Sr. and Jr., retired to rest, with the vague idea of emigrating to Swan River early in the ensuing week. Rose Villa has once again resumed its wonted appearance. The dining-room furniture has been replaced. The tables are as nicely polished as formerly. The horsehair chairs are ranged against the wall as regularly as ever. Venetian blinds have been fitted to every window in the house to intercept the prying gaze of Mrs. Joseph Porter. The subject of theatricals is never mentioned in the Gattleton family, unless, indeed, by Uncle Tom, who cannot refrain from sometimes expressing his surprise and regret at finding that his nephews and nieces appear to have lost the relish they once possessed for the beauties of Shakespeare, and quotations from the works of that immortal bard. Chapter 10. A Passage in the Life of Mr. Watkins Tottle. Chapter the First. Matrimony is proverbially a serious undertaking. Like an overweening predilection for brandy and water, it is a misfortune into which a man easily falls, and from which he finds it remarkably difficult to extricate himself. It is of no use telling a man who is timorous on these points that it is but one plunge, and all is over. They say the same thing at the Old Bailey, and the unfortunate victims derive as much comfort from the assurance in the one case as in the other. Mr. Watkins Tottle was a rather uncommon compound of strong uxorious inclinations and an unparalleled degree of anticonnubial timidity. He was about 50 years of age, stood 4 feet 6 inches and 3/4 in his socks, for he never stood in stockings at all, plump, clean, and rosy. He looked something like a vignette to one of Richardson's novels, and had a clean cravatish formality of manner and kitchen pokerness of carriage, which Sir Charles Grandison himself might have envied. He lived on an annuity, which was well adapted to the individual who received it. In one respect, it was rather small. He received it in periodical payments on every alternate Monday, but he ran himself out, about a day after the expiration of the first week, as regularly as an 8-day clock. And then, to make the comparison complete, his landlady wound him up, and he went on with a regular tick. Mr. Watkins Tottle had long lived in a state of single blessedness, as bachelors say, or single cursedness, as spinsters think, but the idea of matrimony had never ceased to haunt him. Wrapped in profound reveries on this never-failing theme, fancy transformed his small parlor in Cecil Street, Strand, into a neat house in the suburbs. The half-hundredweight of coals under the kitchen stairs suddenly sprang up into 3 tons of the best Wall's End. His small French bedstead was converted into a regular matrimonial 4-poster. And in the empty chair on the opposite side of the fireplace, imagination seated a beautiful young lady, with a very little independence or will of her own, and a very large independence under a will of her father's. "Who's there?" inquired Mr. Watkins Tottle, as a gentle tap at his room door disturbed these meditations one evening. "Tottle, my dear fellow, how do you do?" said a short elderly gentleman with a gruffish voice, bursting into the room and replying to the question by asking another. "Told you I should drop in some evening," said the short gentleman, as he delivered his hat into Tottle's hand after a little struggling and dodging. "Delighted to see you, I'm sure," said Mr. Watkins Tottle, wishing internally that his visitor had dropped in to the Thames at the bottom of the street instead of dropping into his parlor. The fortnight was nearly up, and Watkins was hard up. "How is Mrs. Gabriel Parsons?" inquired Tottle. "Quite well, thank you," replied Mr. Gabriel Parsons, for that was the name the short gentleman revelled in. Here there was a pause. The short gentleman looked at the left hob of the fireplace. Mr. Watkins Tottle stared vacancy out of countenance. "Quite well," repeated the short gentleman, when 5 minutes had expired. "I may say remarkably well," and he rubbed the palms of his hands as hard as if he were going to strike a light by friction. "What will you take?" inquired Tottle, with the desperate suddenness of a man who knew that unless the visitor took his leave, he stood very little chance of taking anything else. "Oh, I don't know. Have you any whiskey?" "Why," replied Tottle very slowly, for all this was gaining time, "I had some capital and remarkably strong whiskey last week, but it's all gone, and therefore its strength is much beyond proof, or, in other words, impossible to be proved," said the short gentleman, and he laughed very heartily and seemed quite glad the whiskey had been drunk. Mr. Tottle smiled, but it was the smile of despair. When Mr. Gabriel Parsons had done laughing, he delicately insinuated that, in the absence of whiskey, he would not be averse to brandy. And Mr. Watkins Tottle, lighting a flat candle very ostentatiously, and displaying an immense key which belonged to the street door, but which, for the sake of appearances, occasionally did duty in an imaginary wine cellar, left the room to entreat his landlady to charge their glasses and charge them in the bill. The application was successful. The spirits were speedily called, not from the vasty deep, but the adjacent wine vaults. The 2 short gentlemen mixed their grog, and then sat cozily down before the fire, a pair of shorts, airing themselves. "Tottle," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, You know my way, offhand open, say what I mean what I say, hate reserve and can't bear affectation. One is a bad domino which only hides what good people have about 'em without making the bad look better. And the other is much about the same thing as pinking a white cotton stocking to make it look like a silk one. Now listen to what I'm going to say. Here the little gentleman paused and took a long pull at his brandy and water. Mr. Watkins Tottle took a sip of his, stirred the fire, and assumed an air of profound attention. It's of no use humming and hang about the matter, resumed the short gentleman. You want to get married. Why, replied Mr. Watkins Tottle evasively, for he trembled violently and felt a sudden tingling throughout his whole frame. Why, I should certainly, at least, I think I should like. Won't do, said the short gentleman. Plain and free, or there's an end of the matter. Do you want money? You know I do. You admire the sex. I do. And you'd like to be married. Certainly. Then you shall be, there's an end of that. Thus saying, Mr. Gabriel Parsons took a pinch of snuff and mixed another glass. Let me entreat you to be more explanatory, said Tottle. Really, as the party principally interested, I cannot consent to be disposed of in this way. I'll tell you, replied Mr. Gabriel Parsons, warming with the subject and the brandy and water. I know a lady, she's stopping with my wife now, who is just the thing for you. Well educated, talks French, plays the piano, knows a good deal about flowers and shells and all that sort of thing, and has 500 a year with an uncontrolled power of disposing of it by her last will and testament. I'll pay my addresses to her, said Mr. Watkins Tottle. She isn't very young, is she? Not very, just the thing for you. I've said that already. What colored hair has the lady? Inquired Mr. Watkins Tottle. Egad, I hardly recollect, replied Gabriel with coolness. Perhaps I ought to have observed at first, she wears a front. A what? Ejaculated Tottle. One of those things with curls along here, said Parsons, drawing a straight line across his forehead, just over his eyes in illustration of his meaning. I know the front's black. I can't speak quite positively about her own hair, because unless one walks behind her and catches a glimpse of it under her bonnet, one seldom sees it. But I should say that it was rather lighter than the front, a shade of a grayish tinge, perhaps. Mr. Watkins Tottle looked as if he had certain misgivings of mind. Mr. Gabriel Parsons perceived it, and thought it would be safe to begin the next attack without delay. Now were you ever in love, Tottle? He inquired. Mr. Watkins Tottle blushed up to the eyes and down to the chin, and exhibited a most extensive combination of colors as he confessed the soft impeachment. I suppose you popped the question more than once when you were a young, I beg your pardon, a younger man, said Parsons. Never in my life, replied his friend, apparently indignant at being suspected of such an act. Never. The fact is that I entertain, as you know, peculiar opinions on these subjects. I am not afraid of ladies, young or old, far from it, but I think that in compliance with the custom of the present day, they allow too much freedom of speech and manner to marriageable men. Now the fact is that anything like this easy freedom I never could acquire. And as I am always afraid of going too far, I am generally, I dare say, considered formal and cold. I shouldn't wonder if you were, replied Parsons gravely. I shouldn't wonder. However, you'll be all right in this case, for the strictness and delicacy of this lady's ideas greatly exceed your own. Lord bless you, why, when she came to our house, there was an old portrait of some man or other, with two large, black, staring eyes hanging up in her bedroom. She positively refused to go to bed there, till it was taken down, considering it decidedly wrong. I think so too, said Mr. Watkins Tottle. Certainly. And then the other night, I never laughed so much in my life, resumed Mr. Gabriel Parsons. I had driven home in an easterly wind and caught a devil of a faceache. Well, as Fanny, that's Mrs. Parsons, you know, and this friend of hers and I and Frank Ross were playing a rubber, I said, jokingly, that when I went to bed I should wrap my head in Fanny's flannel petticoat. She instantly threw up her cards and left the room. Quite right, said Mr. Watkins Tottle. She could not possibly have behaved in a more dignified manner. What did you do? Do, Frank took dummy, and I won 6 pence. But didn't you apologize for hurting her feelings? Devil a bit. Next morning at breakfast, we talked it over. She contended that any reference to a flannel petticoat was improper, Men ought not to be supposed to know that such things were. I pleaded my coverture, being a married man. And what did the lady say to that? Inquired Tottle, deeply interested. Changed her ground, and said that Frank being a single man, its impropriety was obvious. Noble-minded creature, exclaimed the enraptured Tottle. Oh, both Fanny and I said at once that she was regularly cut out for you. A gleam of placid satisfaction shone on the circular face of Mr. Watkins Tottle as he heard the prophecy. There's one thing I can't understand, said Mr. Gabriel Parsons as he rose to depart. I cannot, for the life and soul of me, imagine how the deuce you'll ever contrive to come together. The lady would certainly go into convulsions if the subject were mentioned. Mr. Gabriel Parsons sat down again and laughed until he was weak. Tottle owed him money, so he had a perfect right to laugh at Tottle's expense. Mr. Watkins Tottle feared, in his own mind, that this was another characteristic which he had in common with this modern Lucretia. He, however, accepted the invitation to dine with the Parsonses on the next day but one, with great firmness, and looked forward to the introduction, when again left alone, with tolerable composure. The sun that rose on the next day but one had never beheld a sprucer personage on the outside of the Norwood stage than Mr. Watkins Tottle, and when the coach drew up before a cardboard-looking house with disguised chimneys and a lawn like a large sheet of green letter paper, he certainly had never lighted to his place of destination a gentleman who felt more uncomfortable. The coach stopped, and Mr. Watkins Tottle jumped, we beg his pardon, alighted, with great dignity. All right, said he, and away went the coach up the hill with that beautiful equanimity of pace for which, short, stages are generally remarkable. Mr. Watkins Tottle gave a faltering jerk to the handle of the garden gate bell. He essayed a more energetic tug, and his previous nervousness was not at all diminished by hearing the bell ringing like a fire alarm. Is Mr. Parsons at home? Inquired Tottle of the man who opened the gate. He could hardly hear himself speak, for the bell had not yet done tolling. Here I am, shouted a voice on the lawn, and there was Mr. Gabriel Parsons in a flannel jacket, running backwards and forwards from a wicket to two hats piled on each other, and from the two hats to the wicket in the most violent manner, while another gentleman with his coat off was getting down the area of the house after a ball. When the gentleman without the coat had found it, which he did in less than 10 minutes, he ran back to the hats, and Gabriel Parsons pulled up. Then the gentleman without the coat called out, "Play," very loudly and bold. Then Mr. Gabriel Parsons knocked the ball several yards and took another run. Then the other gentleman aimed at the wicket and didn't hit it, and Mr. Gabriel Parsons, having finished running on his own account, laid down the bat and ran after the ball, which went into a neighboring field. They called this cricket. Tottle, will you go in? Inquired Mr. Gabriel Parsons as he approached him, wiping the perspiration off his face. Mr. Watkins Tottle declined the offer, the bare idea of accepting which made him even warmer than his friend. Then we'll go into the house as it's past 4, and I shall have to wash my hands before dinner, said Mr. Gabriel Parsons. Here, I hate ceremony, you know. Timson, that's Tottle, Tottle, that's Timson, bred for the church, which I fear will never be bred for him, and he chuckled at the old joke. Mr. Timson bowed carelessly. Mr. Watkins Tottle bowed stiffly. Mr. Gabriel Parsons led the way to the house. He was a rich sugar baker, who mistook rudeness for honesty and abrupt bluntness for an open and candid manner. Many besides Gabriel mistake bluntness for sincerity. Mrs. Gabriel Parsons received the visitors most graciously on the steps and preceded them to the drawing-room. On the sofa was seated a lady of very prim appearance and remarkably inanimate. She was one of those persons at whose age it is impossible to make any reasonable guess. Her features might have been remarkably pretty when she was younger, and they might always have presented the same appearance. Her complexion, with a slight trace of powder here and there, was as clear as that of a well-made wax doll, and her face as expressive. She was handsomely dressed and was winding up a gold watch. Miss Lillerton, my dear, this is our friend Mr. Watkins Tottle, a very old acquaintance, I assure you, said Mrs. Parsons, presenting the Strephon of Cecil Street, Strand. The lady rose and made a deep courtesy. Mr. Watkins Tottle made a bow. Splendid, majestic creature, thought Tottle. Mr. Timson advanced, and Mr. Watkins Tottle began to hate him. Men generally discover a rival, instinctively, and Mr. Watkins Tottle felt that his hate was deserved. "May I beg," said the reverend gentleman, "may I beg to call upon you, Miss Lillerton, for some trifling donation to my soup, coals, and blanket distribution society?" "Put my name down, for 2 sovereigns, if you please," responded Miss Lillerton. "You are truly charitable, madam," said the Reverend Mr. Timpson, "and we know that charity will cover a multitude of sins. Let me beg you to understand that I do not say this from the supposition that you have many sins which require palliation. Believe me when I say that I never yet met anyone who had fewer to atone for than Miss Lillerton." Something like a bad imitation of animation lighted up the lady's face as she acknowledged the compliment. Watkins Tottle incurred the sin of wishing that the ashes of the Reverend Charles Timpson were quietly deposited in the churchyard of his curacy, wherever it might be. "I'll tell you what," interrupted Parsons, who had just appeared with clean hands and a black coat. "It's my private opinion, Timpson, that your distribution society is rather a humbug." "You are so severe," replied Timpson with a Christian smile. He disliked Parsons but liked his dinners. "So positively unjust," said Miss Lillerton. "Certainly," observed Tottle. The lady looked up, her eyes met those of Mr. Watkins Tottle. She withdrew them in a sweet confusion, and Watkins Tottle did the same. The confusion was mutual. "I," urged Mr. Parsons, pursuing his objections, "what on earth is the use of giving a man coals who has nothing to cook, or giving him blankets when he hasn't a bed, or giving him soup when he requires substantial food, like sending them ruffles when wanting a shirt? Why not give him a trifle of money, as I do, when I think they deserve it, and let them purchase what they think best? Why? Because your subscribers wouldn't see their names flourishing in print on the church door. That's the reason." "Really, Mr. Parsons, I hope you don't mean to insinuate that I wish to see my name in print on the church door," interrupted Miss Lillerton. "I hope not," said Mr. Watkins Tottle, putting in another word and getting another glance. "Certainly not," replied Parsons. "I dare say you wouldn't mind seeing it in writing, though, in the church register, eh?" "Register? What register?" inquired the lady gravely. "Why, the register of marriages, to be sure," replied Parsons, chuckling at the sally and glancing at Tottle. Mr. Watkins Tottle thought he should have fainted for shame, and it is quite impossible to imagine what effect the joke would have had upon the lady if dinner had not been, at that moment, announced. Mr. Watkins Tottle, with an unprecedented effort of gallantry, offered the tip of his little finger. Miss Lillerton accepted it gracefully, with maiden modesty, and they proceeded in due state to the dinner table, where they were soon deposited side by side. The room was very snug, the dinner very good, and the little party in spirits. The conversation became pretty general, and when Mr. Watkins Tottle had extracted 1 or 2 cold observations from his neighbor, and had taken wine with her, he began to acquire confidence rapidly. The cloth was removed. Mrs. Gabrielle Parsons drank 4 glasses of port on the plea of being a nurse just then, and Miss Lillerton took about the same number of sips, on the plea of not wanting any at all. At length the ladies retired, to the great gratification of Mr. Gabriel Parsons, who had been coughing and frowning at his wife for half an hour previously, signals which Mrs. Parsons never happened to observe until she had been pressed to take her ordinary quantum, which, to avoid giving trouble, she generally did at once. "What do you think of her?" inquired Mr. Gabriel Parsons of Mr. Watkins Tottle in an undertone. "I dote on her with enthusiasm already," replied Mr. Watkins Tottle. "Gentlemen, pray let us drink the ladies," said the Reverend Mr. Timpson. "The ladies," said Mr. Watkins Tottle, emptying his glass. In the fullness of his confidence, he felt as if he could make love to a dozen ladies, offhand. "Ah," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, "I remember when I was a young man. Fill your glass, Timpson." "I have this moment emptied it." "Then fill again." "I will," said Timpson, suiting the action to the word. "I remember," resumed Mr. Gabriel Parsons, "when I was a younger man, with what a strange compound of feelings I used to drink that toast, and how I used to think every woman was an angel." "Was that before you were married?" mildly inquired Mr. Watkins Tottle. "Oh, certainly," replied Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "I have never thought so since, and a precious milksop I must have been ever to have thought so at all. But you know I married Fanny under the oddest and most ridiculous circumstances possible." What were they, if one may inquire? Asked Timson, who had heard the story, on an average, twice a week for the last 6 months. Mr. Watkins Tottle listened attentively, in the hope of picking up some suggestion that might be useful to him in his new undertaking. I spent my wedding night in a back kitchen chimney, said Parsons, by way of a beginning. In a back kitchen chimney, ejaculated Watkins Tottle. How dreadful! Yes, it wasn't very pleasant, replied the small host. The fact is, Fanny's father and mother liked me well enough as an individual, but had a decided objection to my becoming a husband. You see, I hadn't any money in those days, and they had, and so they wanted Fanny to pick up somebody else. However, we managed to discover the state of each other's affections somehow. I used to meet her at some mutual friends' parties. At first we danced together and talked and flirted and all that sort of thing. Then, I used to like nothing so well as sitting by her side. We didn't talk so much then, but I remember I used to have a great notion of looking at her out of the extreme corner of my left eye, and then I got very miserable and sentimental, and began to write verses and use Macassar oil. At last, I couldn't bear it any longer, and after I had walked up and down the sunny side of Oxford Street in tight boots for a week, and a devilish hot summer it was too, in the hope of meeting her, I sat down and wrote a letter, and begged her to manage to see me clandestinely, for I wanted to hear her decision from her own mouth. I said I had discovered, to my perfect satisfaction, that I couldn't live without her, and that if she didn't have me, I had made up my mind to take prussic acid, or take to drinking, or emigrate, so as to take myself off in some way or other. Well, I borrowed £1, and bribed the housemaid to give her the note, which she did. And what was the reply? Inquired Timson, who had found before that to encourage the repetition of old stories is to get a general invitation. Oh, the usual one. Fanny expressed herself very miserable, hinted at the possibility of an early grave, said that nothing should induce her to swerve from the duty she owed her parents, implored me to forget her and find out somebody more deserving, and all that sort of thing. She said she could, on no account, think of meeting me unknown to her pa and ma, and entreated me, as she should be in a particular part of Kensington Gardens at 11 o'clock next morning, not to attempt to meet her there. You didn't go, of course, said Watkins Tottle. Did I? Of course I did. There she was with the identical housemaid in perspective in order that there might be no interruption. We walked about for a couple of hours, made ourselves delightfully miserable, and were regularly engaged. Then we began to correspond. That is to say, we used to exchange about 4 letters a day. What we used to say in 'em I can't imagine. And I used to have an interview in the kitchen or the cellar or some such place every evening. Well, things went on in this way for some time, and we got fonder of each other every day. At last, as our love was raised to such a pitch, and as my salary had been raised too, shortly before, we determined on a secret marriage. Fanny arranged to sleep at a friend S. on the previous night. We were to be married early in the morning, and then we were to return to her home and be pathetic. She was to fall at the old gentleman's feet and bathe his boots with her tears, and I was to hug the old lady and call her mother, and use my pocket handkerchief as much as possible. Married we were, the next morning, 2 girls friends of Fanny's acting as bridesmaids, and a man, who was hired for 5 shillings and a pint of porter, officiating as father. Now the old lady unfortunately put off her return from Ramsgate, where she had been paying a visit until the next morning, and as we placed great reliance on her, we agreed to postpone our confession for 24 hours. My newly made wife returned home, and I spent my wedding day in strolling about Hampstead Heath and execrating my father-in-law. Of course, I went to comfort my dear little wife at night, as much as I could, with the assurance that our troubles would soon be over. I opened the garden gate, of which I had a key, and was shown by the servant to our old place of meeting, a back kitchen, with a stone floor and a dresser, upon which, in the absence of chairs, we used to sit and make love. Make love upon a kitchen dresser, interrupted Mr. Watkins Tottle, whose ideas of decorum were greatly outraged. Ah, on a kitchen dresser, replied Parsons. And let me tell you, old fellow, that if you were really over head and ears in love and had no other place to make love in, you'd be devilish glad to avail yourself of such an opportunity. However, let me see, where was I? On the dresser, suggested Timson. Oh, well, here I found poor Fanny, quite disconsolate and uncomfortable. The old boy had been very cross all day, which made her feel still more lonely, and she was quite out of spirits. So I put a good face on the matter and laughed it off, and said we should enjoy the pleasures of a matrimonial life more by contrast, and at length poor Fanny brightened up a little. I stopped there till about 11 o'clock, and just as I was taking my leave for the 14th time, the girl came running down the stairs, without her shoes, in a great fright, to tell us that the old villain, heaven forgive me for calling him so, for he is dead and gone now, prompted, I suppose, by the Prince of Darkness, was coming down to draw his own beer for supper, a thing he had not done before for 6 months, to my certain knowledge, for the cask stood in that very back kitchen. If he discovered me there, explanation would have been out of the question, for he was so outrageously violent when at all excited that he never would have listened to me. There was only one thing to be done. The chimney was a very wide one. It had been originally built for an oven, went up perpendicularly for a few feet, and then shot backward and formed a sort of small cavern. My hopes and fortune, the means of our joint existence almost, were at stake. I scrambled in like a squirrel, coiled myself up in this recess, and, as Fanny and the girl replaced the deal chimney board, I could see the light of the candle which my unconscious father-in-law carried in his hand. I heard him draw the beer, and I never heard beer run so slowly. He was just leaving the kitchen, and I was preparing to descend, when down came the infernal chimney board with a tremendous crash. He stopped and put down the candle and the jug of beer on the dresser. He was a nervous old fellow, and any unexpected noise annoyed him. He coolly observed that the fireplace was never used, and sending the frightened servant into the next kitchen for a hammer and nails, actually nailed up the board and locked the door on the outside. So there was I on my wedding night in the light kerseymere trousers, fancy waistcoat and blue coat that I had been married in the morning in a back kitchen chimney, the bottom of which was nailed up and the top of which had been formerly raised some 15 feet to prevent the smoke from annoying the neighbors. And there, added Mr. Gabriel Parsons as he passed the bottle, there I remained till 7:30 the next morning, when the housemaid's sweetheart, who was a carpenter, unshelled me. The old dog had nailed me up so securely that, to this very hour, I firmly believe that no one but a carpenter could ever have got me out. "And what did Mrs. Parsons' father say when he found you were married?" inquired Watkins Tottle, who, although he never saw a joke, was not satisfied until he heard a story to the very end. "Why, the affair of the chimney so tickled his fancy that he pardoned us offhand and allowed us something to live on till he went the way of all flesh. I spent the next night in his second-floor front, much more comfortably than I had spent the preceding one, for, as you will probably guess." "Please, sir, Mrs. has made tea," said a middle-aged female servant, bobbing into the room. "That's the very housemaid that figures in my story," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "She went into Fanny's service when we were first married and has been with us ever since, but I don't think she has felt one atom of respect for me since the morning she saw me released, when she went into violent hysterics, to which she has been subject ever since. Now, shall we join the ladies?" "If you please," said Mr. Watkins Tottle. "By all means," added the obsequious Mr. Timpson, and the trio made for the drawing-room accordingly. Tea being concluded, and the toast and cups having been duly handed, and occasionally upset, by Mr. Watkins Tottle, a rubber was proposed. They cut for partners, Mr. and Mrs. Parsons, and Mr. Watkins Tottle and Miss Lillerton. Mr. Timpson, having conscientious scruples on the subject of card-playing, drank brandy and water, and kept up a running spar with Mr. Watkins Tottle. The evening went off well. Mr. Watkins Tottle was in high spirits, having some reason to be gratified with his reception by Miss Lillerton, and before he left, a small party was made up to visit the Beulah Spa on the following Saturday. "It's all right, I think," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons to Mr. Watkins Tottle as he opened the garden gate for him. "I hope so," he replied, squeezing his friend's hand. "You'll be down by the first coach on Saturday," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "Certainly," replied Mr. Watkins Tottle, "undoubtedly." But fortune had decreed that Mr. Watkins Tottle should not be down by the first coach on Saturday. His adventures on that day, however, and the success of his wooing, are subjects for another chapter.